Y'all, we did it. It's the last day of the Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial. It's closing arguments. Closing arguments are the greatest. They were always my favorite part of trial, and it will be amazing to see these attorneys get to argue. We've seen them get to make statements of their case in opening. We've seen them spar in cross-examination, but we get to see them argue. We will see if they call Johnny Depp a wife beater. I think that that'll happen. I think it'll be Rottenborn. We will get to see if they call Amber Heard an abuser. We will get to see that. I think it will probably be both Benju and Camille Vasquez. We will get to see what evidence they think proves that the other side defamed them, their client. And then the jury will get to talk about this case. Remember, the jury hasn't gotten to talk about the case. The jury can talk about the weather. The jury can talk about what they're eating for lunch. The jury can't talk about the case yet. We've been talking about it for 6 weeks. Imagine going home after Morgan Tremaine, Draco Malfoy of TMZ, drops the mic on Elaine Bredehoft and not being able to say anything about it. Imagine that moment. I don't want to imagine that moment. I don't want to imagine that moment at all. I want to be able to talk to you about this trial, and it is just been amazing. So today we are going to open up the court stream in just a moment here when court resumes. The judge should be reading the jury instructions first. I am looking for an instruction about discovery. The other thing I want you guys to pay attention to is the credibility of the witness instruction, the defamation instructions. They are going to tell the jury how to decide this case. And then the lawyers should use those instructions as a roadmap to say, this is how you decide. This is what defamation is. You heard the judge read this. This is what this means. And here are the facts that back it up. And they have 2 hours to do it. And they get to break that up. Depp goes first, then Heard. And Heard will have to address not just her defense to Depp's case, but also her case. And then Depp will get a rebuttal, a broad rebuttal. And then Heard will get a surrebuttal, really, that just goes to the counterclaim only. If we see objections, that's a big deal. Objections in closing are kind of bad form and they're a little bit rare. And if we see them, it's because someone has either stepped outside the bounds of another ruling, or it's because they have misstated evidence, or, I mean, those are really the big two, is that they've misstated evidence or they've stepped outside the bounds of a ruling. We know from the judge that they're not allowed to use prior recorded testimony. They asked about this yesterday at the end of the day when they were arguing jury instructions. They're not allowed to use video depositions and play the video. They're not allowed to take clips from the live feeds and play those clips because the court wants all testimony to be treated equally. And that means that if they are going to quote testimony, they can quote from the transcripts, but they can't pull anything else up. And that was an interesting ruling to not allow those video depositions in. It's just a really interesting thing for me. So that is what's happening. I think we will see audio being played, and I think we will hear direct quotes. I think we will see pictures. I imagine Team Depp will do some side-by-sides, don't you think? So start thinking about what you want to see. Let me know where you're coming in from in the chat, and then start telling me what you want to see in closing. What do you think we will see? Anything that they pull up in this case is going to be things that are in evidence. Court should be coming back. My feed is not live yet from court, so I'm going to roll the intro and go find one, and I will see you in a minute. Do the YouTube-y things. Thanks. All right, let's go. Hey there. If we haven't met yet, I'm Emily D. Baker, the badass lawyer and everyone's favorite legal commentator. I'm the host of The Emily Show, and I break down the legal shit behind the news and pop culture stories we all want to talk about. I have been a licensed attorney for over 15 years, but this is not legal advice. I should warn you, I'm a big fan of the cursey words. This channel is where the law nerds unite to talk about facts, not fuckery. All right. right. And the only feed that I have seen so far is one that is very busy already. So we're going to pull that up and see what else we can find. Because you know how I feel. The jury, it seems, is coming in already. We have over 80,000 of you here. Judge A is going to start reading these instructions. Counting the juror. She looks like she's counting the jurors in her brain. Like, okay, the class is all here. Judge A has been such a tremendously patient judge. You hope to try a case in front of a case like Judge A. This is going to start with probably 40 minutes.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Of reading instructions.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you now have heard all the evidence in the case.
Ladies and gentlemen,
before the lawyers make their closing arguments, the court will instruct you on the instructions of law that you are to apply in deciding this case.
Jury instructions.
Okay? Since it's been quite a while since I gave you the preliminary instructions, I want to remind you that in closing arguments, the lawyers will refer to the testimony and the other evidence that you will have heard. But what the lawyers say in their closing arguments is not itself evidence. Their statements are only their recollection of what the evidence in the case was. It is your collective recollection as 7 jurors of what the evidence in the case was, which shall govern your deliberations. In addition, your notes should be used only as an aid to your memory. You should not give your notes precedence over your independent recollection of the evidence. You should rely on your independent recollection of what the evidence in the case was, and you should not be unduly influenced by the notes of other jurors. I also wanted to make you aware that due to the high-profile nature of this case, the court has entered an order to seal the names of the jurors for a year, which is different than what I had instructed you in the beginning of the case. So I wanted to bring that to your attention.
That order was requested by Amber Heard.
All right. As to the following jury instructions that I'm going to give you, you'll be able to take these written jury instructions into the deliberation room with you, so you don't need to write down exactly what I say right now, because you'll all have copies of them. But I would ask for your attention while I read them to you. Okay.
That's what they're going to need.
With respect to the instructions that I'm about to give you, you may note that some of them are numbered and some of them are lettered at the top, and that the numbers and letters do not necessarily follow in any sequence or any order. Do not concern yourself with that. Some might even be missing, but just consider only the body or text of the instruction, not the headings, okay?
Oh, I think Bruce
now, some of the instructions may appear to be in conflict. This is because the court cannot predict your findings of fact. Therefore, the court must instruct you, the jury, on the applicable law under both the plaintiff's and the defendant's theory of the case, okay? All right.
I will talk about
this. You have been chosen and sworn as jurors in this case to try the issues of facts presented.
It's a good question.
You must consider and decide this case fairly and impartially. You are to perform this duty without bias or prejudice as to any party. All persons stand equal before the law and are entitled to the same treatment under the law. Our system of law does not permit jurors to be governed by sympathy, prejudice, or public opinion. Both of the parties and the public expect that you will carefully and impartially consider all the evidence in the case, follow the law as stated by the court, and reach a just verdict regardless of the consequences. You are the judges of the facts, the credibility of the witnesses, and the weight of the evidence. You may consider the appearance and manner of the witnesses on the stand, their intelligence, their opportunity for knowing the truth and for having observed the things about which they testified, their interest in the outcome of the case, their bias, and if any have been shown, their prior inconsistent statements, or whether they have knowingly testified untruthfully as to any material fact in the case. You may not arbitrarily disregard believable testimony of a witness. However, after you have considered all the evidence in the case, then you may accept or discard all or part of the testimony of a witness as you think proper. You are entitled to use your common sense in judging any testimony. From these things and all the other circumstances of the case, you may determine which witnesses are more believable and weigh their testimony accordingly.
That's how they decide.
You must not base your verdict in any way upon sympathy, bias, guesswork, or speculation. Your verdict must be based solely upon the evidence and instructions of the court. Your verdict must be based on the facts as you find them and on the law contained in all of these instructions. With respect to plaintiff John C. Depp II's claims against defendant Amber Laura Heard, the issues in this case are summarized below. Number 1, whether Ms. Heard made or published any of the following statements. A, Amber Heard, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath that has to change.
There's the headline.
B, then 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse, and I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out. C, I had the rare vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse.
And that's what she said.
Number 2, do any of Ms. Heard's statements imply or insinuate anything about Mr. Depp? Number 3, were Ms. Heard's statements seen by anyone other than Mr. Depp? Number 4, did Ms. Heard's statements convey a defamatory implication to someone who saw them other than Mr. Depp? Number 5, are the implications or insinuations about Mr. Depp in Ms. Heard's statements false? Number 6, did
one of
Ms.
the big
Heard make the
questions.
statements with actual malice?
This is the big
Number
one.
7, if Mr. Depp is entitled to recover, what is the amount of Mr. Depp's damages?
What is the amount?
On these issues, Mr. Depp has the burden of proof. Your decisions on these issues must be governed by the instructions that follow. With respect to Ms. Heard's claims against Mr. Depp, the issues in this case are summarized below.
Here are the 3
Number
statements.
1, did Adam Waldman, while acting as an agent for Mr. Depp, make the following statements? A, Amber Heard and her friends in the media use fake sexual violence allegations as both a sword and shield, depending on their needs. They have selected some of her sexual violence hoax facts as a sword, inflicting them on the public and Mr. Depp. B, quite simply, this was an ambush, a hoax. They set Mr. Depp up by calling the cops, but the first attempt didn't do the trick. The officers came to the penthouses, thoroughly searched and interviewed, and left after seeing no damage to face or property. So Amber and her friends spilled a little wine and roughed the place up, got their story straight under the direction of a lawyer and publicist, and then placed a second call to 911. And C, we have reached the beginning of the end of Ms. Heard's abuse hoax against Johnny Depp. Number 2, are any of the statements
These are all the
about Ms. Heard?
statements.
Number 3, were any of the statements seen by someone other than Ms. Heard? Number 4, are any of the statements false? Number 5, were any of the statements made with actual malice? Number 6, if Ms. Heard is entitled to recover, what is the amount of Ms. Heard's damages? On these issues, Ms. Heard has the burden of proof. Your decisions on these issues must be governed by the instructions that follow.
It's hard, Judge A.
You
Reading
shall
it out on the
only
internet's
return your
hard.
verdict for Mr. Depp on his claim of defamation about the following statement if he has proved by the greater weight of the evidence that, number
why?
1, Ms. Heard made or published the following statement. Amber Heard, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. That has to change. And number 2, the statement was about Mr. Depp. And number 3, the statement is false. And number 4, the statement has a defamatory implication about Mr. Depp. And number 5, the defamatory implication was designed and intended by Ms. Heard. And number 6, due to the circumstances surrounding the publication of this statement, it conveyed a defamatory implication to someone who saw it other than Mr.
Defamation by
Depp.
implication.
And if Mr. Depp further proved by clear and convincing evidence, number 7, that Ms. Heard made the statement with actual malice. If Mr. Depp failed to prove any one or more of the 7 elements above, then you shall find your verdict for Ms. Heard with respect to the above statement. You shall only return your verdict for Mr. Depp on his claim for defamation about the following statement if he has proved by the greater weight of evidence that, number 1, Ms. Heard made or published the following statement. Then 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse, and I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out. And number 2, the statement was about Mr. Depp. And number 3, the statement is false. Number 4, the statement has a defamatory implication about Mr. Depp. And number 5, the defamatory implication was designed and intended by Ms. Heard. And number 6, due to the circumstances surrounding the publication of this statement, it conveyed a defamatory implication to someone who saw it other than Mr. Depp. And if Mr. Depp further proved by clear and convincing evidence, number 7, that Ms. Heard made the statement with actual malice. If Mr. Depp failed to prove any one or more of the 7 elements above, then you shall find your verdict for Ms. Heard with respect to the above statement. You shall only return your verdict for Mr. Depp on his claim for defamation about the following statement if he has proved by the greater weight of the evidence that, number 1, Ms. Heard made or published the following statement. I had the rare vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse.
She said it again
And
on
number
the stand
2,
yesterday,
the statement was
Judge A.
about Mr. Depp. And number 3, the statement is false. And number 4, the statement has a defamatory implication about Mr. Depp. And number 5, the defamatory implication was designed and intended by Ms. Heard. And number 6, due to the circumstances surrounding the publication of the statement, it conveyed a defamatory implication to someone who saw it other than Mr. Depp. And if Mr. Depp further proved by clear and convincing evidence, number 7, that Ms. Heard made the statement with actual malice. If Mr. Depp failed to prove any one or more of the 7 elements above, then you shall find your verdict for Ms. Heard with respect to the above statement. You shall only return your verdict for Ms. Heard on her claim for defamation about the following statement if she has proved by the greater weight of the evidence that, number 1, Adam Waldman, while acting as an agent for Mr. Depp, made or published the following statement. Amber Heard and her friends in the media use fake sexual violence allegations as both a sword and a shield,
These go
depending
to
on their
each
needs.
statement.
They have selected some of her sexual violence hoax
So
facts as a
these are all
sword,
different
inflicting them on the
instructions,
public and Mr.
even though
Depp.
they sound the same.
And number 2, the statement is
'Cause there's
about Ms.
multiple
Heard.
claims, multiple
And number 3, the
causes of
statement was
action.
seen by someone other than Ms. Heard.
So each
And
cause
number
of
4,
action
the statement is
gets-
false. And if
each
Ms.
cause of
Heard
action
further
gets
proved by clear and
a
convincing
instruction
evidence,
for the
number
jury.
5, that the
That's why.
statement by Mr. Waldman was made with actual malice. If Ms. Heard failed to prove any one or more of the 5 elements above, then you shall find your verdict for Mr. Depp with respect to the above statement.
Heard has the burden of proof for the counterclaim.
You shall only
Depp for
return your
his.
verdict for Ms. Heard on her claim for defamation about the following statement if she has proved by the greater weight of the evidence that, number 1, Adam Waldman, while acting as an agent for Mr. Depp, made or published the following statement.
3 for each.
Quite simply, this was an ambush, a hoax. They set up Mr. Depp up by calling the cops, but the first attempt didn't do the trick. The officers came to the penthouses, thoroughly searched and interviewed, and left after seeing no damage to face or property. So Amber and her friends spilled a little wine and roughed the place up, got their stories straight under the direction of a lawyer and publicist, and then placed a second call to 911. And number 2, the statement is about Ms. Heard. And number 3, the statement was seen by someone other than Ms. Heard. And 4, the statement is false. And if Ms. Heard further proved by clear and convincing evidence, number 5, that the statement by Mr. Waldman was made with actual malice. If Ms. Heard failed to prove any one or more of the 5 elements above, then you shall find your verdict for Mr. Depp with respect to the above statement. You shall only return your verdict for Ms. Heard on her claim for defamation about the following statement if she has proved by the greater weight of the evidence that, number 1, Adam Waldman, while acting as an agent for Mr. Depp, made or published the following statement. We have reached the beginning of the end of Ms. Heard's abuse hoax against Johnny Depp. And number 2, the statement is about Ms. Heard. And number 3, the statement was seen by someone other than Ms. Heard. And number 4, the statement is false. And if Ms. Heard further proved by clear and convincing evidence, number 5, that the statement by Mr. Waldman was made with actual malice. If Ms. Heard failed to prove any one or more of the 5 elements above, then you shall find your verdict for Mr. Depp with respect to the above statement.
After these instructions,
when used in these instructions, the phrase "the greater weight of the evidence," also sometimes called the preponderance of the evidence, means the evidence which you find more persuasive when evaluated against all the evidence that has been admitted in the case. The testimony of one witness whom you believe can be the greater weight of the evidence. When a party has the burden of proving any issue by clear and convincing evidence, he or she must produce evidence that creates in your minds a firm belief or conviction that he or she has proved the issue.
Everything else is preponderance.
A statement that is not directly defamatory may nonetheless suggest a defamatory meaning in an indirect way, that is, by implication.
I'll talk about this
in determining whether any of the statements have a defamatory implication, you must consider the op-ed as a whole and the circumstances surrounding its publication. You should consider if these circumstances show that the words used are defamatory and relate to Mr. Depp. However, such circumstances cannot extend the meaning of the words used in the op-ed beyond their ordinary and common meaning. The proposed implication must be reasonably drawn from the words actually used. In determining whether any of the statements in the op-ed are false and defamatory as to Mr. Depp, you must read the statements in the context of the op-ed as a whole. This means you may not seize on any one word, phrase, or image, or consider only one particular statement, phrase, or passage in isolation. In determining whether any of Mr. Waldman's statements are false and defamatory, you must read those statements in context as a whole. This means you may not seize on any one word, phrase, or image, or consider only one particular statement, phrase, or passage in isolation.
But extensions are real.
Both parties have the burden of proving actual malice by clear and convincing evidence.
Don't judge your hair.
To meet this burden, each party must prove by clear and convincing evidence that each statement was made or published, number 1, with knowledge that the statement was false, or number 2, so recklessly as to amount to a willful disregard for the truth, that is, with a high degree of awareness that the statement was probably false. Actual malice is a subjective analysis that looks to the state of the mind of the person who made the statement. If the person who made the statement is believed it was substantially accurate at the time of its publication, then it does not give rise to liability for defamation.
This is explaining defamation.
The term actual malice should not be confused with the more common meanings of the word malice, such as ill will or hatred.
This is how you
Actual malice is not established merely because an author was motivated by ill will, prejudice, hostility, hatred, contempt, or even a desire to injure another. In order to find that Ms. Heard republished the original op-ed, including the headline, through a tweet on December 19, 2018, you must find that she retransmitted the defamatory material or redistributed the material with the goal of reaching a new audience. Stated differently, republication occurs when the speaker has affirmatively reiterated the statement. A hyperlink directing readers to a previous article on the same website does not direct the previous article to a new audience. Merely linking to an article does not amount to republication, but adding content to a linked article may constitute republication. You must determine whether any added content was intended to reach a new audience. If you find any content added to the hyperlink was intended to reach a new audience, it constitutes a republication. Further, if you find a republication occurred on December 19, 2018, then in order to find for Mr. Depp against Ms. Heard, you must also find by clear and convincing evidence that Ms. Heard made this republication with actual malice. A principal is a person or legal entity with power or right to control the means and methods of performance by which another person performs the principal's work. An agent is the person who is subject to the power or right of a principal to control the means and methods of performing the work. An attorney has the express authority to do everything which the client expressly authorized him to do, and the implied authority to do everything necessary
Privilege
or
instruction.
incidental to the purpose for which he was retained.
You can't
Ms.
use
Heard
the
has the
privilege
burden of
against
proving by the
Depp.
greater weight of the evidence that Mr. Waldman was an agent of Mr. Depp, and that Mr. Waldman was acting within the scope of his agency when he made the
Hard standard
statements.
to meet.
You must remember that there is no burden on either party to prove the truth of any of the statements. Both parties were free to offer proof of truth, but by doing so, they do not assume the burden of convincing you of the truth of the statements. The burden remains on each party to prove that the statements he or she complains of are false. The rules of evidence ordinarily do not permit witnesses to testify as to opinions or conclusions. An exception to this rule exists as to those whom we call expert witnesses. Witnesses who, by education and experience, have become expert in some art, science, profession, or calling may state their opinions as to relevant and material matters in which they profess to be expert, and may also state their reasons for the opinion. You should consider each expert opinion received in evidence in this case and give it such weight as you may think it deserves. If you should decide that the opinions of an expert witness is not based upon sufficient education and experience, or if you should conclude that the reasons given in support of the opinion are not sound, or if you feel that it is outweighed by other evidence, you may disregard the opinion
Outweighed
entirely.
by other evidence.
In considering the weight to be given to the testimony of expert witnesses whose opinions differ, you may consider the ability and character of the witnesses, their actions upon the witness stand,
Their actions on the stand.
weight and process of the reasoning by which they support their opinion, their possible bias in favor of the side for which they testify, the relative opportunities for study or observation of the matters about which they testify, and any other matters which serve to illuminate their statements.
The jurors all get a
In
paper
considering the weight
copy
to be given to the testimony of expert
in the
witnesses,
jury room.
you should consider the basis for his or her opinion and the manner by which he or she arrived at
No,
it, and
these
the
are
underlying
entered in
fact
the
and data
record.
upon which he or she relied.
So the
An
stenographer just
expert
has a
witness
copy
was
to
asked
put
whether
in.
statements contained in published treatises, periodicals, or pamphlets are reliable authority of a type normally relied upon by others in his or her field of expertise. This evidence is permitted to test the knowledge, accuracy, and opinions of the expert witness. And if such evidence is established as a reliable authority by expert testimony, it may be considered by you along with the other evidence in the case. In considering the evidence, you're not limited to the bald statements of the witnesses. In other words, you're not limited solely
No.
to what you see and hear as the witnesses testify. On the contrary, you are permitted to draw from the facts which you find to have been proven such reasonable inferences as may seem justified in the light of your own experience. During the trial of this case, certain testimony has been presented to you by way of video depositions. You should give this testimony the same consideration
This
as to
happens
its weight
in
and
every case
credibility
with the jury.
as you give to the testimony of witnesses who
Every single
testified
one.
here in court.
It's
You must not
critical to the
discount any
process.
testimony merely because it was shown to you by video recording.
All the attorneys are probably a little nervous
When one of the
before
parties
closing. They're ready
testifies
to go.
unequivocally to the facts within his or her own knowledge, those statements of fact and the necessary inferences from them are binding upon him or her. He or she cannot rely on other evidence in conflict with his or her own testimony to strengthen his or her case.
So these attorneys
However,
are ready to get
you
on the
must
field.
consider his or her testimony as a whole, and you must consider a statement made in one part of his or her testimony in the light of any explanation or clarification made elsewhere in his or her testimony. Any fact that may be
You get
proved
them
by
on
direct
paper.
evidence may be proved by circumstantial evidence. That is, you may draw all reasonable and legitimate inferences and deductions from the evidence. If you believe from the case that a
Yep.
witness, other than Mr. Depp or Ms. Heard, previously made a statement
I like this
inconsistent
angle.
with
You
his or
can
her
see
testimony
what's
at this
going
trial,
on.
the only purpose for which that statement may be considered by you is its bearing on the witness's credibility.
Chat's
It
as
is not
slow as it
evidence
can
that
go.
what the witness previously said was true.
It's as slow as it can go. There's
If you believe from the evidence that
140,000
Ms.
people
Heard
here.
or Mr.
Sorry.
Depp previously made a statement inconsistent with her or his testimony at this trial, that previous statement may be considered by you as evidence that what Ms. Heard or
All
Mr.
these
Depp
attorneys are
previously
tired.
said was true.
Everyone's tired.
In reaching your verdict in this case, you are to consider the testimony and evidence. Sometimes attorneys stated objections during the course of this trial and instructed a witness not to answer a question. Objections and instructions to witnesses are not evidence, and you may not consider them in reaching your verdict, nor are you to draw any inference from the
Camille's
fact
mic'd
that an
up.
objection was made.
Ready to go.
You must not consider any matter that was rejected or stricken by the court. It is not evidence and should be discarded.
Now, the court reporter has these.
Any
just
amount
in
of
the
damages
record.
requested by a party is not evidence in this case. You should not consider it as
It's a lot
evidence in arriving
complicated.
at your verdict. If you find your verdict for
Yes,
Mr.
it
Depp
should
or
be.
Ms. Heard, then he or she is entitled to recover compensatory damages without any proof of actual or pecuniary injury. As a result, injury to Mr. Depp or Ms. Heard's personal and business reputation, humiliation, and embarrassment is presumed.
Defamation per se.
If you find
is what
either
she was
party
just
liable
talking
for
about.
defamation, then in determining the actual amount,
damages.
determining the
Money.
amount of damages to which the
Money.
opposing party is entitled, you may take into consideration all the circumstances surrounding the defamatory statements, the occasions on which they were made, and the extent of their publication, the nature and character of the insult, the probable effect on those who heard the statements, and their probable and natural effect upon the defamed party's personal feelings and upon his or her standing in the community and in business. Your verdict should be for the amount that will fully and fairly compensate him or her for, number one, any loss or injury to his or her business. Number two, any insult to him or her, including any pain, embarrassment, humiliation, or mental suffering. Number three, any injury to his or her reputation. And number four, any actual out-of-pocket losses that were caused by the statements. Mr. Depp cannot recover damages for any harm that occurred after November 2nd, 2020. Ms. Heard can recover damages for any harm that occurred after Mr. Waldman's statements were published. The burden is on the parties seeking damages to prove by the greater weight of the...
No! She was saying greater weight of the evidence, but if we've got to switch feeds, I will switch feeds in a freaking heartbeat while we're in the middle of jury instructions and the feed cut out. That's a big F in the chat. Wop. We're in the middle of jury instructions.
So, then he or she cannot recover for that item.
They were talking about damages.
If you have found by clear and convincing evidence that the statements in the op-ed were made with knowledge that they were false or so recklessly as to amount to willful disregard for the truth,
after I stream
that is with a high degree of awareness that the statements were probably false, then you may award punitive damages to punish Ms. Heard for such actions and to serve as an example to prevent others from making such statements in the future. You must state separately in your verdict any amount you allow as compensatory damages, if any, and the amount you allow as punitive damages.
Compensative and punitive damages.
If you have found by clear and convincing evidence that Mr. Waldman, while acting as an agent for Mr. Depp, made the statements with knowledge that they were false or so recklessly as to amount to a willful disregard for the truth, that is, with a high degree of awareness that the statements were probably false, then you may award punitive damages to punish Mr. Depp for his such actions and to serve as an example to prevent others from making such statements in the future. You must state separately in your verdict any amount you allow as compensatory damages, if any, and the amount you allow as punitive damages. All right, closing arguments.
Yes, that's it. No instruction on discovery violations. So no instructions on discovery violations unless she went over it in 4 seconds when the stream buffered, but none that I heard. They are now starting closing arguments. They will start with Team Depp. I wonder who will go first. In opening, it was Ben Chu, Camille Vasquez. There is no mic, and I don't know why the camera has not moved. Nope, your mic pack is not on. She's like, I am not used to having to do this.
I think so. Okay. Nope. You had it for a second.
This is not the way you want to start closing. It is, you're already nervous. You're already amped. I love that she's all in white.
Thank you. Try that again.
You know.
Good morning.
I don't love that she uses notes.
On May 27th,
picky
2016,
this is a big case.
Ms. Heard walked into a courthouse in Los Angeles, California to get a no-notice ex-parte restraining order against Mr. Depp. And in doing so,
I'll talk about
ruined his life by falsely telling the world that she was a survivor of domestic abuse at the hands of Mr. Depp. Today, on May 27th, 2022, exactly 6 years later, we ask you to give Mr. Depp his life back by telling the world that Mr. Depp is not the abuser
Tell the world.
Ms. Heard said he is, and hold Ms. Heard accountable for her lies. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, as you probably know by now, my name is Camille Vasquez. On behalf of Mr. Depp and all my colleagues at Brown Rudnick, I want to thank you deeply for your time and your service over these last 7 weeks. We understand that it probably has not been convenient for you to be here every day, and we are so grateful for your time and careful consideration of the evidence as you deliberate. After weeks of sitting in this courtroom, listening to testimony and looking at evidence, now it's time for you, the jury, to come to a decision. You have been entrusted with a serious task. What is at stake in this trial is a man's good name. Even more than that, what is at stake at this trial is a man's life. The life that he lost when he was accused of a heinous crime, and the life he could live when he is finally vindicated. Exactly 6 years ago today, on May 27th, 2016, Ms. Heard walked into court and filed a false report of domestic abuse against her husband of 15 months, Johnny Depp. The scene was a setup. She tipped off the paparazzi so they would be waiting. They knew exactly where she would pause, which side of her face to photograph. And the photos captured what she wanted them to see, the image of a battered woman. What the paparazzi did not know is that the dark mark on her face mysteriously appeared 6 days after last seeing Mr. Depp. It was a lie. She knew it, Mr. Depp knew it, and the multiple witnesses you heard from who saw her that week of May 21st, 2016 also knew it. But the world only saw what she wanted them to see.
They're well timed on their exhibits. The world only saw what she wanted them to see. I like the pause to let the jury absorb the photos, but maybe too long of a pause, Camille? Girl?
2 years later, when promoting the biggest role of her career until this trial, Ms. Heard presented herself to the world as a public figure representing domestic abuse.
That's going to
The
keep
headline
being
of
the
the
theme.
op-ed featured the term sexual violence, even though she
That's
had
their
never
strongest
before
case.
accused her ex-husband of such a heinous crime. Ms. Heard and her lawyers love to remind you of how the op-ed did not mention Mr. Depp by name. But Ms. Heard made sure that there would be no mistake about who she was referring to. She inserted 2 years ago, so the world would remember the photo of a battered woman, the mark on her face standing outside the courthouse. And they would once again see Mr. Depp as the villain, this time in full swing of the Me Too movement. But what was happening behind closed doors was quite different from what Ms. Heard presented to the world. The exact opposite, in fact. There is an abuser in this courtroom, but it is not Mr. Depp.
That's
And there is a
early
victim
on.
of domestic abuse in this courtroom, but it is not Ms. Heard.
I
The
like that
evidence
she let
presented
it.
at this trial has shown
air.
that Ms. Heard is in fact the abuser, and Mr.
Oh,
Depp
nope.
the abused.
She said it.
As
Keep
you heard
reading,
from
Emily.
Mr. Depp and multiple other witnesses that testified under oath at this trial, Mr. Depp experienced persistent verbal, physical, and emotional abuse by Ms. Heard during their relationship. And when their relationship was over, Ms. Heard inflicted the greatest and cruelest injury of all. She publicly and falsely named Mr. Depp as the abuser. Ms. Heard never thought she would be held accountable, never thought that she would have to face her abuser. She never thought she would have her supposed mountain of evidence vetted. She never thought that Mr. Depp would tell you, the jury, and the world that he was the real victim of domestic abuse.
2 times on the world.
She
It's
said
going
it
to
in
keep
her own
going,
words.
as it should.
You can please tell people this
Yes.
is a fair fight and see what the jury and judge think. Tell the world, Johnny. Tell them Johnny Depp. Johnny Depp, man, I'm a victim too of domestic violence, and
Yes.
I know it's a fair fight. And see how
I
these
thought this
people
would come
read
later.
both sides of you.
At the start of this case, Mr. Chu and I stood before you to give you our opening statements on behalf of Mr. Depp. During that statement, we made promises to you about what the evidence would ultimately show at the end of this trial. We've kept those promises. One of those promises
That's
we
true.
made was that you would come to understand who Ms. Heard is, that she is a deeply troubled person, violently afraid of abandonment, desperate for attention and approval. And in her relationship with Mr. Depp, she was violent, she was abusive, and she was cruel. You heard from Dr.
Mirroring
Shannon
Dr.
Curry, who
Curry's
explained
language.
that Ms. Heard suffers from borderline personality disorder and histrionic personality disorder. These are disorders that are characterized by anger, sometimes uncontrollable and explosive anger, and a powerful, sometimes desperate need for attention, acceptance, and approval. Fear of abandonment is the deepest fear. A person with these disorders will suffer from dramatically fluctuating moods and can sometimes be violent and aggressive.
I like that they're going
They
with
can also be
the
charming and
facts
likable.
first. And then the law.
but they can be incredibly manipulative and wild. An emotional roller coaster with wild swings, from idolizing their partner to devaluing him. In fact, you saw that when she completed testing with her own forensic psychology expert, Dr. Dawn Hughes. Ms. Heard self-reported that she felt like she had 3 or 4 different personalities, and that sometimes her temper would explode and she'd completely lose control.
I don't know if she wants to be looking at the jury
You
during
heard from
their
multiple
closing.
witnesses that Ms. Heard can be very pleasant, even charming. But you also heard from multiple witnesses and in audio recordings of Ms. Heard that she can be incredibly aggressive, violent, and cruel. You heard that even from her former assistant, Kate James.
Ooh.
Ms. James testified
Bringing it
that
back
Ms.
to
Heard
early.
would scream, yell, and send her barrages of text messages. In fact, Ms. Heard testified that Ms. James testified that Ms. Heard literally spat in her face. You heard from Ms. Heard's former best friend, Rocky Pennington, that Ms. Heard once hit her when Ms. Pennington did not do her best to meet Ms. Heard's needs. You also heard from Beverly Leonard that she once witnessed Ms. Heard assault her then partner in Seattle Airport in 2009.
Bringing it right back
And you
around.
heard from Mr. Depp that Ms. Heard used her sister Whitney as a punching bag, literally and figuratively.
Mm-hmm.
You also heard overwhelming evidence from Mr. Depp and the people that were around him and Ms. Heard during their relationship, that Mr. Depp suffered persistent verbal and physical abuse at the hands of Ms. Heard. You've heard evidence from Dr. Curry and the fact witnesses at this trial that Ms. Heard's deepest fear is one of abandonment, being left by Mr. Depp. Mr. Depp's greatest crime in her mind, the fault she confronts him with time and time again, is that he splits. He leaves the fight, especially when Ms. Heard gets physical, and she couldn't stand it when he did. You heard from Ms. Heard yourselves in audio recordings how upsetting it was to her when Mr. Depp would split.
That's true.
Anytime anything goes wrong, you split. I feel like it's your first thing. And it's unnecessary. It's not always you're splitting
Back
because
to who's
there's
the one
blows
running
or
away.
because there's yelling or anything. You split most times when I'm still speaking in this volume and nothing has been thrown or hit or anything.
You saw the barrage of text messages she would send when he would leave, calling him a monster for doing so. You heard from witnesses like Travis McGivern, Tara Roberts, and Debbie Lloyd that Ms. Heard would clod Mr. Depp, block the elevator, throw a punch when Mr. Depp tried to separate himself from the fight. And you heard from Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard's couple therapist, Dr. Anderson, that Ms. Heard reported that when Mr. Depp would leave to de-escalate a fight, she would strike him to keep him there because she would rather be in a fight than have him leave.
That was early in the trial.
You heard from Mr. Depp about how often Ms. Heard would berate him, insult him, and physically attack him, including one of the most serious occasions when Ms. Heard threw a vodka bottle at Mr. Depp, severely injuring his finger, and then put a cigarette out on his face. You heard
Camille's
from Mr.
tone
Depp that this whole incident in Australia started
is
because
firm
Ms.
but
Heard
not
was enraged that
condescending.
Mr. Depp wanted a post-nuptial agreement, and she wasn't
Her
in his
team
will.
is going to have to match energy
Just
on that, I
a
think.
month after getting married. When her husband was seriously injured and bleeding from a partially amputated finger, what did Ms. Heard do? She pursued him. She kept coming after him because that's what she does. She wouldn't stop.
Is the word relentless coming up?
It's not to get you mad. It's just to get out of a bad situation.
They've woven in the audio so well.
In Australia, when we had the big fight where I lost the tip of my finger, at least 5 bathrooms and 2 bedrooms I went to
No Dennison
You're
today.
talking to me.
To
We're
escape
working it
the-
out.
Only
That's
goes the expert
escape the
witnesses.
fight.
You don't escape the fight. You escape the solution.
No.
You escape the solution.
No.
You escape figuring it out. We cannot work it out if you run away to the bathroom every time.
You heard Mr. Depp testify. He went through something like a nervous breakdown that day, and he wrote a lot of things on mirrors and other places. Again, what did Miss Heard do as her husband was bleeding from serious injury? She wrote snarky messages right back to him. She denied it under oath to you, but the evidence you saw speaks for itself.
Bring in the photos.
You heard from Mr. Depp's security, Sean Bett, who was aware of constant arguing and bickering. He witnessed Miss Heard calling Mr. Depp names. Fat ass. Fuck you, Johnny. Mr. Bett testified that he
those
saw and
F-bombs,
documented
girl.
injuries on Mr. Depp.
Drop them.
A swollen eyelid in March of 2015, cuts on his nose, scratch marks on his chin in December of 2015. And you heard from Travis McGivern, who testified that Miss Heard called Mr. Depp names like washed up, fucking
This is a
cunt,
skill.
and worst of all, a fucking deadbeat dad. Miss Heard would take the low blows and hit him where it hurts, his children. Mr. McGivern told you that on March 23rd, 2015, Miss Heard threw things at Mr. Depp, spat at him, and ultimately punched him in the face, leaving him with a shiner. You heard testimony from Malcolm Connolly, another security member, who testified he saw
Appreciate
Miss
that Depp
Heard
is not
throw
trying to
things at
stare
Mr.
down the
Depp,
jury.
a cigarette lighter on a plane, a soda can from upstairs at the Eastern Columbia building. He never saw marks on Miss Heard, but he saw marks on Mr. Depp. Scratches, bruises on his left eye, scratches on his left ear. And he took pictures documenting injuries like this one.
Everybody works on closing, I think, in this team. Depp's team has worked really well together.
You also heard from Tara Roberts, a manager at Mr. Depp's Island, who witnessed Miss Heard telling Mr. Depp that he was washed up and would die fat and lonely. You also heard from Miss Roberts that she witnessed Miss Heard clawing and grabbing at Mr. Depp, grabbing his hair, trying to pull him back to her, and Mr. Depp had a visible injury to his nose on that occasion. Most importantly, you heard from Miss Heard yourselves on multiple audio recordings, admitting to being physically violent with Mr. Depp.
Remind them of the
You
evidence.
heard Miss Heard admit
Yep.
to hitting Mr. Depp.
And then you fucking clap.
I remember hitting you as a response to the door thing.
Good use of audio.
I'm sorry about hitting you with the door or hitting your head. I did not mean to, nor
You didn't mean to hit me in the head with the door, but you meant to
I didn't mean.
punch me in the jaw.
I meant to hit you, and I did not do this thing with the door. I do remember. I did mean to hit you.
So that you didn't mean.
The door? No, God, no. I didn't.
But punching me in the jaw.
I didn't. Okay, I'm sorry. I hit you. I did mean to hit you, but it was in response. I just reacted in response to my foot. I just reacted. And
You heard her admit it again and claim Mr. Depp was a baby for complaining about the abuse.
And I watched you lie, and then
I didn't punch you, by the way. I'm sorry that I didn't hit you across the face in a proper slap, but I was hitting you. It was not punching you. Babe, you're not punched.
Don't tell me what it feels like to be punched.
You know, even a lot of fights have been around a long time. I know. Yeah.
No, when you fucking have a close
You
face.
didn't get punched. You got hit. I'm sorry I hit you like this, but I did not punch you. I did not fucking deck you. I fucking was hitting you. I don't know what the motion of my actual hand was, but you're fine. I did not hurt you. I did not punch you. I was hitting you.
How are you?
What am I supposed to do? Do this? I'm not sitting here bitching about it, am I? You are. That's the difference between me and you. You're a fucking baby.
Because you started.
You are such a baby. Grow the fuck up,
You started
Johnny.
physical fights.
I did start a physical
Yeah,
fight.
you did. So I had
Because-
to get the fuck out of there.
Yes, you did. So you did the right thing, the big thing. You know what? You are admirable.
Good.
Take a
use
minute to really think
of
about what you
audio.
just heard there. Quote, I'm sorry that I didn't hit you across the face in a proper slap, but I was hitting you. I was not punching you. Babe, you're not punched. Imagine that was Mr. Depp saying that to Miss Heard on that recording. Let's play one more.
Let's play one more, Camille. Get it. Oh shit, the Joker laugh.
That fake laugh. That fake laugh.
This is so uncomfortable.
No, I'm sure she
I played glass. It's so disgusting.
I'm sure she's great. I'm sure she's great.
I'm thinking that you can give me some
No.
of the best performances.
This audio
No,
is-
no, you're right. I don't. It's all about performance.
How am I? I don't regret. I don't regret.
Oh, what else?
I don't
What else that you do? Oh, come on.
I don't
Be
regret.
Come
don't
on.
regret.
Lay it on me. What else? What else other things you want to add?
This audio
Like,
is-
What you want? Oh,
Very
no, I
good
want to know. I want
Get out of your Uber
I'm
drive.
kind of waiting. Go get it.
Yeah, I'll be in the
Wait, is there no other place for you to run in your 1,500 houses to go run? Come on, go be a real married man. Go deal with your shit the way that a man does. Go run to the next house. Every man does.
Yeah.
Go. Run away.
This is the real Miss Heard, the one in the audio recordings, not the one you saw in this courtroom. What you didn't hear on a single recording you heard in this case, and there were many played by both parties, is Mr. Depp ever admitting to hitting, punching, or kicking Miss Heard. You didn't hear it. It doesn't exist. It didn't happen. And despite the fact that Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard are heard discussing many of the alleged incidents you've heard about at this trial, like Australia and the Bahamas, you never heard Ms. Heard accuse Mr. Depp of sexual assault.
Their strongest claim.
Unlike Mr. Depp, who you heard admit to and own up to his past mistakes and his struggles, particularly with drugs and alcohol, Ms. Heard will not admit that she has ever done anything wrong. But she cannot deny what you heard on those recordings. As much as Ms. Heard and her lawyers have tried to make this case about Mr. Depp's language, it is Ms. Heard that repeatedly admits to violence.
They did. They tried to make fetch happen, Camille. They did.
By April and May of 2016, Mr. Depp had reached his limit. His mother was dying. His finances were a mess. And when he showed up late to Ms. Heard's 30th birthday party, because
She
a
lost
meeting
her
with his
shit.
new business manager, Edward White, had gone late, Ms. Heard, of course, was not understanding. She was furious. You heard from Mr. Depp, both in this courtroom and on audio recordings, that Ms. Heard punched him that evening. He left with Travis McGivern, and the next morning he learned that someone had left feces on his bed.
There's the poop.
Ms. Heard denies responsibility, but she admitted to the prank to Starling Jenkins. You heard him testify to that effect. For almost a month after that, they didn't see each other. And you heard from Mr. Depp that when his mother died on May 20th, 2016, he resolved to leave Ms. Heard. He was done. And when Ms. Heard learned that Mr. Depp was done, that she was really losing him, she went on the attack. She filed for divorce before Mr. Depp could. Then, as you heard from Mr. Depp's divorce lawyer, Laura Wasser, Ms. Heard sent a letter demanding financial support. And when her demands weren't met, Ms. Heard struck a blow against Mr. Depp that was more damaging than any physical blow she had ever landed. When she walked into court 6 years ago today, on May 27th, 2016,
It's a good argument.
to get a domestic violence restraining order against Mr. Depp, she did so in front of paparazzi with a mark on her face. The evidence presented at this trial demonstrates that Ms. Heard didn't just want a divorce. She wanted to ruin him. Ms. Heard denied alerting TMZ to
That's a
the
good
TRO
argument.
filing in this courtroom. But you heard testimony from Morgan Tremaine that TMZ knew to go to the courthouse, knew what side of her face the alleged bruise was on, and that Ms. Heard would pause. She would pause for paparazzi, who got the photos that ended up splashed across newspapers and magazines.
Oh,
Ms. Heard testified that she did not personally give photographs of her apparent injuries to People magazine. But somehow, these pictures that she took and maintained on her devices ended up on the cover
I
of
bet you
People
she
magazine
literally didn't
1 month later.
and had someone else do it. That she literally didn't give it to them. That she had someone else give it to them. That's my guess with these photos. I think she was right. I didn't give it to them. No, you gave it to someone to give to them.
In the end, she walked
Same,
away
same.
with $7 million without any tax liabilities. Which she
There's
said
the
she
7
was
mil.
donating to 2 charities,
Oh.
the ACLU and the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles.
Just
The ACLU,
Remind them about
they got less than $1 million from her.
pledge versus donate.
And the
Pledge
Children's
versus donate.
Hospital, they got $250,000. But that didn't stop Ms. Heard from telling the world that she donated everything, because remember, she wanted nothing. And she had donated everything. The word donated. And that didn't stop her from testifying under the penalty of perjury that she had donated it. Ms. Heard tried to tell you that pledge and donate mean the same thing. She claims she hasn't given the money because she was sued, but you've heard uncontested evidence that she had the money for 13 months prior to this lawsuit being commenced by Mr. Depp. She had all the money and had month after month after month to fulfill her pledge.
That's
and
powerful.
Actually donate the money, but she didn't. She also told you that she never fulfilled the pledge because Mr. Depp sued her for defamation. That's a blatant lie.
Woo.
It was Ms. Heard who fired the first shot after the divorce was finalized, when she sought to initiate an arbitration against Mr. Depp for defamation 3 months before the op-ed was even published, and 6 months before Mr. Depp filed this lawsuit.
The timing's so helpful. Thank you for a
Not only does this
timeline.
contradict Ms. Heard's excuse for not making donations, it contradicts her narrative that she just wants to move on with her life, that she just wants Mr. Depp to leave her alone. Lies. That is Ms. Heard's narrative. Lies
Ooh.
upon lies.
Lies upon lies. That is Miss Heard's narrative. That's a good line. She's like, put it on the Danish TV video. Put it on now.
And actually were all kinds of accusations flying your way when you said all this, and then there was a divorce settlement. You got $7 million.
We're professionals here too, Camille.
People
We got
saying
you.
This is all
We know
about
what
the
it
money.
is.
But then you did something that twisted that whole argument. What did you do with that money?
$7 million in total was donated to, I split it between the ACLU and Children's Hospital of Los Angeles.
ACLU is a human rights organization.
Sorry, ACLU is a prominent organization, nonprofit organization in the United States.
Yeah.
It's called the American
Right.
Civil Liberties Union, and they work on behalf of marginalized communities on the ground and in legislative reform.
Right.
And
Well, more power to you, because that's something that I've never
I
heard
wanted
of.
nothing.
When you catch Ms. Heard in a lie, she tries to cover it up with more lies. So let's talk about the giant lie at the heart of this case. Ms. Heard's claim that Mr. Depp is an abusive monster and that she is a public figure representing domestic abuse. At the start of this case, Mr. Chu and I told you that you were going to hear some disturbing and graphic tales of abuse from Ms. Heard, and they were designed to shock you and
Also
overwhelm
said she was
you,
playing the role of a lifetime.
which you have. We told you that this would be a performance, the role of her lifetime, as a heroic survivor of brutal abuse. When Mr. Depp brought this case for defamation, Ms. Heard went all in. She spun a story of shocking, overwhelming, brutal abuse. She came into this courtroom prepared to give the performance of her life, and she gave it.
That was on the bingo
Ms.
card.
Heard's acting coach, Christina Sexton, testified
Oh, the
that
tears.
Ms. Heard has difficulty crying when she is acting. You saw it. Ms. Heard sobbing without tears,
Oh, shit.
while spinning elaborate, exaggerated, fantastical accounts of abuse and everything going on in her mind almost a decade prior while enduring that abuse. It was a performance. She told you that what she thinks about, she told you what she thinks you need to hear to convict this man as a domestic abuser and a rapist. She wants you to believe that she was abused countless times over the entire course of their relationship. But as Mr. Chu and I promised you, the evidence just does not bear that out. Ms. Heard has told you that she has mountains of evidence of abuse.
Some of them
There
have
are
the
no
same photo,
medical
but you know.
records reflecting she sustained any injuries from the abuse she claims. Ms. Heard had medical professionals at her disposal.
True.
Dr. Kipper, Debbie Lloyd, her own nurse, Erin Galati.
No
And yet,
tears,
there is nothing.
no med records, no mountain of
Ms.
evidence.
Heard took pictures all the
Just a
time.
mountain of lies.
Pictures of Mr. Depp sleeping.
I really want her to say not a mountain of evidence, just a mountain of lies. I will fall over.
Pictures of cocaine. Pictures of property damage. Pictures of herself.
No pictures of serious
And as an
injury.
actress, she was photographed all the time. Where are the pictures of the horrific injuries Ms. Heard describes? Ms. Heard also took audio recordings and videos frequently. Where are the videos of Mr. Depp attacking her? Where are the audio recordings of Mr. Depp admitting to or apologizing for physical abuse? There are none. What Ms. Heard has, and what you've seen multiple times, is a video of Mr. Depp banging some cabinets around in a kitchen. A video that, based on the testimony you heard from Morgan Tremaine,
Was taken when?
former TMZ employee,
Was taken when?
Ms. Heard seems to have sold to TMZ right before she was deposed in connection with her divorce from Mr. Depp.
The video. Oh. I thought it was going to be the video.
Sure, Ms. Heard can point to text messages where Mr. Depp is apologizing to her, but never for violence. Ms. Heard's counsel showed you Defendant's Exhibit 325, where Mr. Depp says sorry for, quote, my behavior. I'm a fucking savage. But this is not an apology for physical violence. It's an apology for the, quote, these heinous, slinging insults.
I like how she tied
Mr.
that
Depp
together.
is apologizing for the words he used.
I like that. I like how she tied that together.
Unlike Ms. Heard, who you heard apologizing for physical violence in multiple audio recordings, you have never heard that from Mr. Depp
It's a good argument.
because he never used physical violence against Ms. Heard.
That's why they keep talking about the sexual violence headline, because that is their
Ms. Heard
strongest
told
claim.
you that Mr. Depp started abusing her right from the very beginning of her relationship, starting at the beginning of 2012. But she has repeatedly testified under oath differently to having spent a year of bliss with Mr. Depp before he ever laid a hand on her. And now, in this courtroom, she has suddenly erased an entire year of magic. She wants you to believe that instead of hitting her after a year of magic, Mr. Depp was hitting her immediately. The good times she has testified to about repeatedly in the past apparently never happened. And with the good times erased, Ms. Heard wants you to believe that she gave Mr. Depp a big knife that said,
Ooh, the knife.
hasta la muerte, until death,
Thank you for the way you
to the
pronounced
man
that,
who
Camille. It
supposedly
was
would get
fucking
drunk
glorious.
and high and beat her. Ms. Heard admitted to you during this trial that Mr. Depp always wears big, chunky rings on every finger. According to her, he was wearing these rings when he'd slap her,
With the rings in full
hit
view.
her, punch her in the face. But you have not seen a single photograph that reflects the serious injuries Ms. Heard would have sustained if this was true. Not one. Ms. Heard testified to an incident in March 2013 when Mr. Depp supposedly hit her multiple times in the face while wearing rings. And this is what her face looked like afterwards.
This is what her face looked like afterwards. Also, the internet has pointed out that looks like an iPhone 4.
Ms. Heard testified to an incident in Russia where she claims Mr. Depp whacked her in the face and gave her a bloody nose. She didn't take pictures of her bloody nose, but her photograph was taken on that trip, and this is what she looked like.
She said Danish every single time. I don't know if anyone told the legal team it was Dutch, not Danish. And this is what it looked like. She's like, photo. These photos are powerful. And they've got time. And they don't need to show the rings. He's sitting there with his hand
Ms. Heard
up by his
told you that
face.
there was an
The jury
incident the
sees
night
it.
of the Met Gala in May 2014 when Mr. Depp supposedly whacked Ms. Heard in the face, leaving her with a red, discolored, and swollen nose that she felt was broken. Ms. Heard didn't show you any photographs of these alleged injuries, but photographs were taken of her the following night, and there were no visible injuries to Ms. Heard's face.
This is absolutely the truth. They cannot play testimony. I saw that question. I was going to pull it up. They cannot play testimony. They can only play things admitted into evidence.
Ms. Heard testified that in January 2015, while she and Mr. Depp were in Tokyo, Mr. Depp knelt on her back so aggressively that she was concerned that bruises would be visible in her backless dress. Here's Ms. Heard in that backless dress.
It's a great dress. I like that she's taking a minute to pause, to breathe. Her pace is not rapid fire.
Ms. Heard testified
Heard's
that after an
team is
incident in
rapid
December
fire,
2015,
and it
she had
hurts.
2 black eyes, a broken nose, and chunks of hair missing. The assault was allegedly so violent that there was blood left all over the pillows, and Mr. Depp had broken the bed frame. Pictures were taken of that bed frame.
Talk about the knife. Talk about the knife. Talk about
And
the
in
knife
that
on the bed.
picture, there appears to be a pocket knife on the bed.
Yes. Oop, there
And that
it
picture fails
is.
to capture the bloody pillows.
Oh yeah, if Amber Heard's like address this, address that, their
And here's
team
what Ms. Heard
can't
looked
change.
like on the James Corden show the next day.
They're closing now. They cannot change their closing now. They have a plan.
Indeed, you heard from Ms. Heard's own nurse, Erin Filati, that she saw her a day or two afterwards and could not visualize the injuries Ms. Heard described.
That's what she said.
Ms. Heard did take pictures of herself after this alleged incident. But are the injuries reflected in these photographs consistent? That's the question.
That's what
Are
the
they
jury's asking
consistent
themselves.
with the brutal assault and serious injuries Ms. Heard has testified to? Or
That's what the
are
internet's
these
asking
injuries
itself.
more consistent with Mr. Depp's testimony that he and Ms. Heard bumped heads while he was trying to restrain Ms. Heard to keep her from attacking him?
2 hours total for each side. They have to break it up appropriately.
Out of Australia, where Mr. Depp sustained the most serious injury from his relationship with Ms. Heard spun a story of horror. A 3-day ordeal with a drug-fueled Mr. Depp violently assaulting her, cutting his own finger off, dragging her through glass, and then bending her back over a counter and
she's
raping
going.
her with a whiskey bottle.
Yeah. She's
She
not
claimed
shying
that she
away
had
from it.
bruises on her face, cuts all over her arms and feet, and was bleeding from her vagina from the sexual assault.
This is why you need a female attorney to deliver this closing.
And what did Ms. Heard say she did? She went upstairs, took some sleeping pills, and went to sleep. The next morning, she took pictures of the mirrors her husband had written on in paint using his amputated finger. She took no pictures of herself, her alleged injuries, or the property damage she testified to in this courtroom. When Malcolm Connolly, Jerry Judge, Dr. Kipper, and Nurse Debbie Lloyd arrived to extract Mr. Depp and get him medical treatment for his finger injury, you heard from Mr. Connolly, Dr. Kipper, and Ms. Lloyd. All of them testified they did not observe any injuries to Ms. Heard, and no one, including Ms. Heard, testified that she sought medical treatment. You also heard from Ben King. He also saw Ms. Heard right after this alleged incident. He flew home with her to Los Angeles.
Ben
He testified
King.
that Ms. Heard didn't want to leave, that she said, I can't leave. It will be the end if I leave.
That was powerful testimony.
He also testified that once they did leave for Los Angeles, Ms. Heard asked him if he ever got so mad he just lost it. When Ms. Heard arrived in Los Angeles, she saw Travis McGivern, who also testified he observed no injuries. and her personal nurse, Erin Filati, who documented no requests for medical treatment and no injuries in her nursing notes for Ms. Heard. You heard from Mr. Depp's sister, Christy, that she also saw Ms. Heard when she arrived back to Los Angeles and observed no injuries on Ms. Heard. Christy testified that when she told Ms. Heard her fighting with Mr. Depp was unsustainable, Ms. Heard responded that Christy should get off her cross, that Mr. Depp liked her feisty. Ms. Heard's testimony about what occurred in Australia just doesn't add up. That's because there was a monster in that house in Australia, but it wasn't Mr. Depp. It was Ms. Heard. Other than Ms. Heard's testimony, all the evidence you've seen in this trial shows that it was Ms. Heard who attacked and grievously wounded Mr. Depp when she threw a vodka bottle at him, severing his finger. Mr. Depp told Dr. Kipper that when Dr. Kipper arrived to treat Mr. Depp's finger. You've seen the pictures of the bar area in Australia with the broken vodka bottles on the ground and trails of blood drops on the floor and a bloody tissue on the floor. You've heard from Ben King that the tip of Mr. Depp's finger was found in the same bar area.
Yep.
And you heard from Dr. Gilbert that the injury to Mr. Depp's finger could have been caused exactly as he described. And interestingly, you heard from Christina Sexton that Ms. Heard told her that Mr. Depp injured his finger while swinging a bottle around, not smashing a phone, as Ms. Heard surmised.
I love that they brought up the acting coach again.
A bottle around. You also heard from Ms. Sexton that Ms. Heard first told her about the bottle rape in Australia while Ms. Sexton was at Ms. Heard's home, meeting with her lawyers the day before Ms. Sexton was scheduled to be deposed in this case. The evidence presented at this trial shows that this is not the only time that Ms. Heard disclosed a sexual assault at a convenient time for purposes of litigation she's involved in. The first time Ms. Heard claimed that Mr. Depp sexually assaulted her in the Bahamas in December 2015 was after Tara Roberts, the manager of Mr. Depp's island, submitted a sworn statement in the UK action describing the incident she testified to in this courtroom, where Ms. Heard chased Mr. Depp out of the house, was yelling and then pleading with Mr. Depp to stay while clawing at his hair and clothes, and left Mr. Depp with an injury to his face. That's the first time she disclosed it, after there was contrary evidence. Ms. Heard testified about another incident just 2 weeks after the events in Australia, where Mr. Depp supposedly attacked Ms. Heard and almost pushed her sister Whitney down the stairs.
I like
Whitney
that she's
is
going to
the
bring up
only
these
witness that you heard
contradictions.
from that backs up Ms. Heard's version of events. She's it. And the
And
only
even then-
witness, other than Ms. Heard, who claims to have seen Mr. Depp physically attack Ms. Heard. But just like Ms. Heard's version of the events in Australia,
Just
her
incident by
testimony about the
incident.
staircase incident and that of her sister Whitney's just doesn't square up with the other evidence in this trial. Their testimony is contradicted by the testimony of Travis McGivern and Debbie Lloyd, who were there that night. Ms. Heard and Whitney testified that Mr. Depp threw a Red Bull can that hit or almost hit Ms. Lloyd. Ms. Lloyd testified that never happened.
The jury should just be listening. Truly, they might
Mr.
write notes.
McGivern testified that it was Ms.
They
Heard
might just
who
listen
threw
if
a
they're
can at Mr.
captivated.
Depp. Ms. Heard testified that Whitney was between her and Mr. Depp when she punched him. Mr. McGivern testified that he was the one between Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp when Ms. Heard punched Mr. Depp.
They can, but it should be limited, and it
Ms. Heard testified
is
that Mr. Depp was able
not
to get his hands in her
in good
hair,
form.
yank her, and then hit her in the face with the cast he had on. But you heard from Ms. Lloyd and Dr. Colbert, Mr. Depp's medical doctor, who treated Mr. Depp's finger injury, that Mr. Depp's finger was in a delicate state. He had a pin in his finger, a skin graft, and a soft cast that immobilized Mr. Depp's two middle fingers. And tellingly, the only picture of an injury from this incident is of Mr. Depp with a shiner. And then we have May 21st, 2016. Ms. Heard testified that Mr. Depp threw a phone at her face, causing a visible injury. Ms. Heard has shown you pictures she claims to show this injury, but these photographs are not to be trusted. You heard from Mr. Neumeister that, like many of the photographs Ms. Heard has presented in this case, these photos were stored in a photo editing application. And these photos show signs of manipulation.
Oh, there we go.
These two photographs were taken at the exact same time and have the exact same file name, but they are visually different.
And the
One
jury can
shows
see it with their plain
significantly
eye.
more redness on Ms. Heard's face than the other, which doesn't show any injury at all. Ms. Heard testified that the difference is explained by turning on a light. But there is no way Ms. Heard could have taken a picture, turned on a light, and then taken another picture with every hair in the exact same place within the same second.
She got into the
It's
hairs.
impossible. Moreover, you heard from multiple witnesses, including Officer Melissa Sines, Officer Tyler Haddon, and Officer William Gatlin, Isaac Baruch, Alejandro Romero, who saw Ms. Heard on or after May 21st and saw no injuries to her face before she showed up to that courthouse with a mark on May 27th. And the very next day, after Ms. Heard walked into court with what appeared to be a bruise on her face to obtain a domestic violence restraining order against Mr. Depp, Ms. Heard was photographed laughing with her best friend, fresh-faced, with no bruise on her face.
It was interesting seeing those photos saved for rebuttal, and there they are. I like that she said fresh-faced and not without makeup. It's much harder for them to
The
argue
mountain of
about.
evidence that Mr. Depp abused Ms. Heard is simply not there. What we have is a mountain of unproven allegations that are wild, over the top, and implausible. And you can't pick and choose which of these wild allegations to believe and which ones to disregard. You either believe all of it or none of it. Either Mr. Depp sexually assaulted Ms. Heard with a bottle in Australia, or Ms. Heard got up on that stand in front of all of you and made up that horrific tale of abuse. Either she's a victim of truly horrific abuse, or she is a woman who is willing to say absolutely anything.
Oof.
It is disturbing to think that Ms. Heard would make up the horrific tales of abuse that she testified to in this courtroom. But this case doesn't come down to whether you believe Ms. Heard or you believe Mr. Depp. This case comes down to whether you believe Ms. Heard or you believe Mr. Depp, Christy Dombrowski, Sean Bett, Malcolm Connolly, Travis McGivern, Starling Jenkins, Keenan Wyatt,
Smart.
Dr. Kipper, nurses Debbie Lloyd and Erin Filati, Tara Roberts, Ben King, Kate James, Kate Moss, Dr. Colbert, Morgan Knight, Morgan Tremaine, Officers Melissa Sines, Officers Tyler Haddon,
Smart.
Officer William
Smart.
Gatlin, and Beverly Leonard. What Ms. Heard testified to in this courtroom is the story of far too many women. But the overwhelming evidence and weight of that evidence
Shows that it's not her
shows
story.
that it's not her story. It's not Ms. Heard's story. It was an act of profound cruelty, not just to Mr. Depp, but to true survivors of domestic abuse. For Ms. Heard to hold herself out as a public figure representing domestic abuse. It was false, it was defamatory, and it caused irreparable harm. And to talk more about that, I'm going to turn it over to my colleague
Ben Chu.
and my friend, Mr. Chu.
And Mr. Chu has become all of our friends. Mr. Chu is going to be talking about the law now that they've talked about the facts. Never have I ever had to switch microphones in the middle of a closing argument, and I'm thankful for it. I was always loud enough to be heard in the back, but I never had to do this on TV. Oh, Dennison is there in the front row. This court looks like a packed house today. Now, they have argued the facts. Ben Chu is going to argue the law, and he's going to tell the jury how to walk through these jury instructions and match the facts. I'm so glad that Camille Vasquez included the "it feels uncomfortable" to believe someone would lie about this. It doesn't feel good. And I think that's one of the things they had to address in this case, because it doesn't. Believing
Thank
that,
you, Camille.
that someone would
Logistics are not
lie
our strong suit.
is tough. Logistics have been your
thanks to
strong
all
suit,
of
Ben
you,
Chu.
truly,
You've been
for taking so much time
a
over
very
these
good
last
team.
several weeks to listen to Mr. Depp, to his friends, to his family, and to so many others who have come forward
I like that they brought the
physically
facts
in this
first.
courtroom, some
and now the
from
law.
a very long distance, to tell you the truth, and to finally, after so many years, to correct the record. As Ms. Vasquez said, you have now come to know the real Amber Heard. Scary.
Whoa.
We also told you at the start of this trial that you were going to come to know the real Johnny Depp, not the many characters you've seen him play so wonderfully in the movies, but the man himself. We kept that promise. You've met the real Johnny Depp. You have heard that Mr. Depp came from humble, very difficult beginnings. You have heard from Mr. Depp's big sister, who's here in the courtroom today, Christy Dombrowski, who told you how Mr. Depp grew up in a deeply troubled household with a mother, Betty Sue, who was physically abusive and mentally cruel. As Ms. Dombrowski testified, one of the names that Betty Sue called Mr. Depp when he was a little boy was One Eye, because he had to wear an eye patch for some time. His mother used to hit his father and the kids, including young Mr. Depp. And when his mother got violent, Mr. Depp would retreat and find a place to hide. Sometimes he and his sister Christy would find a place to hide together. Mr. Depp never hit back. And like his father, he either stood up and took the violence or he retreated from it. Those are habits he returned to later when he found himself in a relationship with another person who returned his love with abuse, with physical abuse. And despite this long, unhappy history with his mother, Johnny never turned his back on her. In her elder years, Mr. Depp moved his mother to California, and he moved her to Los Angeles right across the street from his house, so his two children could get to know her. He hired nurses for his mother. He made sure to take care of her and to make her comfortable. She never went to hospice. She had the nurses make her comfortable to the day she died. And from those humble and difficult beginnings, Mr. Depp grew into one of the greatest actors and movie stars of his generation. Now, he came to Los Angeles with his first love as a young man, planning to be a musician. Music had been a part of his life ever since he found peace himself in his room as a young boy, when he was escaping, and he learned to play the guitar and would use it as solace. But it was an actor as his star began its rise, as he appeared in films too many to mention, including, of course, his iconic role as Captain Jack Sparrow in the Pirates of the Caribbean
I'm surprised
franchise.
we're going through early life.
Fame
not
came
going
with
through
challenges to
the law.
Mr. Depp and his family. It was a strange experience for a shy young man from Kentucky
I think to
to
save
be
their
thrust
seats.
into the limelight, pursued by paparazzi, and to have even his very name become a brand. But he did his best to live a private, quiet life, and despite it all, and over the years built a reputation as a respected artist and as a decent, very well-liked man, which you've heard from many people. Mr. Depp dated major figures like Winona Ryder, Kate Moss, and Vanessa Paradis, with whom he spent 14 years together.
Can we look at
and
Ben
with
Chu?
whom they had
I want to watch him
their
argue.
children.
Thank you.
Before Amber Heard, ladies and gentlemen, no woman ever before Amber Heard ever claimed that Mr. Depp raised a hand to her in his 58 years. And no other woman since Ms. Heard made that false claim back on May 17th.
It was a great way to comment without commenting.
2016, and repeated it in her December 2018 op-ed. Has any woman come forward since? This is Me Too without any Me Too. To the contrary, ladies and gentlemen, you heard Kate Moss 2 days ago testify. This is a woman who has never testified in any proceeding, ever.
It
A
is
very
a good
private
argument.
person. Testified that Mr. Depp never abused her and that Ms. Heard lied to you. And she lied to you twice when she told you.
Objection, Your Honor. That, Miss, sure.
That just. So you can object during closing. It's generally bad form. It has to be something egregious like misstating the testimony. He's saying it misstates the testimony. This is argument. He's allowed to argue that she lied. I've seen some of you asking if attorneys have to stick to their kind of script in closing. No, they can say whatever they want within the
Ladies and
ethical
gentlemen,
bounds.
as I was saying,
As I was
Ms.
saying.
Heard lied to you twice when she suggested to you
Look at
that
the face.
Mr. Depp pushed Kate Moss down the stairs. You told her, you heard her say just 2 days ago
Penshu's not going to be rattled by it,
that
though.
Mr. Depp never did that, and he never hit her, and he never kicked her. That was one of.
Objection, Your Honor. That's not what she testified
It's
to.
exactly
We
what
just
she
discussed that.
testified.
Oh, we can fight
Thank
this
you.
out right now. Ben Chu's like, you want to
Go
go?
at it.
You want to go? Come
Ms.
at me,
Heard
Roddy.
and her lawyers have spent much of this trial talking about drugs and alcohol. Mr. Depp is no saint, and he has never
I'm
claimed
glad he's
to
bringing
be
this
one.
up.
He has made mistakes in his life, as we all have. Yes, he has struggled with drugs and alcohol, but you never heard him
Also
deny
in
that.
that fight,
We told you that.
Ben Chu's
in
the
opening
iceberg.
statement. He owns his
saying,
flaws.
come at me, bro.
He admits to them. He told you all about them.
He did.
But he is not a violent abuser. He's not abuser, as Ms. Heard claims.
He said the only person he
And
ever
he did
abused
not
was
and
himself.
does not deserve to have his life, his legacy destroyed by a vicious lie. And this is, as Ms. Vasquez said, this is the 6th anniversary of that. There is a
poeticness of it
world
all.
of difference between having substance abuse problems and being a physical abuser. Ms. Heard falsely accused Mr. Depp of beating her. That was her first allegation, and you know why. And you know that
Difference between
wasn't
being
true.
a substance abuser than
Then-
an abuser.
Years after the fact, for the first time, she accused him of raping her. The lies have grown and metastasized over time, and they need to be stopped. And those false accusations have caused more harm to Mr. Depp than her fists ever did.
Wow.
And make no mistake, Ms. Heard has admitted, unlike Mr. Depp, Ms. Heard has admitted on the audio tapes you've heard at this trial, and Ms. Vasquez just played you a few of them. She has admitted repeatedly to physically abusing Mr. Depp. And I would just like to take a minute to talk about the harm to Mr. Depp and his family. You have heard from several of the people in Mr. Depp's life about the damage Ms. Heard's lies have done to him. You heard from his sister, Christy, who told you how hard it has been on his family and on her little brother personally. You heard from Mr. Depp's friend of 4 decades, and that speaks volumes about Mr. Depp. He has lifetime friends who appear for him. Mr.
Oh.
Baruch told you
Boom.
how Mr. Depp and his family had been, quote,
They came for
completely
him.
wrecked, unquote, by Ms. Heard's lies. You heard Mr. Depp testify that he has lost nothing less than everything because of Ms. Heard's lies. Nothing less than everything. You heard about Mr. Depp's children, Jack and Lily Rose. His children have had to hear these allegations since 2016. And then when that started to die down, they had to hear them again. This time in December 2018, this time in the Washington Post, which is a national and international publication. And Mr. Depp has had to live with the knowledge that his children will keep hearing those false rumors and statements against him. Mr. Depp has millions of fans,
Typed out
people
and then put on
who
a legal pad.
who grew up watching
somebody's
him on
handwriting's that good.
21 Jump Street, which is something you heard Miss Heard mock on one of the tapes that was played to you.
She did.
Or they grew up watching him play the swashbuckling pirate Captain Jack Sparrow in the Pirates of the Caribbean movies, or Willy Wonka. Mr. Depp means something to those people. And those people mean a lot to Mr. Depp.
That was clear. That was very clear.
He's a fond memory from childhood or adolescence or adulthood. And to tarnish him as an abuser is to destroy him in the eyes of many of these people who will never look at him the same way again. And because of what Ms. Heard did, and because of what she said, Mr. Depp will go to his grave knowing no matter what he does.
He does
No
without
matter
being
the
aggressive or
outcome of this trial,
condescending.
there are people who used to look
It's a
up
good
to him
tone.
who now believe that he beat a woman, which is the worst thing you can say about a man. Beyond the personal and emotional effects of Ms. Heard's lies, their impact on Mr. Depp and his family, the damage she inflicted on his reputation and career is undeniable. There's an old saying that a good reputation takes a lifetime to build, but only a second to destroy.
It's in the description, in the mods.
Mr. Depp
Put it in the
spent,
chat.
in fact, a
The chat's
lifetime
going fast.
building
There's
his
almost
reputation
200,000 of you here.
as
So
one of the greatest actors and movie stars of his generation, an iconic figure respected and liked throughout Hollywood and recognized and admired throughout the world. You heard evidence from Jack Wiggum, who was here today, Mr. Depp's agent, who explained that Mr. Depp, quote, was very well regarded and respected by peers in the artistic community, unquote. And you heard further testimony from Mr. Wiggum that Mr. Depp had a deal with Disney to play Captain Jack Sparrow in the 6th movie sequel of the Pirates of the Caribbean
he might be getting into
franchise
damages and asking for money.
for $22.5 million. But as Mr. Wiggum explained, all of that changed when Ms. Heard published her op-ed in December of 2018 in the Washington Post. Quoting from the testimony you heard by Mr. Wiggum, quote, after the op-ed, it was impossible to get him a studio film, which is what we normally would have focused on in that time period, unquote. Another quote, it was on the damage, the impact of this op-ed, as opposed to the other stories that you saw, the other publications. Mr. Wiggum explained why this one was so damaging. Quote, it was a first-person account. I mean, from the victim. It's extremely impactful. You know, with respect to Johnny, it was catastrophic because it was coming from a first-person account. It was not from a journalist. It was coming from someone observing. It was from someone saying, this happened to me, unquote. You also heard from Richard Marks, an expert in the inner workings of Hollywood and the entertainment industry, who explained that the impact of Ms. Heard's allocations on Mr. Depp was devastating. Quote, it's devastating. It's the type of claim, the Me Too claim of sexual violence, domestic abuse that has canceled a list of actors, unquote. And for many, and Mr. Depp would agree with this, rightfully so, Me Too is an important movement.
I'm glad they're
A
addressing
movement
it.
that Mr. Depp supports and believes in. It's for true survivors of abuse, not Ms. Heard. True victims need protection, and true perpetrators need to face the repercussions. But as you've heard in this case, Amber Heard is not a true victim, and Mr. Depp certainly is not an abuser. Again, nobody has come out of the woodwork to say, Me Too. This is the unique and singular Me Too case where there's not a single Me Too. In fact, to the contrary, Kate Moss, who was in a romantic relationship with Mr. Depp for 3 years, which he broke off, came forward
We don't know
to
that.
say, no, he never pushed her down any stairs. And you heard Doug Banya, an expert in internet and social media analytics, testify to the impact that Ms. Heard's allegations had on Mr. Depp's popularity. Ms. Heard's lawyers tried to tell you that all of the damage done to Mr. Depp's career was because of his own behavior, because he was sometimes unprofessional or sometimes late to set. But that doesn't hold up. Mr. Depp has been a major figure in Hollywood for decades. Yes, Mr. Depp was late to set sometimes. But as Richard Marx testified, quote, when you hire Johnny Depp, you get all of Johnny Depp, which includes being late, unquote.
Everyone else with
Keaton
ADHD
White,
feels seen.
who has worked for decades as a sound engineer on some of Mr. Depp's films, said much the same thing. And by the way, Mr. White is not and never has been an employee of Mr. Depp. He's just worked with him on movies. Mr. Depp wasn't canceled by Hollywood because he was.
I didn't remember she
sometimes
said
late
Johnny
to
ended
set.
it. Thank you, chat.
He was canceled
You all are so wise.
because Ms. Heard falsely accused him
200,000
of domestic
brains.
violence and sexual violence on the pages of the Washington Post on December 18,
Again,
2018.
the sexual violence headline is their
repeating
strongest
the prior lies
argument,
of May 17,
and they need to keep
2016.
bringing it up.
And as you saw at trial, Ms. Heard published the op-ed on December 18, 2018, 2 years after her public allegations of domestic abuse. Ms. Heard's publication of the
She's still
op-ed
posting Post-it notes.
coincided
The
with
desk
the
is
release of
littered
her
in purple Post-it
major
notes.
movie Aquaman that December. And it coincided as well with her announcement on Twitter that she was becoming an ACLU ambassador for women's rights. And in that op-ed, Ms. Heard repeated her false allegations against Mr. Depp.
Yeah, I just
Now,
haven't
she
seen the
didn't mention
sketches.
his name. She didn't have to.
But yes, there is a sketch artist in
Everyone
court. I hope those get
knew
shared on social media or
exactly
somewhere we can
who
share them.
and what Ms. Heard was talking about.
Oh, the court
Ms. Heard got on the
sketches.
stand and tried to tell you that the op-ed was not about Mr. Depp. She then said, well, it wasn't just about Mr.
It
Depp.
was about Depp and others.
But she couldn't deny, and this was yesterday, that this was at least partly about Mr. Depp.
That's right.
The op-ed obviously is about Mr. Depp, and the testimony at trial proves that. You will recall testimony from the ACLU's representative, an attorney,
Some of the most powerful
stating
testimony.
that Mr. Depp's name was included in drafts of the op-ed, and that they and others understood that the op-ed was about Mr. Depp.
I think we're all on the same page. What
Specifically,
that's about
the
him.
ACLU representative testified,
Easy,
among
easy.
other things, quote, based on my review of prior drafts of the op-ed, I knew that she was referring to Johnny Depp and the marriage, unquote.
I think it's easy for the jury to find.
Ms. Heard's claim that the op-ed is not about Mr. Depp is just another one of her many, many lies. In fact, what you have seen time and time again through the course of this trial is that Ms. Heard lies. She lies all the time about things that are important and the things that aren't important. She just can't seem to stop. And as Ms. Vasquez said, what she routinely does is she doesn't take ownership or responsibility for anything, and she has an excuse for everything. But in this courtroom, confronted with the evidence, she can't run away from her own words. As my colleague said, words matter, and Ms. Heard is condemned by her own words. So Tom, let's please take a look at the words she used in her op-ed.
Let's take
which
a
is
look,
Plaintiff's
Tom.
Exhibit 1,
And this is getting into the law. This
and which
headline,
Ms. Heard published in December 2018.
that headline
2 years
is their
after she
best
first publicly
path
accused Mr. Depp of being an abuser
defamation.
on May 27, 2016. The title of the op-ed reads, as you can see, quote, Amber Heard, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. That has to change, unquote. Below that, Ms. Heard states, quote, then 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing
I
domestic
thought it was good
abuse.
acknowledgement, but it's
And I
fair.
felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out, unquote. And below that, Ms. Heard states, quote, I had the rare vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse, unquote. Each of those statements clearly refers to Ms. Heard's allegations against Mr. Depp. And taken collectively, their message and their implication about Mr. Depp is clear, i.e. that Ms. Heard is a survivor of domestic abuse and that Mr. Depp is a perpetrator.
Notice they're showing the digital version. I bet you Team
The
Heard will show the
context
print
in the
version.
rest of the op-ed makes that clear as well. Consider, for instance, this line, quote, "Imagine a powerful man as a ship, like the Titanic. That ship is a huge enterprise. When it strikes an iceberg, there are a lot of people on board desperate to patch up holes, not because they believe in or even care about the ship, but because their own fates depend upon the enterprise," unquote. Everyone in Hollywood knew, and everyone in this courtroom now knows exactly what Ms. Heard intended those words to mean.
Yeah, she should be
The
passing
ship,
notes to one of the attorneys,
Titanic, is
not
Mr. Depp.
closing.
And Ms. Heard was the iceberg that sank him.
I'm going to talk about this at the break,
Precisely
Danielle.
what Ms. Heard was saying
It's
in the
significant.
op-ed. And in just the same way, everyone in Hollywood knew, and Hollywood and elsewhere knew exactly what Ms. Heard meant by the words, quote, "2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse," unquote. That was a clear reference to the day 2 years earlier, on May 27th, 2016.
When she filed the
As
TRO.
Ms. Vasquez said, that was 6 years to the day. That's when his
So
life ended.
weird
That was
that it's
6
6
years
years
ago
to today.
this day. When Ms. Heard, on May 27th, 2016, walked into
If
court
the jury comes back today, it's
with
going
her
to have a very
public-
universal
with her
feel.
publicist, Jody Gottlieb, having tipped off TMZ with an alleged mark on her face to accuse Mr. Depp of abuse. As always, Ms. Heard was quite mindful of her image. She was careful to portray herself as the innocent representative of abuse survivors, and by implication, Mr. Depp as the perpetrator of domestic abuse. She was the woman who, in the words of her
Maybe in
title,
rebuttal.
supposedly, quote, "spoke up against sexual violence," unquote. Now, Ms. Heard has done a lot to try to walk away from the title in particular. That's true to form. She has testified that she didn't write it, and she will argue later that she shouldn't be held liable because she didn't write it. But as the court's instructions, which you heard this morning, make clear, Ms. Heard didn't have to personally write
Yes.
any part of the op-ed for her to defame Mr. Depp
Republication.
through implication in the Washington Post. And let's please, Tom, turn to Plaintiff's Exhibit 3.
Thanks, Tom. The tweet.
Ms. Heard, as you all can see on the screen,
4 hours total. Each side
retweeted
has
the
two.
article, including the title on her Twitter page. Ms. Heard put her name on it. And she proudly declared, quote, "Today I published this op-ed in the Washington Post."
Thanks, Tom.
Ellipsis. Unquote. Her tweet includes the title with the words, quote, "I spoke up against sexual violence," unquote.
Yes, it does.
Prominently featured. Nowhere in this tweet or anywhere else
And a link.
does Ms. Heard disavow the title. To the contrary, she's proclaiming it. And at the same time, Ms. Heard posted this tweet, she posted another, which you can see right beneath it. Quote, "I'm honored to announce my role as an ACLU ambassador on women's rights," unquote, aggrandizing herself at the expense of Mr. Depp. So make no mistake, this was about Mr. Depp. In the wake of the Me Too movement, with her ACLU ambassadorship and a major movie coming out, Ms. Heard was trading on her accusations of abuse against Mr. Depp. She was reminding everyone of those allegations. She was once again taking on the role of her lifetime, the heroic survivor of vicious abuse, or to use her phrase, quote, "a public figure representing
They said
abuse."
role of a lifetime a lot in
And she was
opening.
once again casting
like
Mr.
that they're
Depp as the
closing that
villain in
loop.
her drama, the supposed perpetrator of that abuse. When you meet to deliberate this case,
There we
you're
go.
going to be tasked with several questions. Those questions appear on a form that you will use to reach your verdict in this case. So
Give
I'd
them the
just
roadmap.
like to ask you, pleased to spend a few minutes with me going through that.
Give them the roadmap.
Tom, would you please
Yep, put it up.
the special verdict form?
Now
so
you
that
guys are
everyone
going to get to
can
see
it?
the special verdict form, and he's going to walk through how they are to decide this, giving them a roadmap. Look, when you're back in
A little
the
bit
jury room,
hard to
this is what
read, so maybe-
you need to focus on. This is what you need to do, which also, if this jury's
Mike, please
inclined to
blow it
come
up.
to a quick verdict, he's going to tell them how to do it. Hey, this is all you
Oh,
need to
thank you
do.
very
It's
much.
just one form.
You
Check
will
these
see
boxes.
here the first page of the
Hey,
verdict
pull it back
form
up.
relating to Mr. Depp's claim for defamation against Ms. Heard.
Tom.
There are 3 pages relating to Mr. Depp's claim, one for each of the 3 defamatory statements in the op-ed that form the basis of Mr. Depp's claim against Ms. Heard. You've heard those 3 statements many times, but they bear repeating. I promise, just once more here. 1, quote, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath.
Right, I
That
fixed
has
the
to
mic so it
change,
wouldn't peak.
unquote.
Sorry, y'all.
2, then 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse, and I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out, unquote.
2 hours covers
3,
all of it. Ooh, ooh.
I had the
Here
rare
we go.
vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse, unquote.
This is what they have to
Now,
turn
there are
back into the
7
judge.
questions that you will need to please answer with respect to each of those statements. So that's 21 questions, I think, but 7.
Each
as to
statement gets its
statement.
own form like this.
1, was the statement made or published by Ms. Heard? 2, was the statement about Mr. Depp? 3, was the statement false? 4, did the statement
Yes, leave
have
this
a
up.
defamatory implication about Mr. Depp? 5, was the defamatory implication designed and intended by Ms. Heard? 6, was the defamatory implication conveyed to someone other than Mr. Depp? 7, did Ms. Heard make the statement with actual malice, which is, Your Honor, Her Honor explained, meaning did Ms. Heard make the statement knowing it was false or with reckless disregard as to the truth? Ladies and gentlemen, the evidence clearly shows that the answers to those 7 questions are all yes. And if you answer yes to all of those questions, which you should, we respectfully submit, you will be asked to state the amount of damages to which Mr. Depp is entitled. In the wake of the Me Too movement, movie producers know better than to cast a movie star who has been accused of domestic and sexual violence. And it is entirely within your discretion as jurors to quantify the amount of money
Damages.
that constitutes fair compensation for Mr.
I
Depp's
wonder what
pain
number
and
he's going to throw out
humiliation
for them.
inflicted by Ms. Heard's defamation. But while Mr. Depp certainly is entitled to monetary compensation,
He doesn't care about the money. Do it, Benchu.
this case, at least for Mr. Depp, has never been about money.
Yep.
This case for Mr. Depp has never been about money. Nor is it about punishing Ms. Heard. It is about Mr. Depp's reputation and freeing him from the prison in which he has lived for the last 6 years. And it's 6 years to the day.
If they don't have to discuss
The
damages,
most
they could come back
important
very
questions for Mr.
fast.
Depp, the ones truly at the heart of this case, are
He's giving them an
questions
out to come back
2,
very
3,
fast.
and 4 on the verdict form.
Ooh, smart. He's giving them a way to decide this case very, very quickly. He doesn't care about the money. You only have to answer these questions on the verdict
And while
form.
Tom's pulling that up, let's take question 2.
Thanks, Tom.
Thank you. Were the statements about Mr. Depp? Yes. 2 points here. 1,
2 points
when
for
the
Gryffindor.
ACLU pitched the op-ed to the Washington Post, I
Or
think you'll remember
Slytherin.
this.
Draco Malfoy slayed this
They
case.
pitched it as, quote, a piece by Amber Heard, who, as you know, was beaten up during her brief marriage to Johnny Depp, unquote. That's how they pitched it. 2, after the op-ed was published, news outlets, including USA Today, and you've seen that was an exhibit, characterized the op-ed as referring to Ms. Heard's allegations of abuse against Mr. Depp. So the USA Today interpreted it that way,
They sure
and
did.
so did many other publications. They got exactly the implication that Ms. Heard and the ACLU intended them to have. Tom, if you would please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 409.
Tom is the MVP of this
and
trial. Let's just
411,
be
if you could
honest.
put
The
them
tech
side by
has
side.
been pretty flawless in a very, very tech-heavy trial,
And this was expected.
and that's
This is
critical.
what they wanted. There had been a lot of press 2 years prior to the publication of the op-ed
Reminding them about the press.
about Ms. Heard's claims of abuse against Mr. Depp when she walked into court with her publicist to obtain the domestic violence, the no notice.
They have 2 hours total.
Mr. Depp's
They have to
lawyer
decide
was
how to
not
use it,
informed,
but they only have
and
2
he
hours
was
total.
Already in New York, which he testified Ms. Heard was well aware of. You don't need a domestic violence restraining order when your husband is halfway across the continent and is heading for a European tour.
Unless you want to change the law to have James Franco over, just saying. They
On
could
May
decide this today.
27th,
He gave them a way to do that,
2016, with a
He gave them
purported
an
mark
out
on her face.
to get this done fast.
Everyone knew exactly who and what Ms. Heard was referring to in the op-ed. She was referring to Mr. Depp. Let's take questions 2 and 3 next, if we can.
The jury must be unanimous. I like how they're walking through
Were each
the
of the
elements
statements
and the facts
false?
that match.
And did the statements have a defamatory implication on Mr. Depp? Again, the clear answer is yes. The statements, understood in the context of the op-ed itself and in the broader context of
Yes.
the press coverage of Ms.
Kate, I
Heard
do.
walking into the court with a mark on her face to obtain a domestic violence restraining order against Mr. Depp in May 2016, clearly imply that Mr. Depp physically and sexually abused Ms. Heard. The overwhelming evidence that you all have heard and has come forward in this case shows that those allegations are false and despicably false. Mr. Depp did not physically abuse Ms. Heard. He did not sexually abuse Ms. Heard. You've heard audio after audio where Ms. Heard admits that she was physically abusing him. While Mr. Depp's name will be forever tarnished by these
his
horrendous
delivery.
and false
But also,
allegations,
reasonable
this
minds
case is
can
about
differ.
telling you his story and the truth about what really happened, which you've now heard. It is about
I don't know.
restoring his lost reputation. It's about showing Mr. Depp's children, Lily Rose and Jack, that the truth is worth fighting for.
He must be
is.
almost done.
And it's about restoring Mr. Depp's name and standing in the community to the fullest extent that you can. And you can do something. And only you, ladies and gentlemen, can do that for him.
Him getting choked up just
You
totally got
heard
me
from
choked
Mr.
up.
Depp
Did
yesterday
you hear that in his voice?
that he has been carrying
Wow.
these outlandish, outrageous stories on his back
Wow.
pretty stoically and living them with them for 6 years and waiting to be able to bring his truth out. And he has told you the truth, the unvarnished truth, even truth that pretty embarrassing. He knew that was going to happen when he brought this case. You've seen the evidence in this case over 6 long weeks, which we again thank you for. That evidence shows overwhelmingly that Ms. Heard's attempt to paint herself as a heroic survivor, an innocent survivor, and Mr. Depp as a terrifying abuser are utterly false. We ask you to please return your verdict for Mr. Depp. We ask you, we implore you to give him his name, his reputation, and his career back. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Wow.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take a break.
Morning break. Yes,
At
please.
this time, again, this case has not been submitted to you yet. We will continue with closing arguments when we come back, so do not discuss the case with yourselves. Don't do any outside research, okay? Thank you.
I absolutely heard him get choked up, and it got me choked up for sure. Not an overly done emotional. It wasn't a huge emotional play to the jury. It was a moment where he took a breath so that he didn't overdraw that moment to the jury.
Let's come back at 11:05. Oh, okay. Okay, sure.
2 items of business, Elaine. All right. Well, we're going to get to some questions while they approach at sidebar. We're going to leave the camera up, but I absolutely felt that, and his passion in fighting for his client. Absolutely felt that from him. And, you know, he's been fighting for someone for 6 weeks, but really for years. And so I absolutely felt Ben Chew on that. And I've been there. I've absolutely been there when you're standing in court going, oh my God, I can't do this right now. Because I don't want a judge to sanction me for my face. And with that, we are going to get into some questions. KT Money said 7 million would be more poetic, or 57 million would be more poetic than 7 million to equal the divorce settlement. Also, Camille Vasquez is a boss. She might be the daughter of Zorro. She might be Antonio Banderas and Catherine Zeta-Jones. I love that. She is definitely the cross boss. I have loved watching how she does her closing. I had always bullet pointed my closing. It's interesting to see it so written out, but the multimedia presentation needed other people to have cues. I've never had a team. Their team works together amazingly. I love the way he walked them through the verdict form. Ben Chew just gave this jury a path to come back today. They talked very much about this being the 6-year anniversary of Amber Heard getting that TRO. I think in a nod to not only how far they believe their client has come, a nod to how long the last 6 years have been for him, but a nod to the jury of we are the ones who don't want anything. I wanted nothing but my name back. I want to be vindicated. And it gave them a road to not have to fight over damages if they don't agree on damages. They have to be unanimous on liability, and they have to be unanimous on damages. But Ben Chew just gave this jury a path to get there very quickly. And you're seeing Johnny Depp congratulate his lawyers. They are taking a break, and then we will get into Amber Heard's closing. And then I imagine they will take the lunch break and then do the 2 rebuttals, which should be quicker, and then give it to the jury with a few hours. The jury can deliberate as long as they want tonight. Will we do a verdict watch stream? Sure. Look, my hair's done. We're just going to do it. I was on TV in New York this morning, but my hair's already done. So we're just going to do a verdict watch today. The judge will generally alert the media if there is going to be a verdict and when it will be read, and if the jury has left for the night. She reminded the jury that they don't serve dinner, but said that they can deliberate into the evening as long as they like. So the jury could come back today. If they don't come back today, it's possible. I've always said about 3 to 6 days. It just depends on how much they want to discuss. Does this jury want to GFO this case right now? Have they heard enough? Are they done? Do they have questions? Do they not? If they have questions, they might want to listen to all the audio. They might want to listen to everything that's going on. But if they don't want to do all of that, then they can absolutely say, let's get to the verdict form. And that's why it's what he showed them. Hey, this is the form you need to fill out when you're done. That's it. Fill out this form, fine for our client, and you're done. That's it. In the words of Nicole Byer, you're done. You're done. Smirking and smiling during recounts of her so-called abuse during Camille's closing speaks volumes. The jury has nothing to do but sit there and watch everything that's going on in the courtroom. And I imagine they're not just captivated on the attorneys. I imagine they're watching the parties as well. Is this jury sequestered? No. From Tullahoma, Tennessee, I know where that is. But no, they are not. I also had to give a huge shout out to my friend Amy Van Dyken, who has her mom now watching the channel. So hello to both of you. I know you guys are here watching too. Question, when will they pick the jurors that will deliberate? It should be after this is done. Will they show that on camera? Probably not, but however the court's normal procedure is what will go down. And hopefully those in the courtroom will be able to tell us which jurors by number are the ones deliberating. I am most curious if the juror that has been sitting in the lower corner, I believe they've been calling that juror number 9. I want to know if that juror is on the jury or an alternate. That juror seems like a high likelihood from all the reporting from court to be the 4-person, and that's very important. I also need to share with y'all, you asked for a few things from me. And I want to tell you that Team Baker and our amazing designer put some things together for you in the Law Nerd shop. I just have to tell you real quick. We put up an objection hearsay mug that is new, and we put up a grumpy mug and grumpy stickers. for you all because we thought we had to and we wanted to, and we made those available for you guys. So I put those up last night because we had been asked a lot about whether we would get to this. So the members learned about this a little bit earlier, and we absolutely made those so that you guys can have them. I didn't want to do some of the other hashtags. We thought this was a cheeky way to acknowledge what had gone on in this trial in consistency with us. But there's our objection hearsay, and our pride stuff will be coming shortly, and then portions of that is donated. We are looking for where portions of these will be donated. And I don't know if I will pick Children's Hospital Los Angeles or another children's hospital that hasn't gotten enough attention and maybe needs it. So that's what we're going to do. We also got your emails. Yes, I have questions is now in a short sleeve shirt. It is. It's just there. It's there. So we added those at lawnerdshop.com. So thank you for everyone who requested it. We got you. We thought it was a cheeky way to memorialize the trial. I shared my experience from 45 years ago with y'all a few days ago. Camille's closing felt like vindication. Sharon, I'm so glad. I just had a good cleansing cry for myself. Hey, emotions need to move. They're supposed to be in motion. Better out than in. Yes, just like Shrek. Better out than in. The many who've lived through this and both felt both unheard and unseen. I think that both attorneys addressed victims and acknowledged victims in a very respectful way. It had to be addressed because they're sitting there calling Amber Heard a liar, and it has to be addressed that there are victims of horrific abuse. And Camille said, either you believe all of it or none of it. Don't deliberate. Camille said, don't go claim by claim. Don't go incident by incident. You believe all of it or you believe none of it. And that is a strong position from a team that very clearly believes their client should win. And of course they do. They are zealous advocates for their client. Let's see. Is Amber Heard writing so much to journal this for a book or memoir? I don't know. Obviously can't get inside the mind of someone else. It feels like stress to me. But that's because that's what I do when I want to remember something, or if I'm feeling something. She can't express emotion. It might just be a way for her to let it out. Again, it needs to move. My thoughts is it will be a way to try to make money after this. I don't know. If he wins money, though, that money will go right to him. So maybe not. Question, is this why Rottenborn left out sexual violence during redirect the other day? I thought it was very, very telling that Rottenborn did not ask Amber Heard on redirect if she was a victim of sexual violence. It was telling. I was like, oh, he went through abuse after abuse, emotional, physical, on and on and on. What he did not say was sexual violence. And I think the jury, if they do not believe Amber Heard, can find the headline was the defamatory part. We will never know what they decide other than their verdict. We will not know how they deliberated. Oh, thank you guys. I don't know where we're at on the binger. Oh, 555. There we go. On the back end, we're at 556. So for all the 200,000 of you here, if you'd like to subscribe to my channel, I guess we're on the road to 600,000 or something. Will we get there today? Who knows? Would that be insane? Yes. But if you want to, support the channel, go ahead and do the things. I thought it was telling that he left it out. Very, very telling. They did not capitalize on that and mention it yet. I don't know if they will or if they'll save it for rebuttal and say that Amber Heard on the stand has not said when asked by her attorney. But it might be just step away from that as quickly as possible and just leave it be. Y'all are doing things. Look at you. Chat, you are so great. You are so wise. You have pointed things out that I forgot that Kate Moss, so much has happened in this trial. I forgot that Kate Moss said that Johnny Depp ended it. And y'all are like, he ended it. And I'm like, chat, thank you for having my back, as you always do. This community makes me want to cry literally on the daily. I love you all so much. Okay. Could Amber go to jail? No, not an option. Money, not jail. Jail is not what we're at here. If she gets investigated down the road for something else, that possibility can change. On this case, liability, reputation, and money. Interesting, Amber filed on Lily Rose's birthday. I had not connected the dots until they connected it in closing because I've got all my notes with my little timeline of this case. but I had totally forgotten. But it is interesting. And he was out. So with everything in the shop, it is not limited edition. It's there, it's available. Join late. Does the jury get to keep written copies of the instructions? Laurel, great question. Yes, they do. They get to go back. I've seen jurors, because they leave them in the jury room. I've seen them marked up like Hogue Law marks up an article in the media to break it down. I've seen them kind of parsed out when they're trying to understand. This jury might not care, and they might just go directly to, we're going to go look at it real quick because I think it's helpful. I'm going to go to my Twitter because I posted the picture. Just bought one of my mugs. Ashley, thank you. Appreciate it. I know I can see my phone blowing up, and it's just like, I can see it. So thank you. Did you get your muffin for closing? We had a lot going on this week. And we have cupcakes in the house, but we do not have muffins. My husband, though, is on his way to go grocery shop, so maybe muffins will appear, but I don't know. I am still hoping for muffins, but no, not yet. It's been a busy week. My oldest graduated from 8th grade this week, so it's been a really busy week. Okay, let's go to these. I'm going to go to my Twitter if you guys want to follow me there at the Emily D. Baker, but this is to look at this photo that I shared on Twitter because it's the easiest way to pull it up. Yes, it's a little blurry. Apologies, all the apologies. I'm sorry that it's blurry, but this is the verdict form. Do you find that Mr. Depp has proven all of the elements of defamation? Answer yes or no. If you answer question 3, no, go to number 4. If he hasn't proven it, it's like, go to the next page. If you answered yes, please answer yes or no to the following questions. Has Mr. Depp proven by a greater weight of the evidence that the statement was made or published by Heard? Easy yes. The statement was about Depp? Easy yes. The statement was false? They're going to have to talk about it. The statement has a defamatory implication? Yes. The defamatory implication was designed and intended by Miss Heard? Yes or no? And that, again, if I'm Team Heard, I'm arguing that headline was not designed by her and that everything else is true, because all of the other stuff about domestic abuse, you could see the jury going, this was an abusive relationship. But when it comes to that headline, they are going to have to say, was the headline and the implication of the headline designed and intended by Miss Heard? There might be room for discussion. If I'm Team Heard, I am arguing that point. I mean, after you argue that it's not false. They got to argue that first. The defamation implication was designed. Due to circumstances surrounding the publication of the statement, it conveyed a defamatory implication to someone who saw it other than Mr. Depp. Did it convey a defamatory meaning to literally the world? And they told the world, Team Heard, that justice for Johnny Depp is a thing. They told the jury that. Total happy planner fan. Total. That's yes. Yep. Total and complete. What is the difference between a cupcake and a muffin? Delicious frosting is the only real difference. I think that cupcakes are muffins with good life choices because they get the frosting. All right. So if you answer yes to each subpart of the question, answer the following question. Do you find that Mr. Depp has proven by clear and convincing evidence that Miss Heard acted with actual malice? So they have to get to yes on all of these, and then they have to get to actual malice. So if they answer yes here and yes here, then that is a win. If they answer no here, you don't go any further. If they answer yes here and no here, then you don't get a win. So it will be very interesting to see how they decide. All right, let's get back to a few more of your questions. Y'all have just gone and blown up my subscriber count. So thank you for doing the YouTubey things. I appreciate it. Thank you for appreciating the cursey words and the YouTubey things. How amazing question. All right, I'm trying to read. How amazing have you been talking us through this trial? I'm just doing what I enjoy, but I hope that you enjoy it and it makes sense. Turning something that was ugly in the public domain into something that we've all learned and healed from. I really, really feel seen, Catherine, and I hope that's what we've done. I know that our community has very, very heavy ties to trauma, to abuse, from being othered, And I have always wanted to create a space where we can have our own little corner of the internet for just a while to talk about the law, maybe have some snappiness, but not be disrespectful, not be dismissive, and not be exploitative. And this trial talks about real heavy stuff. And to be able to talk about that and experience it together in a safe space is absolutely what I wanted to create with this community. And the outpouring of love for that, for all of you taking time to connect with each other in the chat and to find a way to watch this in a safe way where it's not triggering for you, is so important to me. And it's why when other things are going on in the world, I'm like, I know there's other stuff going on in the world that is very hard to process and heartbreaking and horrible. And it makes me want to just yell, things are not happening. But we are here to talk about this case and know that we're not going to go, off the rails to something else. We're just here to do this. And so many of you have reached out and said that this was the way you could just kind of unwind from everything going on and know that we're just going to be talking about this and whether or not Elaine can figure out how the fuck to use a microphone, because that is what we're here for. So thank you. Here for the truth said, incredibly emotionally draining and physically exhausting this whole thing has been hearing Ben Chu genuinely emotional saying he wants to teach his children that the truth is worth fighting for speaks volumes. It does. It's powerful words, powerfully delivered with true emotion. It hit me immediately through the screen. I don't know if it will hit the jury or the audience. It might. It hit a lot of us in the chat. Over 200,000 of us, and it hit us too. And that is a stark difference to, I think, what a lot of us have experienced from Heard's testimony. Amber Heard's team is at a disadvantage here going into their closing because their toning and pacing has not been the same. Rottenborn has been better at that than Elaine has. Elaine comes across to me as a bit condescending, and we will see if she can unwind the umbrage vibes to deliver for her client. I don't know if that will happen. I am dying to see. Just can't wait to see. Thank you. Thank you. I don't know what's happening. Thank you. Love it. Can the jury award Johnny Depp financial compensation even though they didn't ask for it? Yes, they get to decide. And he said, you get to decide. You've heard our evidence, but you don't have to. You don't have to decide. Do you ship international? Yes, we do. Yes, we do. What could Amber Heard's team need to address to the court during the race? They probably, when they approached, wanted to say we're going into these areas, and they wanted to make sure they didn't raise an objection, which is appropriate. If there's anything they had a question about, they've been very mindful of the judge. Judge A has been a fucking rock star, but they've been very mindful of the judge and making sure that they ask for things, except when they're doing these long speaking objections. So Jen said, I've got my boyfriend obsessed. Thank you. Love your commentary. Thank you so much. We will take all of the, we'll take all the compliments. Megan said, I am a direct descendant of Edmund Pendleton. It has been interesting hearing the Pendleton name cited in this case. That's fascinating. And yes, it has come up in this case. Queen, thank you, Justin. I mean, queen of my own little office in here with my pink lights. Don't forget to send an invite to Runkle You Rock. I will when they take the lunch break. I don't think there was time to try to pull him in during this. It's a lot, and this is quick, and I wanted to make sure I answered questions. Margot said my daughter turned 8. She wants purple hair. I mean, it's summertime, totally fun. And you can do the over colors that allow you to do it. It's fun. Give Johnny this day back. It was taken from him, his daughter's birthday, by Amber Heard in a false TRO. Justice is a verdict in his favor. We will see what the jury does. But I'm not going to be mad at the jury if they take their time. If they want to listen to audio, I would rather have them take their time and feel confident in their verdict than not take their time and have somebody be like, they rushed me, and then call the whole verdict into question. I'd much rather have them take their time if they need to. They might be fucking done, though. They might just be like, we are done. Jekyll Loves Hyde, thank you so much for the super chat. You're welcome. I love this community, and I love doing this. Question, what has been your favorite day from this trial? Thank you so much. Oh, I would have to sit back and reflect. There have been there have been moments that have been so interesting, and there's been like legally interesting moments, and then there's been like mic drop on Elaine moments where she actually kind of had a smile on her face and was like, ooh, argumentative. I kind of loved that whole moment with TMZ. I think we've seen great cross-examinations, but Camille Vasquez doing her first cross-examination of Amber Heard just showed what a competent and just powerful attorney she is, without being condescending, without raising her voice, and without this rapid fire pace of cross-examination that stylistically is just not my favorite. And I love seeing it. Hamley, I found you through Phil DeFranco. He's been such an incredible supporter of me and of the channel. He said to watch you if I wanted the truth about this trial. Thank you for your wisdom, coverage, and sage space. You are so welcome. Thank you, Roadless Traveled. And yes, we connected. I mean, I've watched Phil for years, so it was always it was weird to me when we connected to talk about Britney Spears, but his support has meant a lot. There's been so many creators on this platform that have been supportive. It's been great. Joshua Tan said hello from Singapore. Hello, Singapore. Hello. You're welcome. You're welcome. You're welcome. I love getting to do this. Do the attorneys have to submit their closing arguments? No. Can they change them during court time? Yes. They don't have to even write them out, Jara. They don't have to. They can bullet point them. I think in a case like this with multimedia, they're not going to. They can, within the bounds of ethics and the rules of the court, they can do whatever. I always bullet pointed mine and then just talked it through. Shocking. Hello from Dubai. Hello. What are your thoughts about the closing argument statements from Johnny Depp's team? I thought they were great. I thought it was a great closing. I thought they had their moments of, I don't want to say quotable, but they had their moments of quotables. What you're trying to do in closing is to paint the jury a roadmap for, this is how you get to your decision for my side. This is how you do it. They were not condescending. They were not overly aggressive. They were firm. Their pacing was easy. It wasn't like rapid fire. It didn't feel like they had a worry. They didn't feel flustered or rushed. It felt very linear and was easy to listen to. But it also gave, if there's jurors that aren't inclined towards their side, they gave the jury the words they need to go back in the jury room and say, no, you either believe it all or you don't. What is it? They are giving the jury the tools and the language to take into the jury room to fight for their side or to advocate for their side in the jury room. So they are trying to give the people that are inclined on their side those tools, and that is very powerful. Here is what you need. Here is your quiver. Here is what you need when you get into the jury room. If you are on, if you want to find for Johnny Depp, this is how you do it. Because I guarantee you, there were jurors in that OJ jury room going, the glove didn't fit. You must acquit. They gave the jury the words they needed to get to the result they wanted. The glove didn't fit. You must acquit. This is going to be that statement with Camille. You believe it all or you believe nothing. Do you believe all of her? Really? Do you believe everything Amber Heard said? If there are any juries inclined that way, or any jurors inclined that way, and it's reasonable to believe there might be a few. Stella said, I love to know what Emily thinks about whether it's better to go first or second during closing. I always went first. So I've never been in the position of going second. So I don't know. I think there's benefits to both. When you carry the burden in a criminal case, you go first and you go last. So I got to do both and I loved it. Emily, do you like to talk a lot? Yes. My teachers moved me to the back of the classroom away from my friends every single year to try to get me to stop talking. Did it work? Rarely. So I enjoyed getting to do that. And in criminal cases, when the prosecutor bears the burden, you get to go first and last. Here, they've got their rebuttal, so they get to go almost last. And then Amber Heard has a quick rebuttal at the end. So I think there's something very powerful about being the first voice the jury hears. They're not supposed to make up their mind, but they're human. And the thing that's going to happen, and you guys are going to get to experience this in real time, like the jury. Listen to the second argument and see if you're going, yeah, but Depp's team said this. See if you're checking their argument against Depp's argument, because that is what can happen to the jury too. They go, oh, but Depp said this. And if they're inclined Depp's way, in their brain, they might be going, yeah, but this was argued. Yeah, but that was argued. And that is the detriment potentially of going. Second, how do they randomly pick 7 jurors? Bingo balls, names in a hat, drawing straws. I don't know what this judge's preference is. Oh, you guys have done, you've done all the things. You've done all the things. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. We are just getting back into court. I'm going to pull this back up. The jury's going to be coming in. We are back from break and we are going to be into, it's like Rottenborn is going to be going first with Bredehoft trying to mic him up. So we don't know this judge's normal procedure. I guess we'll see. And if they do it outside the presence of cameras, hopefully Runkle will be able to tell us I can see him in the courtroom. Can one party prevent the other from making money on this? I have not seen any orders like that. I don't know if there will be. If it happens, I'll definitely talk about it. Could the jury ask that Amber Heard retract all defamatory statements? No. But if Johnny Depp's team wins, they can ask the court for an injunction to prevent further statements, and they could try to seek a retraction from the Washington Post, I imagine. So we'll see. How is the verdict read? It would be read question by question like we saw on the verdict form.
Seated. All right. Closing arguments. Mr. Rottenborn? Thank you. Okay. Thank you.
Oh, pterodactyl. That's so kind. Thank you. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. A lot of you have found those closing arguments really healing. I imagine that Camille, Vasquez, and Ben Chu might never know the impact of their words for people. But I hope that they do. I hope that they do know. And I think this case has shown some excellent lawyering, some memeable moments.
Mr. Rottenborn, is your mic on?
I believe it is.
Oh, there we go. Okay.
Does that work? Okay.
Did Elaine turn on your mic, Rottenborn?
I'm trying to convince you that Mr. Depp has carried his burden of proof in proving that he was never
I like his
abusive to
pacing
Amber
so
on
far.
one occasion.
I liked him in opening
Think
too.
about the message that Mr. Depp and his attorneys are sending to Amber and by extension to every victim of domestic abuse.
That's the
everywhere.
direction we're going. Okay.
If you didn't take pictures, it didn't happen. If you did take pictures, they're fake.
Good
If
argument.
you didn't tell your friends, you're lying. And if you did tell your friends, they're part of the hoax. If you didn't seek medical treatment, you weren't injured.
Strong.
If you did seek medical treatment, you're crazy. If you do everything that you can to help your spouse, the person that you love, rid himself of the crushing drug and alcohol abuse that spins him into an abusive, rage-filled monster, you're a nag.
Oh, he didn't say good morning at all.
And if you finally decide that enough is enough, you've had enough of the fear, enough of the pain, and you have to leave to save yourself, you're a gold digger.
I know a lot of you are Team
That is
Depp.
the message that Mr.
Just try
Depp
to listen.
is asking you to send.
Put yourself in the
But he doesn't
chair of the
stop there,
jurors.
because
Just
in
try.
Mr. Depp's world, you don't leave Mr. Depp. And if you do, he will start a campaign of global humiliation against you, a smear campaign that lasts to this very day. He will do everything he can to destroy your life, to destroy your career. That is what they're saying, ladies and gentlemen. And that's what they're trying to get you, the jury, to be an accomplice to. But it's not surprising, because Mr. Depp cannot and will not take responsibility for his own actions. It's always someone else's fault. Just as Ms. Vasquez did, and Mr. Chu did, I would like to extend my thanks to you on behalf of Amber and our
There it
whole
is.
legal team for the care and the diligence with which you have served as jurors in this matter. You've paid attention to every witness, every piece of evidence, and I can't even imagine the sacrifice that you've made in terms of time away from your friends, your family, your job, to be here on this jury.
I think the way he chose
Very
to do that
important
was
role that
more
you're serving,
powerful
and we thank you very much.
by getting in his very strong bullet points and then
Let's
getting
pick up
into
where we
thank you.
started 6 weeks ago in opening statement. You may remember that I asked you to keep a simple question in mind, which is, why are you here? And much of what you've heard during the course of this trial, you don't need to make a decision on in order to return a verdict for Ms. Heard on Mr. Depp's claim of defamation. Now, we'll talk about Ms. Heard's claim of defamation against Mr. Depp, and Elaine will address most of that in a few minutes.
Oh, God.
But your key question
Your
to answer
pacing
is,
is so much
does the
better.
First Amendment give Ms. Heard the right to write the words that she wrote in this article
Paper article.
on December 18th,
Sure as fuck
2018?
is.
That's the question. And you cannot simultaneously protect and uphold the First Amendment and find in favor of Johnny Depp on his claim. You
It is.
simply
He
cannot.
started out very strong.
You have to decide, should someone be able to write an article like that in the United States of America without being sued successfully, without having to go through the hell that Ms. Heard has gone through? So let's talk about that. And to do that, we get to explain a bit more about the law that you have to follow.
Good. Notice Depp's team started with the facts. Heard's
This
team
is
started
a
with the law.
op-ed piece.
Why?
I'm not going to read it to you
The
again.
law
You've
is
heard
on
me
their
read it
side.
to you in opening statements. And I
The
would
facts
urge
are
you,
on
when you're
Depp's
in the
side.
deliberation room, read it. Read it again. And I know we focused on it, here and there over the course of the trial, but the vast majority of this trial has not focused on these words, on this piece.
Yes, and
This
he's
is
not
obviously
reading.
the paper
He's
edition.
a very good reader.
There's the online edition as well. Now we get a chance to discuss with you exactly what you have to find about this article.
And I think this is, Rebecca, my clicker. My button's not working, just like the buttons on the mic. That's frustrating.
This is one of the jury instructions that you'll
not
get.
his-
And I've been so looking forward to being able to actually explain to you, as the judge read all the instructions.
Why the
to you this
law is
morning,
on
and
their
I know it's a
side.
lot, but we've been looking forward to being able to explain to you what you're here to decide.
He is explaining,
Because
and
I
he should be
imagine for some of the
explaining,
case, it's been kind of
but he's
unclear.
not
What are you being asked to decide?
condescending.
These are the things that you have to find, and you have to answer yes. As Mr. Chu said, you have to answer yes to all of them in order to find in favor of Mr. Depp.
I liked Rottenborn in
So
opening,
you have to
too.
find that the statement was about Mr.
Didn't
Depp.
like his cross.
And you can decide that in the context of the article.
The
And
paper
I'll get to
version,
the arguments that Mr. Depp raises on that in a minute.
the paper
You also have
version
to
is
find that the
better
statement
for
is false. And we're going to look at the statements
Amber
here. We're
Heard.
going to look at each of the three statements.
because
And
it
in
doesn't
order to win
have
his
that
claim,
sexual violence
Mr. Depp
headline.
has to prove
That's
every
why.
single element. And there's a concept in the jury instructions that you really didn't hear from Mr. Depp's side this morning, but you've all heard it, I'm sure, outside the courtroom, which is burden of proof.
Shalene,
It is Mr. Depp's burden
thank you,
to
lady.
prove each and every one of these elements.
I've been told I'm the face of pop culture legal commentary.
If he cannot,
I embrace it.
Ms. Heard wins.
That's
If he cannot
True.
prove each and every one of these elements under the burden of proof that's applicable, Ms. Heard wins. And there's two different burdens of proof that we'll get to. For all of them except number 7, the burden of proof is greater weight of the evidence. So you weigh the evidence and you decide, has Mr. Depp proven to you the first 6 elements? The 7th one, for actual malice, the clear and convincing evidence standard, we'll get to in a
Yep.
few minutes.
he's hammering on
But
the
these
things
are,
that
this is what
they
he has
need.
to prove. And he cannot do that.
Arguing the law first.
These are the 3
The
statements.
button Rottenborn. That's not his fault. That's just frustrating.
And I know you may be thinking to yourself, wait a second, don't we have to decide if Mr. Depp committed abuse? And the answer is no, you don't have to. Because these 3 statements, you can decide as a matter of law, or as a matter of fact, as you weigh the evidence and the fact that they're true. So the first 2 statements I'm going to address together. Then 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse.
He's going to argue
And
that
I
it's
felt
literally
the full
true.
force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out. Number 2, I had the rare vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse. When you go back to the jury room to deliberate, you should feel free, like I said, to read the article and think of the article's purpose. The jury instructions also tell you to take these statements in the context of the article. Think about the purpose. The purpose of the article was to promote legislative measures designed to protect victims of domestic abuse, designed to protect people who did exactly what Ms. Heard did, to speak out. That's apparent on the face of the article. And to do that, Ms. Heard talked about her own life experiences as someone who had obtained a TRO against Mr. Depp, someone who had accused Mr. Depp of domestic violence. Make no mistake, and Mr. Depp's side keeps trying to say that we're somehow suggesting that 2 years before she wrote this, that Ms. Heard hadn't had anything to do with Mr. Depp. We're not saying that.
That's
You
not what
heard
they said.
Ms. Heard herself.
That's just
say,
confusing.
Of course, 2 years
And-
before I wrote this article, I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who
And he's
speak
arguing
out
that that's literally
after
true.
she obtained a temporary restraining
Will
order
he address the
against Mr.
headline?
Depp after she became a public figure representing domestic abuse. But the words that she wrote here, and then chronicling her own experience after that, those words are true. Those words are true. Similarly, the rare vantage point of seeing, based on her own experiences post May 27th, 2016, how institutions protect men accused of abuse, those words are true, and the First Amendment protects Ms. Heard's right to say them. Now, the third statement is absolutely true as well, but we're going to take that separately because she didn't write it. Under the First Amendment, the statements have to be false in order for Mr. Depp to win.
Correct.
Now, plaintiff
Facts.
addresses, like I said, an argument that we're not making. And as I said, we're not running from the fact that when she discussed becoming a public figure representing domestic abuse, Amber was speaking of her experiences reporting domestic abuse against Johnny Depp.
Good. There we go.
She admitted to that, but that doesn't make the
Kind of.
article or the statement
Kind of.
about Johnny Depp.
She kind
Think
of
about it. Think
got
about
backed
every
into
piece
that
of evidence
corner.
that you've heard over the last 6 weeks about his abuse, about their relationship. None of that is in the article. None of it. We all know that it would be a very different article if she had written about what she suffered, that she's told you about over the last 6 weeks.
Yes, it would be.
Because he knows the words
Doesn't
are
mean you
true,
wouldn't be here, though.
Mr. Depp says that the words now have a defamatory implication. He says the statements are the same as saying, Johnny Depp abused me. But just because he wants to make the article about himself doesn't mean it is.
You just said
He
it
has
was.
to show you
Rottenborn.
that any defamatory implication was designed
What you said.
and intended. Look at number 4. Designed and intended
I did.
by Ms. Heard to convey the defamatory meaning that he suggests. Just because people might read the
Thanks.
article and remember, oh yeah, Amber Heard used to be married to Johnny Depp and she accused him of abuse, that doesn't mean that she designed and intended defamatory implications
It's like we just
in
talked about
writing
this
about
at the
herself.
break.
And think about it. If Mr. Depp is right, then virtually any statement that anyone could ever make about
If you
their own
find
life
for Johnny Depp,
that implies anything, implies
everything's
any
defamatory.
involvement with any other person could be defamatory.
All
And that's
of it's
clearly not what the First Amendment intends. She didn't design and intend the words to be the equivalent of writing Johnny Depp abused me. And you don't have to take her words for it. You can take the words of Terrence Doherty of the ACLU. He said that the op-ed wasn't even Ms. Heard's idea.
I have the smartest chat.
The
in the
ACLU
world.
wrote the first draft, and
Yes,
great
Liz.
care was taken in drafting the article
make sure it
so as
wasn't
not to make
defamatory.
it about Mr. Depp or Ms. Heard's relationship with him. That's
Well,
the only evidence presented about Ms. Heard's motive, except her statements that was exactly what she wanted to do. She
They've got a
wanted to
double-edged
talk
sword with
about
this.
her experiences after Johnny Depp.
How
She
they
wanted
deal with
to
it will
own
be
her story
interesting.
after Johnny Depp and fit those into what other women experience, what other
Yeah, he
people
contradicted
experience
himself
having
already.
accused someone of domestic abuse and the backlash that they suffer, and then talk about legislative measures that could help protect people in those positions.
Is he as
That's
easy to
what she
follow?
meant, and that's what the
for you?
article is about. There's no hidden meaning here, ladies and gentlemen. This isn't a hit piece on Johnny Depp. This isn't a hit piece on Johnny Depp. And you can end here. You can end there by saying the statements that she wrote were not false and the First Amendment protects them. Let's talk about the headline for a minute. The headline that was published in the online version only of the article on December 18th, 2018 said, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath.
There we go.
A few points here. Number one, and this evidence is undisputed. There's no dispute about this. So as you weigh the evidence,
I don't.
you don't have to check your common sense at the door, and you can weigh circumstantial evidence, you can weigh facts, but you can't see evidence where no evidence exists. And the undisputed evidence here is that Ms. Heard didn't write the headline. She didn't approve the headline. She had nothing to do with it. She was not given notice of the headline.
She republished it.
She testified. You saw her testify about the sexual assault that she experienced.
Oh, and it's true.
Mr. Depp. You
Okay.
saw her testify.
Well,
about
if it's
that.
true, then why do you
They're
care if she
calling
wrote
her
it
a
or not?
liar. You saw her on the stand testify with your own mouth, with her own mouth, exactly what she went through for the first time in court, because people who have suffered that, they don't want to broadcast that to the world. They want to penalize Ms. Heard for not speaking about that earlier.
Rottenborn?
That's ridiculous, and
She
it's
shared the
insulting, and it's
headline.
victim blaming at its most disgusting. The only reference to sexual assault in the article, and you can read the op-ed, is sexual assault that she said she had experienced by the time she was of college age before Mr. Depp. So there is a reference to sexual violence in that article,
I think
but it's not by Mr. Depp.
I think they should have
Mr. Depp can't hold her liable for a headline she didn't write.
gone much
It
harder
contained
down that
something that had
road.
nothing, that was not about him.
They should have gone
And they want you to
much,
think that she
much harder down that
republished the
road.
headline. Republished the headline by tweeting out the link to the online version. So let's look at this.
They should have
This is
gone
the
down
tweet
that
that she
road
sent on December 19th.
weeks ago.
The hyperlink says, opinion Amber Heard, I spoke up against sexual violence. That's the online version of the article. As Ms. Heard said, you can't attach, you can't tweet a piece of paper. So when she wanted to share that she had written this article, what choice does she have? She has to attach that link. And the jury instructions that you have make clear that a hyperlink is not republication. Forwarding a link on does not mean that you broadcast the statement again, but that's what they want to make you think.
No.
The only
It's a
way,
little disingenuous for
and the
me.
jury instructions that you have, and we don't need to read through them in detail now, but the republication instruction says that merely linking to an article does not amount to republication, but adding content to a linked article may constitute republication.
There's words.
You must
there.
determine whether any added content was intended to reach a new audience. And if you find any content added to the hyperlink was intended to reach a new audience, it constitutes a republication. There was no content added to the article.
There was content added to the tweet. That's disingenuous.
She tweeted
Stop
above
it.
the article, simply saying, today I published this. That's what she said. She didn't add any content to it. She could have added some of the content that you've heard in this courtroom to it.
They're afraid
She could have
of
said,
this count.
not only did 2 years ago,
And they're
I
right
become
to
a
be.
public figure representing domestic abuse, but let me tell you about the domestic abuse that I suffered. That would be adding new content.
I've said for weeks
This is not
that
adding new
if he
content.
wins,
But I
it's
guess
on
it's
the
no
retweet.
surprise, because this whole case is about blaming Amber
Apparently,
Heard
Rottenborn agrees
for
with me.
things she didn't do. But that's what Mr. Depp does. It's what he's always done. Blame other people, refuse to take accountability. But the problem for him here is that he's running headlong into the United States Constitution, which says that you cannot hold Amber Heard liable for words she
When
didn't
your
write
strongest
or
defense is
publish.
the Constitution, the facts are not on
But
your
here we
side.
are. Here we are. And you can decide this case without ever wading into any of the allegations, the facts, the evidence that
Please
you've
don't
heard
evaluate that deeper.
about the heinous abuse that Ms. Heard suffered at the hands of Mr. Depp. You can decide that by determining that those statements are true and they're protected by the First Amendment. But Mr. Depp brought this case and he's suggesting that he was never abusive to Ms. Heard. So if that's where you want to make your decision, that's where the road ends for Mr. Depp. Ladies and gentlemen, let me be very clear. If Amber
This is the
was abused by
count.
Mr. Depp even one time, then she wins. One time.
This is
And
the
we're not
count
just
they're worried
talking about physical abuse. We're talking about emotional abuse, psychological abuse,
Will he say? SA.
financial abuse, sexual abuse.
There it is.
That's what we're talking about. Let's look at the evidence. You heard Mr. Depp define abuse from his own mouth. He admitted all of that when he talked about his childhood. As they reference, his mother called him one eye because he had a lazy eye. And he said that that was worse than the beatings that he took. Worse than the beatings that he took. Being called one eye by his mother was worse than the beatings that he took. And after the evidence that you've seen, some of which you're going to see, I want you to think to yourself, is being called one eye worse than what he did to Ms. Heard?
They're arguing
Absolutely
both.
not. You'll remember his
Also not a
expert
good
Shannon
position
Curry
to be
agreed
in.
with all that abuse can take many forms.
I like that they're using Dr.
And you'll
Curry.
remember that Don Hughes, Ms. Heard's expert,
Don't do
talked
that.
about the reports of intimate partner violence
We don't know her.
by Ms. Heard, characterized by physical violence, psychological aggression, sexual violence, coercive control, and surveillance behaviors. She tested Ms. Heard. She said that the tests show that there's a high degree of serious violence perpetrated by Mr. Depp toward Ms. Heard. She got that opinion and that impression by reviewing the medical records of Ms. Heard. She talked about the role of coercive control that Mr. Depp exercised over Ms. Heard. The effect of coercive control, she said, was drastic, and it was composed of things such as possessive jealousy, the imbalance of power. not only in physical stature and physical size, but in where they were in their life and their career. By intimidation. She said writing obscene messages to your partner can absolutely be intimidating behavior.
Agreed.
She said that Mr. Depp, after reviewing the evidence, banging and throwing and hitting things in the household, that's psychological aggression. Punching a wall, throwing something, screaming, that is abuse. That's abuse, ladies and gentlemen.
Rebuttal will happen.
She said alcohol can just
after
throw
this.
lighter fluid off a flame in a situation of domestic violence. All of these things constitute the domestic violence that Ms. Heard suffered at the hands of Mr. Depp. And he's trying to get you, to fool you, to believing that he's carried his burden of proof, that never a single time in their relationship was he in any way, physically or non-physically, abusive to Ms. Heard. And that's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. So let's look at some of that evidence.
Notice
And
he
I
hasn't
said,
yet
you can
called
apply
Johnny
your
Depp a
own common
liar.
sense. You don't need to check that at the door when you go into the deliberation room. I'm going to walk you through the evidence, some of the evidence that's been presented, including evidence from Mr. Depp's own mouth, his own words, or the words of his witnesses. Keep in mind the burden of proof.
Notice
And as we
they're
go
leaning
through this
into
evidence,
his
I'd ask you to
witnesses.
keep this in mind as well.
Not
It's not
her
about who's the better
witnesses.
spouse. It's not about whether you think Ms. Heard may have been abusive to Mr. Depp. It's not. Because remember, if you think that they were both abusive to each other, and that's what their witness Laurel Anderson testified
I
to,
hear the back
then
pedal.
Amber wins. They're trying to trick you into thinking that Amber has to be perfect in order to win,
No.
even while they're ignoring Mr. Depp's many flaws.
Was he gonna
But
say
don't
JD?
fall for that trick. Amber's not perfect. None
He
of
was
us are.
going to say JD.
She's never pretended to be, and that's not what you're being asked to decide. One time, ladies and gentlemen, one time. If he abused her one time, Amber wins. Actually, if he fails to prove that he never abused her one time, Amber wins. So let's take a look at some of the evidence. This was one of the first messages shown to Mr. Depp in his cross-examination. This is a message to Paul Bettany, his drug buddy, early on in their relationship.
His drug
And he
buddy.
says, let's burn Amber. Let's drown her before we burn her. I will fuck her burnt corpse afterwards to make sure she is dead.
He just leaned
Some of
into
the
that
most
F-bomb.
vile, disgusting
Respect.
language that you could ever imagine.
It is vile.
That is what he said to her at the beginning of the relationship.
He said it to Paul Bettany.
So let's look at how the relationship was bookended. You remembered Mr. Depp the other day in response to some text that we'll see later saying, I don't write like that.
Those also said incoming. Rottenborn.
This is a bookend of the relationship.
You in
This is
danger,
after
girl.
It was over. I asked Mr. Depp to read that top text. You'll remember that was the only thing I asked him to read. And he immediately said, I didn't write that text, even though, of course he did. Even though he wrote the text under it that said, hopefully that cunt's rotting corpse is decomposing in the fucking trunk of a Honda Civic. That's how he
It just
bookended
flows so
their
naturally
relationship.
from him.
Ladies and gentlemen, these words
Does
are a
Rottenborn
window
curse in his
into
off
the
time? I
heart
think
and
so.
mind of America's favorite pirate.
I think Rottenborn loves to drop
This
an
is the
F-bomb.
real Johnny Depp. This is the real Johnny Depp after Miss Heard decided that she couldn't take it anymore.
Is he going to
Decided
read the
that she
throat
needed to leave
text?
him.
The
And
throat
I'm not
texts are
going
going
to
to come
read
in.
this whole text to you.
Read the throat text.
This is where he says she's begging for global humiliation, and she's going to get it.
That is their
He
strongest
says, I'll stop at
part of
nothing,
these
and I can
texts.
only hope that karma kicks in and takes the gift of breath from her.
Those are their strongest texts, I think.
It's one of the only promises to Miss Heard that Mr. Depp has ever kept.
Oh. There you go.
That's
Did you
how
see
we
Camille
ended the
Vasquez
relationship.
smiling?
You
She
saw
was
how he
like, "All right."
started it.
I like
Now,
how they bookended. This
Miss
is how
Heard
it started.
did
This is how it
testify on the
ended.
stand that Mr. Depp abused her countless times. First, it started, they were very happy. They started dating in 2011, and things were good. And she testified that even during periods of abuse, even during their relationship, when there was abuse occurring, that there were periods where they were very happy. It's the cycle of violence. It's the cycle of sobriety. There were periods when everything was good,
Notice how he's trying to
when the
connect the
monster
two a
was
bit
gone,
subtly.
and then the monster would return.
Trying to connect those
You
two
heard about how
things
the first
subtly.
incidents of violence took place in 2012 when Miss Heard asked Johnny about his tattoo that used to say Winona forever and had been changed to say Wino forever. And she laughed. And she said, and he slapped me across the face. She thought it was a joke, and then he did it 2 more times. And then he said, I thought I put the monster away, and I've done it before. That's what he said to her during that first incidence of violence. But you don't just have to take what Mr. Depp said in his text. We can hear through his own voice what he called Ms. Heard.
And the audio.
Because you're a fucking cunt!
What was it? That was a quick clip.
We talked about the monster. You heard Mr. Depp get
I
on the stand
wonder
and say that
if
that
that's
was
as
Ms.
powerful
Heard's
as he
term.
thinks it is.
She made it up. That was what she used to refer to him when she was nagging him. She didn't want him to have a good time. She didn't want him to have a beer once in a while.
They want to say see you
That's what
next
he's
Tuesday
implying.
a lot.
But
in
no,
court.
this was a term created by Mr. Depp that she heard for the first time in 2012 after he slapped her 3 times across the face and said, "I thought I put the monster away." And after he sat up here
This
on the
one
stand
says
under oath and told me
outgoing.
that she made that term up, we look back at his texts, the writing at the time. The first text is after Australia in 2015, during a period of sobriety, a short-lived period of recovery for Mr. Depp, when he told Jerry Judge, his bodyguard, all I had to do was send the monster away and lock him up. Remember, he texted Elton John, or sent an email to Elton John in 2012, referring to himself as the monster. He tells Dr. Kipper, the doctor to whom he's
What's
paid
he referring
millions
to
and
himself,
millions
though?
and millions of dollars. "Thank you, my darling Kipper." He says, "I've locked my monster child away in a cage deep within."
Kipper, his sobriety doctor? That Kipper?
He tells Stephen Duders, you know Mr. Duders. He likes to
Outgoing.
text Mr. Duders. He tells him, "She thinks my Peruvian period," which is a reference to cocaine. He admitted to that.
Texted
That
his
means him using
assistant,
cocaine,
y'all.
has made me a monster and that I am ruining the relationship. Imagine that. Someone actually thinking that maybe the impact of alcohol and cocaine is ruining a relationship.
Sir,
How dare she?
we've heard a lot of
He says,
evidence
"Need
about
to
drug
discuss
use.
the news helicopters. The monster, I want to shoot a motherfucker, but don't worry, the monster is not involved." Mr. Depp knows that he can turn into a monster. He knows that. He knows that. He got up here on the stand and tried to deny that to you. Talk about lack of accountability.
Oh,
Let's see the monster. Let's see the monster in the flesh.
cabinet slamming video? Maybe?
Motherfucker! Motherfucker!
What happened? What happened?
After the TMZ testimony, does this video hit the same for you? Let me know in the chat. Is this the serve they think it is? Or is the jury looking at what's happening at the beginning and the end? Because they haven't seen it since the TMZ testimony. They have not seen this since TMZ said the beginning and the end were clipped. Is that what they're looking for? Or are they looking for the mega pint?
Nothing happened this morning. You know that?
Were you in here?
No.
So then nothing happened to you this morning.
Yeah, you're right. I just woke up and you were so sweet and nice. We were not even fighting this morning. All I did was say sorry.
Did something happen to you this morning? I don't think so.
No, that's the thing.
You want to see crazy? I'll give you fucking crazy. That's crazy. Oh, you're crazy. Oh, you're crazy.
Have you drunk this whole thing this morning?
Oh, you got this going? You got this going?
I just started it.
Oh, really? Really? Sweep that shit on me,
No,
motherfucker.
I didn't. You were smashing shit.
Bye.
You see Miss Heard laughing in that?
I appreciate that they played the whole thing.
Mr. Depp in this courtroom right now is laughing and making snide remarks as that video is being played. But it's not a laughing matter.
It's a fair
Who
thing to
does
point
that?
out.
Who does that? Imagine being in Amber's shoes on February 10th, 2016, videotaping him because when he's sober and sweet, you've never loved anything more. But when he mixes the drugs and he mixes drinks, he turns into this man. You've seen it before. You're praying it won't happen again, but deep down, you know it will. You know that that man will come out. You know that monster will come out, and you want him to change. Imagine watching your husband, the person you love, behaving violently that way, like a wild animal. That is abuse. That's abuse. And you don't have to look at that incident in isolation to find that it's abuse. You can look at it in the context of their whole relationship. This isn't about breaking down a series of individual days that you've heard evidence about. This is about the cumulative effect of Mr. Depp and Ms.
You
Heard's
wanted to say the
relationship,
totality.
and whether
of the
that
evidence.
constitutes abuse. That is abuse, ladies and gentlemen. That's domestic abuse. And their response is, she sold it to TMZ, which she didn't. There's no evidence of, and she was on a plane. The only evidence suggests she was on an international flight when Mr. Tremaine testified that they received it and it was validated within something like 15 minutes, which could only have happened by the person who sent it.
No,
Ms. Heard was in the air.
that's not what he said.
She didn't send it to TMZ. She never leaked anything to TMZ, as you heard from her own mouth. Who would want that to become public? Again, in order to find for Mr. Depp, you would have to find that for his
The
defamation
timing
claim,
is sus, though.
every single thing that ever happened between them that could constitute abuse, Amber was the abuser. Every single time. You'd have to believe the unbelievable. You all are smarter than that. But Mr. Depp thought he could hide it. He thought he could hide the monster. That's why he lied in insurance forms that you have to fill out in order to be able to act. That's
I was
why he
wondering if
said
this would come back
he hadn't taken illegal substances, whether prescribed by a physician
in
or
the
not.
last 12 months, but we don't
That
know when this
obviously
was
wasn't true
signed.
in the past 12 months. They keep talking about Mr. Depp's role as a father. This is what he sent, a text that he sent DX207. Now Lily Rose, his daughter, hates me because she thinks I'm drinking, and she's right, but I can't admit, or I fucking die in her eyes. Thanks for that one, Vanessa. This is Mr. Depp passed out in a Tokyo hotel room during the press tour for The Lone Ranger in 2013. When Ms. Heard testified that Mr. Depp screamed at me, and all I could think were the kids are in an adjoining room. And Mr. Depp passed out with his head like this. I don't think he was sleeping on the floor because he had a bad back. They keep referring to these pictures as she took pictures of Mr. Depp while he was asleep. He's not asleep in that picture. He's passed out, drunk and high, and she's taking pictures because she wants him to realize what he's done and get help and seek help. I don't think that looks like the spice cabinet
Well,
of
the
anyone
weed's
in this
back.
courtroom. That's Mr. Depp. This is Mr. Depp. This is Mr. Depp. This is Mr. Depp. And all you hear
You
from
told
Mr.
your
Depp
expert it was vomit,
when these pictures
We
are
don't know what
shown
that is.
snickering and defiance.
and the dog hasn't even paid attention to the ice cream. I have
Victim
questions.
blaming Miss Heard for taking this picture of him, for trying to help. So let's talk about some of these instances of abuse. Oh, forgot one.
Well, he's a lawyer. He's
March
reframing things in the
2013,
light most favorable to his
Talk
client.
about the Wino Forever tattoo. In March 2013, there were a couple instances. There was one where on March 8th, and we'll get to that in a second, where he was drinking brown liquor and doing a lot of cocaine.
Drinking brown
Or
liquor.
that might have been that was March 22nd. On March 8th, this is when Mr. Depp backhanded her. She felt like her lip went into her teeth and got a little blood on the wall. He grabbed her by the arm and held her on the floor, screaming at her. We'll come back to this in a minute. This is March 22nd. This is what Mr. Depp said
Is this
isn't
the one
every
in
hour
evidence? 'Cause
happy
there's
hour.
another one.
Again, totally abandoning any responsibility for behavior like this. But what happened on March 22nd is he wanted Ms. Heard to remove a painting by her ex-partner. And he wanted to admit to an
Is
affair
that
that
date
she
in
wasn't having.
evidence?
She didn't admit to it because it wasn't true. So he decided to have some lines of cocaine and some whiskey for breakfast.
Is that whiskey?
And then, on the way to filming the Keith Richards documentary, after a multi-hour argument, he grabbed their dog,
There
their
aren't even
teacup
fingerprints.
Yorkie, and holds the dog, Boo, out of the window of a moving car, and he's howling like an animal, Ms. Hurd said, while holding the dog out of the car. That is abuse, ladies and gentlemen. That's abuse.
The thing is, they have to address
Let's
both
go back to
abuse
this,
and sexual
because
violence for this jury.
Ms. Vasquez read a parade of witnesses that she believes support Johnny's defense in this case.
She did do that?
But as you've seen over the course of this proceeding, these witnesses, as I previewed in the opening, almost all of them are
The
witnesses on
fact
his
that the mug
payroll.
is in all those pictures
They're
and
all
nobody's
scared
talked
to
about
say
it
anything bad about him. And they've
is
seen
wild
what
to me.
happens to
It's in
people.
every
who
single
do.
one.
And none were there for the instances of domestic violence. What they're saying is, oh, if he didn't abuse Ms. Hurd in front of his 4 bodyguards, then it must have never happened. That's essentially what they're asking you to believe. That's ridiculous. That's not the way domestic violence works. Take his sister, Christy. I know it seems like a year ago, but she was the first witness in this case.
Accurate.
You remember her on the stand.
We agree,
when I
Rottenborn.
presented
It
her
feels
with
like a
these
year
texts that
ago.
say, stop drinking, stop coke, and stop pills. You'll remember her squirming and saying, oh, I don't think I was asking him to stop drinking, stop coke, stop pills. She couldn't even answer that basic question because she wanted to lie for Mr. Depp and say that Ms. Hurd was delusional.
Be very
She couldn't
careful
even
on the
admit
his
this.
sister's
She's
lying to
nothing
protect
but an
him
enabler.
line
the same
of thought.
with Sean Bett, his head of security, who's been sitting in this courtroom for the past 6 weeks. He's right there. Mr. Bett
He
was the
probably
one
just
who testified to you that
just
when
pointed
Mr.
to the
Depp has a
security
few
guard
drinks of
first.
alcohol, he said, I wrote this down, he said, it's like the rest of us drinking sparkling water. I don't think that kitchen video that we just saw was like you or I when we drink sparkling water. This is the same Sean
Is the
Bett
kitchen
who
video
said that
like
on
you
the
or I
evening of
when
May
we
21st,
lost a parent
2016, which
and
Elaine will talk about in a
fuck
little
tons
bit.
of money?
He
I
said
don't know.
Mr. Depp may
Don't
have
decide.
bumped something off a table. You've seen the pictures. You'll see him again. Just like Travis McGivern said that Mr. Depp rearranged Miss Hurd's closet.
He did
You've
say
seen the
that.
pictures. You'll see him again.
I don't doubt that.
Just like Tara Roberts in the Bahamas, who tried to blame everything on Miss Hurd and only under cross-examination admitted that Mr. Depp
Yes,
passed out face
it is.
down in the sand underneath a hammock and his son Jack found him there.
I don't know who that is.
She took a
sleeping,
video
but I saw
of their
the,
cabin in the Bahamas
you're asleep.
to try to suggest to you that this assault that Miss Hurd alleges couldn't have taken place.
The camera.
But
helpfully cut
conveniently,
away.
she didn't take the camera into the closet where Mr. Depp held Miss Hurd, hit her. We'll get to that incident. She didn't take the video camera into the bathroom where he sexually assaulted Miss Hurd. She didn't do that because she wanted to generate evidence only favorable to Mr. Depp. Think about Sean Bett and Starling
Feels
Jenkins
like a
conflicting stories about the birthday
stretch.
party on April 21st. Remember, Mr. Depp experienced horrific financial news the evening of that night, April 21st, 2016.
think they
He
were
learned that he was
trying.
essentially out of money and he needed to start selling things. But we all know what Mr. Depp does when he receives bad news like that. He left the meeting at 9:30 and didn't arrive at Miss Hurd's birthday party until 11:15. Okay, fine, he was late. But we all know what he does when he has that hour and 45 minutes of free time and he's stressed out about something. Mr. Bett testified, remember he said, I took him to his home on Sweetser Avenue, his other home, to pick up a birthday present for Miss Hurd. That's what he said. That's what he said. Mr. Jenkins, you may remember him. He testified by the video link on the stand. And I
Sterling
said, you don't
Jenkins.
know what he did in that intervening time period. And he said, oh, yes, I do. I do. He said, Mr. Depp was visiting his sick mother. And I said, who told you that? And he said, Mr. Bett. The witnesses that Mr. Depp has paraded up here,
Paraded.
who are here in person, they're here in person because they're on his payroll. Almost all.
Oh,
And they're telling you whatever they think they need to tell you to get you to take Mr. Depp's
oh
side.
dear.
Just as we previewed they would do in the opening.
They did do that.
But Mr. Depp would go through periods where he would apologize, where he would be grateful. I have no doubt that there were times when Mr. Depp wanted to get better. These are texts, PX 120A and 120B. I won't read them all to you. These are texts that Mr. Depp sent to Paige Hurd, Amber's mom, after detox on the island in 2014. He says, there were more than a few times when I thought it would be more simple to take that route. Meaning go for a swim and swallow a big drink of ocean. And he said it was Amber and Amber alone that got me through this. There is no luckier man on this earth to have the strength that Amber gives me and the full support of each of you. So as you're weighing the evidence and you're weighing Mr. Depp's credibility, think to yourself, what do I believe? What he has a motive to say on the stand, or what he wrote contemporaneously with the events? Take his own words to Amber after the detox. Just to let you know that I'm fine, my angel. I miss you, of course, but this was the right thing to do to speed up the process. I love you more than life. But then there were these days. Then there were times like this. This is sent on March 9th. We had a slightly grim morning, is the way Mr. Depp describes it. You'll remember the text from a few days later, referred to as the disco bloodbath text.
By who?
Where Miss Heard says, is that about last Friday night by any chance? And Mr. Depp responds,
Does
how
he drop
can you make me smile
the
about
see you
such
next
a
Tuesday?
hideous
Yes, he
moment?
does.
He testified on the stand. I don't remember what happened that Friday night, but Miss Heard sure did. And this is what one of the things that she had to show for it. Now, Miss Vasquez showed this to you in opening statements and made it seem like, again, remember what I said at the beginning.
Made it
Take
seem like what?
pictures, they're fake. If you didn't take pictures, it didn't happen. Here's one where she did take a picture, but Miss Vasquez says, but she doesn't have injuries on her face. Look at the date that this
'Cause she
picture was
doesn't.
taken, ladies and gentlemen. March 23rd, 2013.
That's the day the
15
text was sent,
days after
sir.
this incident. So even when there are pictures, they're trying to deceive you into thinking, oh, there should have been more. This is a 2-week-old bruise. And she texts it. Look who she texts that to. She texts it to her mom. They say she never told anyone. Text to mom, March 23rd, 2013.
And she's got a long blink going
Let's
there
go
in
to
court.
Hicksville. You remember Hicksville? Obviously, there's been a little bit of discussion about that in this case.
It's raining
This is
witnesses.
where Mr. Depp got
interested
jealous
to that.
that a woman named Kelly Sue was sitting close to Miss Heard and maybe had her arm around her at a campfire. And everyone was having a good time. There were some mushrooms involved. There was some drinking.
Say cuddle puddle.
And Mr. Depp got jealous of that. Now, he claims that Miss Heard is the abuser.
We'll give you 10
She's
points
so
to
much
Slytherin if
stronger
you say
than he
cuddle
is.
puddle.
But then he testified that the evidence shows that in Hicksville, he was the one who said he was just trying to protect Amber. Well, who says, why would she need protection if she's the abuser? And he went and he took Kelly Sue's hand, forcibly removed it from Miss Heard, embarrassing Miss Heard, ruining the mood the whole night. So they went and they got into an argument in the trailer, in which not only did he trash the trailer, but he took her into the bathroom. He slammed her up against the side wall of the bedroom by her neck, holds her there. That was the next one. In Hicksville, he took her into the bathroom of the trailer and did what he called a cavity search, where he inserted his fingers inside
she called
of her
it that.
and sexually assaulted her.
I didn't
Then
hear him
trashed
call
the
it that.
trailer.
She called it that.
And you heard this Morgan Knight person who testified a few days ago, who said it was $62 of damage. You also heard evidence that the way he got involved in this trial was by
social media.
reaching out to one of the main Johnny Depp fan influencers on social
That is
media.
not, that
And you
misstates
saw
evidence.
that text.
Even
That's how he injected
Elaine's
himself into
curious.
This trial. There was way more than $62 of damage.
And there it
You heard
is.
testimony from
That
Rocky
umbrella
Pennington,
guy is in closing
Whitney Heard,
arguments.
Whitney Enriquez, and
Lucy
Amber
Tugg.
about him trashing the trailer. And is that really a surprise? The man's admitted that he smashes things when he gets angry. The man's admitted that he smashed hotel rooms.
Yeah,
You
that's
saw
not
the quote that he
how
admitted
that
to
went.
the other day, that when he wants to hit something, he's going to hit it, and he doesn't care about the repercussions.
That's a bit disingenuous.
So
Elaine's
in Hicksville,
face was like, what the fuck's happening?
this is-
Elaine's face was like, that's
late
not,
May
I don't think that's what
2013.
happened.
This is a text, another text to drug buddy Bettany, where he says,
Drug
I,
buddy
of course,
Bettany.
pounded and displayed ugly colors to Amber on recent journey. I am an insane person and not so fair-headed
Oh.
after too much of the drink.
Everybody's
Weed,
tornado alarms are
pills,
going off.
fine.
Do you hear them?
Booze,
Everyone's phones are going off
my
in court.
capacity is too large and I won't stop.
There's a tornado
Ugly
warning in
and
Fairfax
sad.
County.
Oh, how I love it.
I saw that from the chat because chat is Bay.
There appears to be an Amber Alert, but I
Oh.
think we're okay.
I thought that was going to be
People
the
are getting it, I
tornado
guess, on
warning.
their phones that hadn't silenced that.
Oh, okay, Your Honor.
Okay.
Can I keep going?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank
An
you.
Amber Alert. I
Yes,
thought
sir.
that was going to be the tornado warning, but I guess it's a tornado
So
watch.
that's after Hicksville. This is what I was getting to next. This, remember,
Yes, it's an Amber Alert.
the testimony about Mr.
An
Depp
Amber
being drunk
Alert
on his yacht
Going off during Amber.
on the island in the Bahamas in 2013, when Mr. Depp looked a little scary by the way his body fell into the water, and Lily Rose, his daughter, started to cry.
There's
Ms.
an
Heard
Amber
comforted
Alert going
Lily
off
Rose,
during Amber
and
Heard's
then Depp
closing. I
accused
just
Amber of making
cannot.
them aware of this, that he was drinking again, making his kids aware of this. And he slammed her up against the sidewall of the bedroom, held her up by her neck, held her there for a second, and said, "I can fucking kill you, and you're an embarrassment." That's what he said. And then, do you remember what happened? Lily Rose and Amber helicoptered away from the island. And while Amber was in the helicopter with Lily Rose, Mr. Depp sends her this piece of poetry, calling her a lesbian camp counselor because she cared about his drinking, and just ridiculing her.
I'm not over the Amber Alert. I
his
did not have
daughter.
that on my bingo card. I've seen the memes.
Sickening. This text, let's fast forward a little
I
bit.
haven't recovered yet. I'm sorry, Rottenborn.
Actually, before we talk about this is the Boston flight. Let's talk about the Moscow flight. The Moscow flight,
Really?
when Mr. Depp and Amber, she said that was the one time she took ecstasy or MDMA with Mr. Depp, and she learned her lesson. When he hit her on the plane, when he threatened to break the flight attendant's wrist, and Miss Vasquez, again, just tried to tell you, oh, he always wore rings. Now, Miss Heard said almost all the time he did, or maybe sometimes when he didn't. And in the picture that she just showed you, PX 1248, you can take a look at that when you review the evidence. That's a picture taken in Moscow with no rings other than a wedding ring on his finger, or some kind of ring. He's wearing one ring on his finger. And so,
But I'm slayed.
in Mr.
Like I'm
Depp's
deceased.
world, they're going to try to come at you either way. They say, well, he was wearing rings, but it didn't leave a mark on your face. And then they show you a picture where he wasn't wearing rings during that trip. So that's what happened in Moscow. On September 2013,
The court said
in
Amber
London,
Alert. I thought
Mr.
it would
Depp
be a
was filming
tornado
with Paul Bettany.
watch.
He missed a
The
few
court
days
said
of
Amber
work,
Alert.
going on a multi-day drug binge. And that's when he told Miss Heard that if she accepted an invitation and went to a concert with a friend that she was starring in a movie with, that the engagement would be off. Talk about coercive control. that Don Hughes
I'm
testified.
sorry,
It was
I'm lost on
abuse.
the Amber
That is
Alert.
abuse.
It's just,
And there's been a
I
lot
can't.
mentioned
It's
in this
just-
case by Mr. Depp about Miss Heard not wanting
After
him
all
to
the
leave.
Amber Alert memes on the internet,
That's
for
her
that
not
to
wanting to
happen
leave.
during closing is
Well,
just.
this is why she didn't want him to leave, because he goes
But
off with his friends and he twists us
Monique,
off, as he calls it.
I
He
thought
goes on
it
a
would be a
multi-day
severe weather
bender.
alert.
That's
The
why she
court
didn't want
said
him to
it's an
leave.
Amber
And he
Alert.
got spun up like that, and she could see the monster coming.
So I'm going with what
So
the
let's
court
fast
said
forward
in
to
front of the
Boston
jury.
plane incident.
The court said in front of the
Mr.
jury,
Depp was
it's an
jealous that she
Amber
was
Alert.
filming a movie with James Franco. And Miss Heard testified that when she met him in Boston, she was on the plane, his car pulled up. She could guess by the way he was moving. She knew what was going to board that plane. And it wasn't Mr. Depp, the man. It was Mr. Depp, the monster. She said, I already know he's drunk. I already know he's using. And then when he got on the plane, he straight up started taunting her. He called her a go-getter and a slut. He started throwing things at her, ice cubes and
I
utensils.
thought it was a
And he
weather
slapped
warning.
her face
That's not what the court said.
against the window when she was seated. And when she got up to move, how dare she? He kicked her in the back. She said, I feel this boot in my back. And he continued to drink and eventually started howling like an animal, passed out in the bathroom. Let's play 221, please.
I can't recover. I thought it was probably a weather report based on what you guys were saying in the chat. I thought it was weather. After all the audio that Depp's team played, this is your strongest audio? This is your strongest audio, Rottenborn? This is it. This is your strongest audio for closing.
That's Mr. Depp on the plane, but he expects you to believe him that he didn't have anything to drink on that plane except for maybe one thing of champagne. That's what he expects you to believe. He's talked about blackouts. These blackouts where he doesn't remember what happened. He blamed them only on opiates, but we know they happened throughout, where he doesn't remember what's happened. As you're weighing the evidence, as you're assessing whether Mr. Depp has borne his burden of proof, think to yourself, do you believe Amber's account of what happened on the plane, or do you believe that person's account that you just heard? But actually, you can look at his account from a few days later.
If Fairfax County
May
has gone
30th,
from tornado
in which
warning
he told,
or
again,
tornado watch to
all betting,
warning,
he said,
court has
drank
to
all
be
night
clued into
before I
that.
picked Amber up to fly to LA. No food for days.
So if there's a warning,
Hours, half a bottle
that's
of
a big
whiskey,
deal.
1,000 Red Bulls and vodkas, pills, 2 bottles of champagne. And what do you get? An angry
I've
aggro
learned that
engine and
the
a
difference
fucking
between a
blackout,
tornado watch and a
screaming
tornado warning
obscenities
is a
and
big deal,
insulting
like the
any
difference between a
fucking guy
pledge
here.
and
I'm
a
done.
donation. These
I'm
are
admittedly
significant
too fucked in the
differences.
head to spray my rage at the one I love. For little reason as well. I'm too old to be that guy.
They've overplayed the
but pills are
text,
fine.
and I don't think
And
anyone
he expects you to believe
cares.
that he's carried his burden of proof in showing that no abuse happened on that plane. You don't have to look at just that. You can look at this text to Patty Smith when he says, when I was in NYC, they were brief visits, and I fucked and charged by horrific fights with Amber. I fucked up and drank and got shitty, was so disappointed in myself. You can look at his text to Miss Heard the next day, where he says, once again, I find myself in a place of shame and regret. Of course, I am sorry. I really don't know why or what happened. Well, no wonder. You heard the voice on the plane. Of course he doesn't know what happened. But I will never do it again. My illness somehow crept up and grabbed me. I must get better. I love you and feel so bad for letting you down. And what his response has been throughout this trial to things like that is blaming Amber, saying he's just placating her. Is that carrying his burden of proof and showing that abuse hasn't happened even a single time? This is in the lead up to Australia. But before we get there, we can talk about January 25th in Tokyo at the premiere of Mordecai, where he did slam her up against the hallway wall, wailed on her, and he did get on her back in the closet. And what do they say? Look at her backless dress. She doesn't have any bruises. She testified herself that she was checking out pictures because she was concerned that there were. So now their theory is if there's no marks, it didn't happen. We all know that's not the case. February 2015, this is when they got married. The day they got married, you heard the testimony from Io Tillett Wright that where Mr. Depp told him, I can now punch her anytime I want and no one can do anything about it. He'll say it's a joke he made on his wedding day. Then we fast forward to Australia, where Miss Heard is flying from London, where she's filming The Danish Girl, to see her new husband for the first time since their wedding. And these are excerpts from DX353, all but the bottom right one are in the days leading up to this, where he's on a drug-fueled bender. He's hanging out with Marilyn Manson. He's getting drugs from his assistants who are enablers. Again, there's a reason you didn't hear them testify in this trial. They're getting him drugs for days and days. And then the one on the bottom right, you'll remember you've seen a couple times. This is after he chopped his finger off, when he says, need more cocaine and ecstasy. So, and no one, Miss Heard was in touch with his assistants, but no one told her the hornet's nest that she was walking into. And we all know what happened in Australia. We all know that Mr. Depp,
We
he
all
gets
know
there, he pulls out a bag
what
of
happened in
MDMA,
Australia.
and he took a handful. She didn't say he took 10 at a time. She did say he took 8 to 10 over the course of that period. The second day, Mr. Depp, who claims that
challenge
Miss
that.
Heard
Yes, they
refused
can run
to
out of
do a
time. They have
post
2
knock,
hours. That's it.
calls Amber's
2 hours
domestic
total.
relations attorney, Michelle Mulrooney. You heard from her when he was drunk and he fired her. And he told Amber for about the 25th time, she said, the only way out of this is death. I don't want a post-nup. And then she said she remembered him slamming up against the wall. And I won't go through, you remember her testimony from Australia. You remember her saying that he had her by the neck, squeezing her neck. You
I'm not going to
remember
go
her
through it.
saying
Then he
that
goes through it.
threw her
Later.
on the games table like a ping pong table. You remember seeing the pictures of that broken table. You remember her saying that at some point he had a broken bottle up against her face.
She
and he
did.
told
She
her
said
that
8
he'd
to
carve
10.
up her
She said 8 to
face,
10.
that he
She
was
said 8 to
throwing
10.
bottles at her.
She
He's
said 8 to
throwing
10.
bottles one after another, and I could feel glass breaking behind me, and you've seen the evidence of that. And he was just over and over again smashing the phone into the wall, screaming at me as she watched it break into pieces.
I wonder if the
Now,
court
she
is
doesn't know
how the
lost
court
his
will deal
finger.
with whether
She
might
said that she
take
saw him
lunch
smash a phone to pieces.
right when he
And
finishes.
you heard him get impeached the other day with his testimony.
But
from
we
the
know
UK,
that
which was
Elaine is
different
going to
from what he
speak
testified
after
here, where
him.
He said he did smash a phone. And then they tried to put that picture in front of you with a desk phone and suggest that that was it.
I didn't know that Paul.
It's
Does
deception.
Paul Bettany know his
They're
new
trying to
nickname
deceive
is
you.
Drug Buddy Bettany?
And then you heard Ms. Heard testify that the next morning she found meat that he had left all over the house.
Such
But
odd
not before
testimony. No
what
one
happened
else.
Before
No one
she went
else
to
said
bed that night.
No one else said that.
Where Ms. Heard testified, and I remember trying to get up, and I was slipping on the glass. I was wanting to move. I felt this pressure in my pubic bone. I remember just not wanting to move.
He said, I'm
because
not
I
going to
didn't
break this
know
down.
If it was broken. I didn't know if the bottle that he had inside me was broken. This is the next morning.
And the thing is,
This is what he wrote
Rottenborn, you
with
don't
the bloody
have the
stump of
lady
his finger.
parts?
And there's been testimony about what happened to cut the finger off. But frankly,
it's
it's
broken.
irrelevant to your deliberations here. Amber could have chopped it off with an axe, and it has nothing to do with whether or not Mr. Depp abused her. But we all know she didn't. We all know that his fingers weren't curled, and someone was standing with a half-gallon vodka bottle from about where that
we know his
canopy
fingers
is,
weren't
and
curled?
threw it.
How do we
and
know
it
that,
somehow
sir?
managed to damage just the bottom of the finger and leave the nail fully intact. We all know that didn't happen.
What?
Mr. Depp knows it didn't happen. We'll see some evidence of that. But here,
We will?
he writes about her ambitions, starring Billy Bob and Easy Amber. We talked about controlling, jealousy, talked about him not wanting her to act. Dawn Hughes testified how that is a form of intimate partner abuse. Here he's writing on the mirror again, and they try to blame her and say that she wrote
He
Call
is
Carly
harder to
Simon.
follow, I
She didn't
know.
write that. Who was the
She didn't
lunatic
write
in the
that?
house?
Are we still going
Who was
there?
writing everywhere? There's no evidence she wrote that. She testified she doesn't even know who Carly Simon was until she was told. This is some of the evidence. Mr. Depp told you a couple different stories the other day about the evidence on the right. He claimed that that was the handle of vodka between those two beer cans there. But then under cross-examination, he admitted it's not, that there's not enough glass on the floor, that there's no handle of vodka on the floor. But what there is in the picture on the right is evidence of when he was throwing bottles past Amber's head and breaking that plate glass window. More writing, more abuse on the right. Imagining having a painting area where you're drawing two canvases and you and your husband get in a fight, and while you are asleep that night, he takes the bloody stump of his finger and dips it in paint and destroys your paintings. Ladies and gentlemen, that's abuse. Good luck and be careful at the top. And this is a good chance to talk about Mr. Depp's controlling and jealous rage and his desire to control Amber's career. He didn't want her to act. As early as 2013, he tells his sister, I don't need actress bullshit and her fucking ambition. He tells her in this recording,
If you look at the bigger picture,
I
what is
became
the
irrational when you're doing movies. I become jealous and fucking crazy and weird. And, you know, we fight a lot more.
I become jealous when you're doing movies. I become irrational and fucking crazy and weird. Out of his own mouth. This is some of the notes of Dr. Blaustein, his therapist, called him self-destructive. Something about wait up to fight the devil.
I think he said he was destructive
Jealous.
to himself.
And I know this is hard to read, but you can see jealous, you see paranoia, fear, envy. He wanted to control her. He wanted to own her. He didn't want her to have any career.
Oh, he's going to try to make those other texts
and then he
happen
says things
again.
like, I have other uses for your throat.
Yes, the
which do not include
sexting
injury."
came in.
No one who's-
Rottenborn.
hasn't previously grabbed someone by the throat would
My
write, which
guy.
do not include injury.
That
But we all
is
know how
a
Mr. Depp thinks
sext.
along these lines because you
That
saw
is
these
not
two
a
texts the other
threat.
day that he sat on the stand and denied writing. And I'm not going to read them to you again because they're the most
Sext.
vulgar, vile writing you can imagine. He said, that's not my style. I wouldn't write like that.
Bring him up again. Bring
Of
up
course he
the
would.
incoming texts
And he
again.
did. These
Bring
are
them up.
texts that he produced, that
Show
he
them.
gave to Amber and our team in this litigation from him to his personal assistant, Stephen Duders. This is
From
the way
him?
he thinks about
Hold
women.
them up.
This.
Pull them up
Not what you heard
right
on
now.
the stand. That. It's disgusting.
Pull them up right now.
He admitted that he cut his finger off. This is evidence of him admitting to it to people other than Amber.
Trying to make fetch
I
happen.
cut the top of my middle finger off. Says that to Dr. Kipper. Says it again to Dr. Kipper. The bottom one he says to Nurse Velati, I just chopped my finger off. But he does say it to Amber too. Remember, we played this one 4 times, and Mr. Depp denied that he was actually saying the day that I chopped my finger off. Let's hear it one more time.
I don't know.
I'm talking about Australia, the day that
Now we're talking about Australia. Okay.
The day that I chopped my finger off. So let's fast forward to March 23rd, 2015. After just a few weeks in Australia, Mr. Depp has a finger injury, no doubt about that. He comes home. He gets what they call a soft cast on it, which you heard his treating physician and our experts say doesn't have sides on it, but it's a hard plaster cast over the top of his finger that can be wielded like a club. And
No.
they got in an argument when Miss
They
Hurd
did not
discovered that he was
testify
having
it could be
an affair
wielded
with
like a
woman named
club.
Rochelle that had been going on before the wedding, after the wedding, and she confronted him about that. No surprise there. They got in a huge argument. At some point in the argument, he bolted up the stairs. Now, Travis McGivern claims that she threw a Red Bull can at him.
The thing
She
is, if
and
we're feeling
Whitney
this way, I
Enriquez say
wonder how
that
the jury's
absolutely
feeling.
didn't happen. But even if
He's
you believe
arguing the evidence means
Mr.
something
McGivern,
different.
at some point, Mr. Depp went
It
up the
could
stairs.
go very
He went
badly if the
to
jury's
fight.
like,
This is the
that's
man who
not what
claims he
that
always
said,
wants to
though.
run, and this
It
time
just
he had a
turns them off
bodyguard
and they're
with him.
done.
So he could have just walked out the door, but he runs up the stairs, and Miss Enriquez is standing on the precipice of the stairs.
Elaine still
And
has
Amber
to testify.
admitted that when she
argue.
thought he was about to push her down the stairs,
Testify
as he's
like she did
grabbing
during
at her and Amber
testimony.
with his free hand and trying to club them with the casted hand, that she said, I punched him square in the face. I punched him square in the face. And they showed you a picture of the shiner that
Was
she
happy
had,
to say that.
that Mr. Depp had. Miss Hurd doesn't deny that. They're trying to say she's the abuser for defending herself and her sister from this animal who's running at them. This person that they claim couldn't possibly have done this because he had a hurt finger. Yet he could have done this. This is what Mr. McGivern said was rearranging her closet. I don't know what you all do when you rearrange your closets, but I hope it doesn't look like this. This is throwing clothing
I want
rack
it
down
to
the
look like
stairs.
the home
This is
edit.
knocking this over. This is what he did to
It just
rearrange her
doesn't.
closet with his hurt finger that he couldn't possibly have hit Miss Hurd with, they claim. That in and of itself, that destruction of property, even if he hadn't hit her that night, that's abuse. Imagine being married to someone and walking on eggshells so thick that you don't know if you set them off, if that's what's going to happen.
Are the eggshells thick or thin?
That's abuse.
Because I think they would be thin.
It's disgusting.
I
But
don't
sometimes
disagree
he would
that
apologize.
that can be
He'd say,
abusive.
I can't express how sorry I am for having stooped so low.
I
as
just
to
wonder what the
spew
jury
such
would think.
vicious untruths for the sole purpose of hurting you. Grievous error, shameful. So he went in these cycles. She thought he could change for good. And when it was good, it was really good. But then sometimes things like December 15th came around, where she remembers him chasing her in the kitchen. She remembers him shoving her 2 or 3 times and sending her toppling over a Chase lounge and saying, do you really want to go again, tough guy? And she looked at him and he balled up his fist, leaned back and headbutted her square in the nose and pounded her head with the back of his fist so she couldn't breathe on that bed that we're going to see in a second, where she was suffocating in this pillow top. And she said, this is when I thought I was going to die. He's going to kill me and he doesn't even know what he's doing because he's out of his mind. And these are the pictures that they claim. I don't know what they're claiming. I don't know if they're claiming she painted on the bruise. Oh, you weren't hurt badly enough, so therefore you're making
That's
it
kind
up.
of it.
Look under her eye. And again, their theory is that all of this is a lie. All of this was some grand hoax. If this were a hoax, ladies and gentlemen, she'd have worse injuries than that. She'd really do it up. She took pictures as they existed when she could at the time of abuse. And yet Ms. Vasquez has the nerve to say, well, why didn't she videotape an incident of abuse?
She
What, if
videotaped
she's
a lot.
being hit, she's supposed to somehow grab a video camera with one hand while she's defending herself with another
Sir.
hand. You heard her in one of the audio
A video
tapes
camera?
talking about when she hit him as he was trying to barge at her and she got her feet caught under a door.
Elaine, you're blocking your client
As he's
from the
coming
camera.
after
Can you
her.
just move your head a little?
And of course, as Don Hughes testified to, victims, of course, of control like this, they do try to appease their abusive partner and apologize for things that aren't their fault. So as you're coming at me,
Fair.
Johnny, and you push a door into me and I have to hit you
Fair.
to get away, to protect myself, yeah, she did apologize for that because that's the cycle of violence. That's what victims do. Yet they continue to blame the victim. There's no evidence she painted on that bloody lip. And again, if we're talking about a hoax, the next day she went on James Corden and they say, well, you can't see any injury there, so it must not have happened.
There's no evidence she
would have
painted
to
on the
be
bloody lip is what he just said.
Dumbest person in the world to say, I'm going to commit an abuse hoax, but let's do it the day before I go on national television. Let's do it the day
That is
before.
a very good point.
But you heard Melanie
If
Iglesias,
you're
her
going to
makeup artist,
tag these
testify in
events,
great detail.
why
I didn't
tag
even
them
understand
when you're in
half the
public the
terms
next
about
day?
makeup that she
It
was
is a
using,
very good
but she
point.
testified in great detail.
And if any
about
jurors
exactly
catch
what
that,
she did
and
to
he
cover
should have
up
argued
the
it more.
bruises.
If any
The
jurors
red
catch that, are
lipstick
like,
that
right,
she
why
put
would
to
she
cover
hoax
up
it the
the
day
busted
before
lip.
she's in public? And I
You've
think
heard
that's
the
a fair
testimony of
point.
that
But he didn't lean into that.
from a neutral party.
He's leaning into a
who
lot of
said
other
exactly
shit.
what she did.
He should have
She
leaned
talked
into
about
that.
how she looked at the color
Why
wheel
would she
to
lie if she knows
neutralize
she's
the
going to be on
bruising.
the James Corden show? Why would she pick that
They
date? Why not
claim
pick a different
it was
date?
just an accidental headbutt. Well, no accidental headbutt rips out hair.
Why now? Why this
They
date?
claim, oh, Miss Heard somehow used a pocket knife to cut this portion of the bed
No,
out to stage
Rob
this.
from
Well, I don't
Lawn
know if that's
Lumber
a pocket knife
claims.
or not, but the only testimony in this trial about a pocket knife is Whitney Enriquez saying that Mr. Depp carried a pocket knife in his pocket every day.
Mm-hmm.
We all know where that, if it is a pocket knife, where that came from. I think one of the most telling things about this incident is the text he sent to David Heard, Amber's dad, 2 weeks later, where he says, I meant to send this to you a week or
Sue
so
from
ago.
the sticks. I only
I'm
asked
sending
you
it to you
try.
now. And he says,
I only asked that
I
you
forget
tried
if
to
it's
give him a
text or
chance.
an email, but you can look at DX580. He says,
That's all.
yes,
I asked you to try to
fucked
keep an
up
open
and
mind.
went too far in our fight.
If you have tried and are over
Because
it,
as a result of that fight and the
okay.
bruises that all of her family saw, the family refused to go to the Bahamas with them for
Mike
Christmas.
Schneider, I see you in the chat. Thank you for the
The
super
family
chat.
refused to go to the
Sorry, I didn't
Bahamas
grab it up. I think the jury is
for
over Amber
Christmas.
and her team.
And on that trip to the island, Mr. Depp kept passing out. And every time he passed out, he would dump a glass of wine on Amber's lap. And she didn't like that. And she yelled at him. And because it was in front of his kids, he got up. This is the one where Tara Roberts took the video, but she didn't show you the closet. She didn't show you the bathroom. And Amber said, while holding my neck, this is in the closet. He said, I'll fucking kill you if you ever speak to me like that in front of my kids again, because you embarrass me. And then he took her into the bathroom. And she said, but this time he grabbed my vagina, shoved his fingers inside me, but through my bathing suit, and held me there and asked me if I was so fucking tough. And then she ran out of the house. And to keep him away from her, that's when
we
he
saw the
claims,
house in
and
the
she admits
Bahamas.
she threw something at him.
It's-
She didn't know what it was.
It's a room.
It's been testimony. It was a can of mineral spirits that she claimed
The
that
closet
hit
has
Mr. Depp.
beads
And
over
Mr.
it.
Depp is somehow the victim in that encounter.
And there were pictures of the bathroom and the closet.
We talked about the train ride to Asia.
Come
you
on.
saw the pictures taken before they got on the train ride, where Mr.
I don't
Depp
know
has
if
the
come on
same
is a
shadowing
powerful
under his eye that he does
argument
in
at
the
this
allegedly
point.
abusive picture. But in that picture, he
I
held
thought
Miss
you were
Heard in
almost
that
done,
train ride.
Rottenborn.
Talk about a honeymoon. He held her up against the wall while she was trying to get
I
his
will
arms off her neck, and he was
be right
squeezing
back.
her
If
neck
he
against
finishes
the
up
rail
while
of
I
the
try to go
car.
to the bathroom,
And at
I'm
some
gonna be
point, I pull the lapel of the
personally
shirt.
offended.
He rips the shirt off, and she woke up with the shirt around her neck and a giant knot in the back of her head. Let's fast forward to her birthday party just very quickly. He experienced terrible financial news that night. He came over, they got into a fight. There's been conflicting evidence about that. But Amber said, I hit the side of the desk. He chest bumped me. He fell to the floor. I fell to the floor. And when I got back up, he held me down by the shoulders. And that's when he grabbed her by the pubic bone and pushed her down. And you'll remember Miss Vasquez showing her interrogatory answers where she details a lot of this and saying, nowhere in there does it say that. And Miss Heard says it actually does on page 64 and pointed out to Miss Vasquez exactly where it says that. That's abuse. It's sexual abuse. But we all know what Mr. Depp does when he experiences terrible financial news or terrible news. He experienced terrible news that night on the way to the birthday party where both of his bodyguards have testified that he was either visiting his sick mom or getting a birthday present for Amber. And then we know what happens the day after his mother passed away on May 21st, 2016.
Thanks for doing
And
a solid Rottenborn.
We're going to skip through a little bit of this now. And
All right.
Elaine will talk about this in the context of the counterclaim. But these are the pictures.
Oh, Elaine's not going to go during this part.
These are
She's not going to
pictures-
go till the
And now they're
counterclaim.
claiming that they must have been
Smart.
faked. There's been no testimony in this case that these pictures were faked. There's been no
Except for the
testimony that
pictures.
marks you see on Amber's face, including this mark with a straight line from below her eye to the top of her temple that lines up directly with a phone. There's been no testimony that those are fake.
It lines up directly with a
Mr. Depp
phone.
went through the house. He destroyed pictures of her
There's
friends.
no
That's
testimony of
abuse.
that
Property
either.
destruction like that.
Is he saying the phone hit her this way? Because I always assumed the
He destroyed
phone
her friend Rocky Pennington's,
was being told to come in this way.
preparation for the bead show that she was
Not-
having. He spilled wine in the hallway that you'll notice.
How
the
do you know
police
it lines
deny.
up with the
there was
phone
no
this
spilled wine
way?
in the hallway. Well, even Isaac Baruch testified that he saw this in the hallway.
I have questions.
And they said she never sent anything to her medical
Those are the
providers.
same.
These are the texts that she
Where is
sent
this one?
to her
There is the
nurse,
same
Erin
photo of
Kalai,
this one.
the night that it happened. These are pictures of her in the courtroom.
And the nurse talked about her having a cyst.
We're not going to play this right now, but you can listen to this. This is that terribly disturbing text of him in July of 2016 threatening to cut himself and telling you cut me
It's not a text,
or
it's an
I will.
audio.
You all remember playing that. It was awful.
It was awful.
I'm not going to play it again.
It was awful, and
It
they
was-
both sounded
it
like
was-
they
it
were
was
in pain.
horrible. That in and of itself
It was horrible.
abusive. This is the document that Mr. Depp signed, the divorce agreement, where he says, signed in agreement with his signature, neither party has made false accusations for financial gain. He said that then. He could have fought this then, but he didn't because he knew that her allegations were true.
That's what we said.
But then he continued his campaign of humiliation. He says, I want her replaced on that WB film. Ladies and gentlemen, the facts are absolutely overwhelming. Of
He
abuse.
should have said mountain.
One time. That's all you have to remember. Mr. Depp simply cannot prove to you that he never once abused Amber. And if you don't know, you have to return a verdict for Ms. Heard. A ruling against Amber here sends a message that no matter what you do as an abuse victim, you always have to do more. No matter what you document, you always have to document more. No matter whom you tell, you always have to tell
That could
more
backfire.
people. No matter how honest you are about your own imperfections,
That's a good argument,
and your
but it
own
could backfire.
shortcomings in a relationship, you need to be perfect in order for people to believe you.
Nobody believes that you have to be a perfect
Don't
victim.
send that message. That's what he wants you to send. So I'm going to quickly get to another point that
you
have
should have
to
fucking
find
stopped
in order
there,
to
bro.
prove
That was your
or
closing
to rule
line.
from Mr. Depp. You would have
Why
to
are you
find
still
Ms.
talking?
Heard
That
made
was the
statement
end.
with actual malice. Now, what Mr. Chu did
That was the
tell you is that
close.
you have to find this by clear and convincing
Don't
evidence.
send
So
that
this is much
message.
higher
That's what
than
he
the
wants
greater
you to
weight of
send.
The evidence standard that applies to the other claims, the other elements of the claim. Clear and convincing evidence
Then
is evidence that creates in your minds a firm belief or conviction that Mr. Depp has proved this issue. So if you believe
Why
that
work
Ms.
up to
Heard
that
did
moment
not
and then
act
fuck it up by
maliciously
keep talking?
in writing her op-ed, then you must return a verdict for Ms. Heard, even if you think that he never abused her.
Huh?
But I'll quickly go over the evidence of this. The
haven't talked about the
you look at
counterclaim
words,
yet.
it clearly wasn't a hit piece. She visited her attorney, Eric George, who testified by video that his objective was to make sure that there could be no meritorious claim that could be brought about this article. He gave Ms. Heard advice. She affirmatively followed all of it. So you cannot find that Ms. Heard met the clear and convincing evidence standard, given the testimony of Eric George, given the testimony of Terrence Doherty from the
Why are you going
ACLU,
backwards?
when Amber went out of her way to ask her lawyer if it was okay. They will say it doesn't matter if she's lying, but even if that isn't, they will say that that doesn't matter if she's lying, but even that isn't true. Because again, keep in mind that if Ms. Heard wanted to be malicious toward Mr. Depp, the article would be very different. And I think it's interesting here, we'll talk about Mr. Waldman in a second, but that Amber utilized her attorney, Eric George, to make sure that she was following the law. Mr. Depp used his attorney, Adam Waldman, as an attack dog to defame Amber and to fulfill Depp's promise to her of global humiliation. The last thing I'll touch on before Elaine talks is Mr. Depp's damages. The man's at least consistent in one respect. He blames other people for his problems, everyone but himself. You heard
He took a lot of responsibility in
us
his
reading a
testimony,
stack
I
of
thought.
articles dating years before he broke up with Amber, before their marriage broke apart, talking about his problems, talking about the fact that his movies were flops, talking about the fact that he was late to the set, he's unreliable as an actor. A word of reminder here, ladies and gentlemen, is that the only thing Amber ever did that Mr. Depp is allowed to sue her for is the op-ed. He's trying to say, I want to sue her for what she said in 2016. I want to sue her for harm that was caused then. You cannot do that. The only thing you're being asked to decide are the words of the op-ed defamatory, nothing else. Any damage to Mr. Depp's career is self-caused. Then think about the testimony.
They're arguing against damages. I wouldn't even bother. I'd be like, it's true. There's no damages. I wouldn't even argue they're self-caused. I wouldn't.
Him. His former agent, Tracy Jacobs, said he was late to the set and that he used an earpiece. Depp fired her. She said Disney never committed to Pirate 6. Disney's corporate representative, Tina Newman, said that there was no record in Disney's records of this op-ed. This op-ed had nothing to do with it. In fact, Catherine Arnold, our damages expert, testified that the paper version of the article that allegedly they say came out.
All the attorneys look a little confounded.
Was published the same day as the op-ed. It said that
we wanted a good closing, Rottenborn.
The same day, the paper article came
I need him
out
to turn to the camera and be like, "Are you not entertained?"
There's
totally
no
inappropriate.
evidence of any contract by Disney for Pirate 6. His agent, Jack Wiggum, couldn't identify a contract. His former agent, Christian Carino, said that there's no contract. He didn't lose anything as a result of this op-ed. Anything he's lost is the result of his own choices.
You also
heard him lie to you. You heard him tell you that this was his first
that this
chance
is
to
true.
tell his
Don't
story.
even
But let's
fuck
break
with
it
the
down, 'cause
damages.
That's not true. He could have fought
Address
the
your
PRO that
counterclaim.
he filed. He could have said, I didn't abuse her, but he chose not to do that. He could have fought her in the divorce case, but he chose not to do that. Instead, he signed the statement saying that no one had falsified any statements. He only filed this suit after he met Adam Waldman, the same Adam Waldman who convinced him to file suit against his former business manager.
I'm not going to say anything about them not objecting.
Fire them and blame them for things.
Her face says it all.
But by the time that Amber wrote
But
the
I
op-ed,
think
Mr. Depp already had
They
another
have the
op-ed.
advantage of looking at how the jury's responding.
He
And if the
filed a
jury's like,
case in the
WTF,
UK
why
against
object?
the Sun
Let him keep going.
for calling him a wife beater. And in that case, he
I
had
knew it.
many of the same witnesses. He was on the stand for parts of 5 days.
Don't try to
He
use
got
that
tell the
case to
fact finder
leverage
in the
this
UK
case.
Whatever he wanted. Now, it's not the same testimony he told here because you heard me impeach him about 13 times with this testimony from the UK.
Did we though?
But he's had his chances. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to tell Mr. Depp that this was his last chance. Tell him to move on with his life.
Tell the world.
Tell him to let Amber move on with hers. Stand up for the freedom of speech. Stand up for the First Amendment. This trial is about so much more than Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard. It's about the freedom of speech. Stand up for it, protect it, and reject Mr. Depp's claims against Amber. And now you'll hear from Ms. Bredehoft about the counterclaim.
Oh, shit.
Thank you.
I thought she wasn't going to the rebuttal. How long have they been talking? I feel like they've been talking 100 years. Chat, I'm going to get to a few that he didn't address the counterclaim. I feel like he's been talking forever. But when you're leaning into stand up for the First Amendment, stand up for the Constitution, why aren't you saying stand up for my client? Stand up for a victim of horrific abuse.
I get to say good afternoon. And I know you've been listening to everybody for a long time here, and I echo Ben's very strong thank you to all of you for this.
Like,
extreme
why
service
not
and
lean
extraordinary
in
service. We really appreciate
to her
it.
being a
I'm gonna
client
go
of her,
really
a
fast,
victim of horrific abuse?
and try to go
Please
as
don't
quick
go
as I
really
can
fast.
so that you can get
We don't like it when you do
a break
that.
from us and go make your decision. I know you're probably itching to do it at this point. But this is very important to us, and we appreciate your listening, and we appreciate your being here.
It should be important to your
I'm going to
client.
stay on this slide for a moment, and there's something that's very important on this slide that hasn't been brought to your attention by
We were
Mr.
promised the
Depp.
counterclaim.
When you
Please
see
just
the
go there.
actual damages, go down to the last paragraph.
I think the reason they're spending
It
time on
says,
damages is because
"Mr.
they're worried.
Depp
I think they are
cannot
worried they're going to
recover
lose.
damages for
And that's why they're
any
talking about damages.
harm that occurred after November 2, 2020. Do you all see that? So what Mr. Depp's team got up here.
Why waste
and
your time
told
on
you through
damages?
Mr. Chu this morning has nothing to do with this case. He had his chance in the UK. The lawsuit was
mic,
filed
Elaine.
June 2018, 6 months before the op-ed. The trial was July 2020. The process ended, according to Mr. Marks, their expert, on November 2, 2020. And his damages stopped then. He can't get
These all look
reputational
crooked to
damages.
me.
He can't get his legacy back for his children. He can't get anything after that day from you. You can't restore his reputation. You can't give him anything. They didn't tell you that, but the court told you
They said
that.
they don't give a shit
And
about the
that's a
money.
very,
That's why they
very
didn't tell you
important
that.
thing here. He told his story. He had his opportunities. He had his full opportunities to do all of that. And he came in here and lied to you and said he's here to get his reputation back. It's just one of many lies in this case, but it's a really big one because here we
She
are.
didn't specify where those lies were
6
coming
weeks
from.
of your time, precious time, 6 weeks of this court's time. For what? For nothing. Only to go after Amber. That's psychological abuse. He's going after Amber.
This trial is
for nothing
psychological abuse.
because he wants to put her through this again, the third time.
The third time.
So we're fighting back, and that's the counterclaim. She finally has said enough, enough. And we're asking you to finally hold this man responsible. He has never accepted responsibility for anything in his life. You've heard it this whole time. He hasn't admitted to anything. He's blamed everybody in the world, his agent, his manager, his lawyer, Amber, his friends, everybody. But he's never accepted responsibility for a thing he's done in his life. But we're asking you to accept, to make him accept responsibility, to hold him legally responsible for his actions, and to fully and fairly compensate Amber for what he has done by creating this concept of a hoax. for the
Concept?
defamation that he has
She
committed,
didn't say
that you have
concept
heard
of
so
a
much
hoax.
about, that
She said
just
concept
took wildfire
of a hoax.
and went off into negative
Interesting.
media and has made Amber's life pure hell up to this day. We're asking you to do that, to compensate her, to be fair and hold him responsible so he stops. We don't want another lawsuit. We don't want anything else. We want to leave Amber alone and let her get on with her life and raise her child. So let's talk about the counterclaim for a moment. These are Adam Waldman statements. You've heard Mr. Depp say, well, why aren't you suing Mr. Waldman? Isn't that typical of Mr. Depp? He doesn't take responsibility for anything. So now he's going to blame his lawyer. But the evidence is very clear on all three statements. I'll show them to you in a minute.
You'll never see
that he
my eyes
says
again.
Adam Waldman,
Elaine?
Mr. Depp's attorney.
Be
says these
careful,
things.
girl.
Now,
Mocking
Mr. Depp
him is
says,
not gonna
I
go
didn't even know
well."
about those until the counterclaim. Well, we know that's not true because Mr. Waldman's
She might
testimony
start
was
mocking him
2 months
more.
before those statements were made in February of
Little
2020. Mr.
argumentative,
Depp
Elaine.
accompanied Mr. Waldman to the Daily Mail, the same place that all three of these statements were published. And he gave him 2 spliced audio tapes to try to make it look like Amber was the person who was committing the abuse. He went with him. He knew that Mr. Waldman was doing this. He knew that Mr. Waldman was launching a campaign against Amber to try to discredit her. And the timing of this, we're talking, the statements now are April and June of 2020. The trial is July of 2020. So they're launching an attack to try to discredit Amber before the trial in the UK. That's what happened here.
Does it coincide
And
with the
that is Mr.
hashtags, though,
Waldman,
Elaine?
but
Could
it's
maybe
Mr.
you
Depp. The judge
finally
gave
tie
you
the
3
audio
different instructions.
to the
You all
hashtags?
have them. He's acting as his
Please.
attorney. He has
Please
the
tie the
authority.
audio to the
So
hashtags, because
Mr.
you
Depp
almost got there.
is standing in the shoes of Mr. Waldman. Mr. Waldman is standing in the shoes of Mr. Depp.
They're spending a lot of time here. They might not have much
Michelle,
time
can
for
you
rebuttal.
please bring up
They have to address the
first
counterclaims.
statement?
They've kind of thrown it away. But why spend so much time telling the jury how to get to damages if you're not
Says,
afraid that they might? If
Amber
you
and
believe
her
the jury's
friends
not
in
going to
the
rule
media
against you, you
fake
say, look
sexual
at the
violence
damages.
allegations is both a sword
And you leave it.
shield, depending on their needs.
They have to get to the
selected
counterclaim.
Some of her sexual violence hoax facts as the sword, inflicting them on the
Congratulations on your
public and Mr.
retirement,
Depp.
Barbara.
Now, what this statement is meant to imply is that Amber is lying about the sexual assaults
Yes, that's what
and
that
using
statement
them
seems to
with the
imply.
media to try to discredit Mr. Depp. That's the clear implications of this. Now, the first part of this is this contradicts Mr. Depp's claims today that the first time you ever heard about the sexual
They get 2
assault
hours total. They have
happened
to
was in
apportion
this
it.
case. It was in the UK case. This is the case that Mr. Depp brought in the UK.
Yep.
And instead of
Elaine
Amber Heard trying to put this
is your
out in
least
the
favorite
media,
teacher lecturing
she
you
did
about why
exactly
you
the
suck.
opposite. Now, this article
It's just,
not
it's an
in your
Umbridge vibe.
evidence, but at least some of you will remember it being shown at one point with the title that said that Amber was successful.
I agree with
in being
you.
able to treat her
They should be able to
allegations
read
of
the jury.
sexual violence confidential in that proceeding, and it was treated confidential.
They've used
She did
1.5
exactly
years of
the
my life
opposite.
with this
She
closing.
didn't want to tell people this, and you know that. You watched her on the stand. It was heart-rending for her to have to
It was
do this
heart-rendering.
with the cameras, no less.
It was heart-rendering.
But what else is false about this statement?
Heart-rendering.
It's that there was no false statements of sexual violence. Ben went through all four of them, and I will not repeat them all. You heard the testimony, and interestingly enough,
I'm
you
not going to
didn't
repeat it. You
hear
heard the testimony.
any
Proceeds to
stories
repeat
that
it
differed
with the
from that
testimony.
Mr. Depp. He didn't get on the stand and say, no, this didn't happen, to at least a couple of them. And he can't in Australia. He can't remember anything, likely. But if you just look at
Likely?
the pictures of the destruction in that house, I mean, imagine painting those canvases and how long that took and how much hatred and rage.
Objection
you have
states
to
facts
have
not in evidence.
for somebody
Heart
to do something
was not
like that.
rendered.
Writing on the walls, tearing up her nightgown and wrapping pieces of raw
There's
steak and putting it all over the house.
That's such
Remember that
a
she
weird
also
thing to
testified that he
argue.
took her clothes and swiped them through all the paint before she left.
That's not what Ben King said.
You know these things happened.
Do they?
With respect to the malice on this one, you know he knows. that
You know
did
he
these
knows.
things. You know that he knows he was out of it for 3
How?
days. And that's all that we need to prove for malice. But there's a couple of more facts here.
If he was
But
out
you
of
can
it, how does
find
he know,
whatever
Elaine?
Mr. Waldman's done, and you can find whatever Mr. Depp has done. And both of those are the same for purposes of evaluating the verdict form.
He knows
They
these
stand in
things,
each
but he
other's
was out
shoes.
of it.
When you have an agent, and that's what the jury instructions say, you can go with both. What did Mr. Waldman do? There was an article about the sexual violence that he had put from the April one that went into the trial.
I can't
Amber's
follow you,
testimony,
Elaine.
She was sitting near him in the trial. Adam Waldman threw that newspaper down in front of her defiantly. That's actual malice. And she was quite upset. And you heard
that
her testimony on the
misstates
stand
the
about
law.
that. He was just inflicting it on her.
That
Remember
misstates the
Bruce
law.
Whitkin's testimony. This was
I would have
Johnny Depp's
objected
best friend
to
for
misstates
40
the law.
years until he testified truthfully 4 years ago about the drugs and alcohol, and he stopped talking to him. There was a couple of really important
She
things that Bruce
slipped
Whitkin said.
into the
One of the
gossipy
things is
bit.
he said he met Adam Waldman once. Adam Waldman said, "Do you have any dirt on the Mandels?" And he said no, and that was it. And he didn't care. He is an attack dog. All he wants to do is attack and
All he
put
wants to
dirt
do
on
is
people.
win,
The second thing that
no
Whitkin
matter
said
what.
that I think was
Is that what
pretty
you're saying, Elaine?
instructive was that Johnny Depp has deep-seated anger
It
issues
feels-
that have nothing to do with
Her
Amber.
pacing is a
He
bit
remembered
frenetic,
even back when
and it
Johnny was married
feels
to his sister-in-law,
like
he
she's
had extreme
grasping.
jealousy even back then. And I think that's pretty significant. Remember, Mr. Whitkin also was called in a few times to intercede in some of these fights between Johnny and Amber when Johnny would become so angry. The last thing I thought he said that was actually pretty important was that Kipper and his whole group are a scam. He said, how is it that they can be sober doctors, for these years, and he's never sober. He's even taking
Hopefully the
pot
doctors
all
are
the time,
sober.
he'd be sober. I thought that was quite instructive.
I think you
But in
mean
any event,
sobriety.
going back to, that's the first statement. The second statement, Michelle, if you can bring that one up. Oh, before I go there, I want to talk about a few more things. from
Michelle,
Mr.
bring that
Waldman
up. Just
you have
kidding.
in your,
JK.
in your pocket
mind, never
to
mind.
be able to find additional malice with him. Remember, he's the one that after the UK trial went to the LAPD with a notebook full of things and tried
You're
to get
bringing up the
perjury charges
perjury on
against
your
Amber.
own?
The LAPD said, we don't investigate those things. But he then
They said
went
go to the
a German
sheriffs.
newspaper and said, Amber is being investigated by the NYPD or the LAPD for perjury. Do you remember
Did you see
that?
Camille going like, no,
That's malice. That's showing his
No.
intent to do harm to Amber.
that misstates
He
the law.
also admitted that
That's
he
not
speaks
the
to that
legal standard for
umbrella
malice.
guy. And you
Somebody
see
needs
that
to
one
object.
text in there from the person from
She's
TMZ.
misstated the law of
That
malice
umbrella
twice.
guy is the big lead of Johnny Depp's, positive social media that is putting all the negative out on Amber Heard. And he also ended up getting knocked out of Twitter because
They should
he was
object.
abusing Amber. So now we'll go to the second counterclaim statement. And that is quite simply, this
it
was
looks
an
like they were
ambush, a
talking
hoax.
about it.
They set Mr. Depp up by calling the cops, but the first attempts didn't do the trick. The officers came to the penthouses, thoroughly searched and interviewed, and left after seeing no damage to face or property. So Amber and her friends spilled a little wine, roughed the place up, got their
You're
story
wasting
straight
time.
under
You
the
already
direction of
did
a lawyer
this.
and publicist, then placed a second call to 911. Now this is May 21. Now the clear implication here is that they're saying that Amber got together with her friends. They decided they were going to set Johnny up to be charged for domestic violence.
2
And so they called the
hours
police and they tried to
total
make up this whole
for each
story,
side.
get him arrested, but
That's
the
it.
police said there's no evidence here, and went away. And they said, darn. And so they spilled wine and they, busted up
The jury might
place,
believe that's
and they
what
called
happened.
911. They got advice from a lawyer and a publicist, called 911
There's
and tried
evidence that they
again to
called a
get
lawyer.
Johnny charged. That's what this says.
That's not
Now, we all know
what it
that's
says.
false, and it's heinously false. Because, after these events happened, and Ben talked
I
about
feel
a little bit of
attacked.
it, but I'll talk about the rest of it, and I'm going to try to do it really quickly.
You better.
But we all know Amber did everything in her
Running
power
out of time doesn't make
not
you
to
more
tell them who Johnny was,
easier to listen to,
not
Elaine.
press charges, not to have him arrested.
I feel
The
yelled at.
exact opposite of this. But
Mom,
what were the facts
can you
of May
pick me up?
21st? He
I'm
comes
scared.
over, he's already been drinking, he's already high, and he is on a tear about feces in the bed from a month ago.
Everybody's
And remember
talking
how
about the
Amber
poop.
talked about when he gets into these drugs.
You never proved the fecal phobia, though, Elaine.
He gets into these paranoias, and he gets some
Or the
idea in his head,
Picasso.
and he just won't
Still
let
pissed.
it go. And that was his this time.
It feels like
There's
she's chiding the
somebody
jury.
put
It
that
does.
feces in the bed a month ago. That was his spin. So she gets Io Tillett on the phone. He's in New York at the time. He's going, they thought, this is ridiculous. Of course nobody did. And by the way,
This is
Boo
just
has
as
this huge
disjointed as
problem.
her
Of course it
opening.
was
I
Boo.
fucking
He's
hate
always
it.
doing this. But Johnny just won't get there. So then they laugh. That makes him mad. Then he throws the phone at Amber. Amber screams out and says, ow, you just threw the cell phone at me. It hurts. Io says, Amber, get out of there. Johnny gets madder,
I'm trying to
pulls
pull up
her
some of these
hair,
super chats.
grabs
They're
her
going
and
too
starts
fast.
hitting her.
No, they're not allowed to
So
mistake the
Io
law.
gets
They
hold
could have
of Rocky
objected. They
Pennington.
didn't.
She comes
They'll
over
probably
as
address it on
quickly as
rebuttal.
she can. She goes and gets in between the two of them. She puts her hands up on his chest.
That's
He
a
pushes
fair
them
rebuttal.
down. And then she continues to stand in between them.
Elaine,
And
you're just
he's
trying to
screaming
testify.
loudly 10 times. Amber, get the fuck up. Amber, get the fuck up.
How do you know it's 10 times,
Amber,
Elaine?
Get the fuck up. Loudly. Then his bodyguards hear this. They come in. They break it up. That's how that happens. But the next part of this,
Elaine
remember
does not know
Josh
what the
Drew,
assignment is.
And I think Elizabeth Mars was amazing in this one. Remember their testimony?
I think Elizabeth Mars was
After
amazing.
that, he
Were you
goes and he
vouching?
has to, he always leaves a path of destruction as he's leaving.
He
So
always leaves a
he
path of
flashes up
destruction.
things and you saw
$62 in
pictures
Hicksville.
here
Elaine?
on Picture frames,
Girl?
knocks things over as he's going, goes down the hallway.
You in
he's
danger.
splashing the wine. He gets his bodyguards to let him in the
Rottenborn's work
penthouse
is being
file.
undone at this
That's where
point.
Josh and Elizabeth are trying to help with Rocky's bead thing for the next day. And he comes in storming in and he says, get your bitch out of here. And he's got the big magnum and he's mad. And Elizabeth is just terrified. She barely knows Johnny. She's met him 4 times.
She
And
moved into
goes
his
running
place,
out of there
though.
As fast as she can. And Josh gets out of there too. Then what does he do? He rearranges the furniture. Or he might have knocked something off, one of the countertops or something, I think is the testimony of his bodyguards. But you saw the pictures. He went through and
This
trashed
is
that
uncomfortable.
place as he left.
Like, I'm uncomfortable.
Now, the next
Chad,
part of this is
Chad.
the police coming.
All of you that just
Io
texted
calls the police.
couch in
He's
the chat.
New York. He calls the New York Police 911.
You're bae.
He's afraid they're not going to get there fast enough. He still remembers December 15.
I wanna
because
call
he came
couch.
in afterwards and saw all of the injuries on Amber and all the evidence.
Parlay.
And he's
Parlay.
terrified that Amber's still in there, the police haven't come, and that Johnny's going to kill her. So he calls a friend
Parsnip.
in LA
Parsley.
and says, please call 911. We got to get somebody there fast. So she calls 911. So we have 2 calls, and you'll see the call summary. And the call summary shows those 2 calls really close in proximity here. So it's not them, we didn't get the first police officer, so we'll rough up the place and make a second one. You'll see that they're like 8 minutes apart up there, but it took 2 hours to dispatch the two different ones, and Amber never even had any idea.
This is exactly how Dr. Hughes talks. I wonder if
The
they're
first
friends.
one's come, and we've talked about it, we've shown you the pictures. The police officers admitted that those
I wanted
pictures
this to be
could
good.
very much have been what was there that night.
The
Remember
only
that
one with
Officer
vomitus
Academy
in this
was his
courtroom
first
right
week
now
on the
is
job.
Elaine, and it's
Officer
word
Simons was
vomitus.
three years on the job at that point. They say, they told Josh that if she will press charges, if she'll give a name, we can file a report and make an arrest. She wouldn't do it. You did hear from Detective Sandanaga. That's the domestic violence.
Oh, they finally stepped into the misstating the testimony. Are you also going to call time on her? Y'all, I'm going to try to get to the super chats. Just thank you, Ben Chu, for making it fucking stop at this point. Like, all we needed was for that to stop for a minute. Everyone can just fluff their aura, and we will try to get to this chat. You guys are cracking me up. I'm so glad we're in this together. Thank you. The jury must feel that they are being assaulted with words, and I can understand their feeling. Like, it's
You recall Josh
Jesus,
saying that
right
the
back
police
into it.
officer told
Fuck.
him, she'll give a name, we'll make an arrest. He definitely said that.
Something's
But
happening.
in any event, she would not.
You're
She would not
welcome.
cooperate.
Thank
She
you.
didn't want to. But Detective Sandanaga, their domestic
At least she got right
relations
back into
or
it.
domestic violence person, said they should have done an incident report no matter what, even if they decided there wasn't a crime. Because domestic violence.
Camille's like, no,
cycles.
girl,
They
no,
come
girl,
back.
no,
And
girl.
it's good to have the record for the next time that it might happen.
Congratulations
so
on
she said they
finals.
should have under the circumstances, even if they didn't. And she
That's not
also
what it
that
said.
When they put verbal dispute only in those calls, it is a code that they use, and you'll see that it's twice on that call report. So they, to say that's why we didn't.
It's not a code. It's not a code.
But in any event, whether the police officers, forgot about it 2 months later when they were first asked about it,
Girl.
whether they just decided she's never going to press charges, and you'll see on the call report they're insisting that to
Same.
the second set. It doesn't make any difference. The point is, this is still false.
I
This
need an
statement is
emotional
still
support
false
animal. Where is my
because
cat?
Amber did everything but try to press charges against Johnny Depp. So they go away. And the testimony is that Josh and Amber and Rocky cleaned up because they have
What
dogs.
statement
So they
are we
cleaned up
on?
A lot of the glass and the wine and those types. They had no idea the second police officers were coming by.
I did
and they
not
certainly
see
didn't
that.
Call them, and they certainly didn't talk. They never talked to a publicist. She did talk to a lawyer who gave her advice, and that's why she wouldn't tell them, anything.
breathe.
She said, "I'm not going to cooperate at all." So the second one's coming.
This
You
is-
saw that. You've got the video cameras in there. You see, there's no effort
This is
by
as
them
bad
to try to get now these
as-
officers to press charges against Johnny
This
Depp.
is as
Just
bad
the
as
opposite.
opening.
Josh Drew doesn't want to even let him in the place.
She promised.
They come through quickly.
Fecal
Everything's
phobia
fine. They
and
wave,
makeup.
everything's fine. Are they trying
And
to
a
press
Picasso.
charges against Johnny? No, they're not trying to do anything. They're trying to get him out of there.
She's
Which
supposed
makes
to be
this
sticking to the
statement
script, and
100% false.
I don't know
Was
what
it made with
happened.
malice? Absolutely. There's nobody that thinks that Amber tried to press charges that night. Johnny knew that. But the
She's
other
not
thing
gonna
that's
have
very
time for a
helpful,
rebuttal.
and what you should
That'll
look
be
at
a
is
blessing.
Defendants Exhibits 772 and 773. Because once again, the next day, Johnny apologizes to Amber. He says in two different
He
text messages, that's
apologizes.
772 and 773, he says, "My profound apologies" in one of them, and "my apologies are eternal" in the other one. What is he apologizing for
Christine,
the
I don't
next
doubt that.
day on May 22nd? If he didn't know that he did all of those things. And by the way, remember Isaac Baruch even remembers the wine
Or who?
in the hallway. The police, none of
I
the police
pledged
officers
$7 million
remember
to make it
the
stop.
wine.
I pledge $1
And that's
billion
'cause they're
to
busy
make
and
it
they got
stop.
a zillion other things going, and they didn't remember this call 2 months later when they were asked about it. So that's the next one. So clearly, that's 100% false. Clearly, they knew it. Clearly, there's malice
I'm
in making that statement.
also waiting
They're
for
trying
this
to
one time at
suggest
band camp.
that she's manufacturing evidence with her friends to try to frame Mr. Depp.
I will get to that at the
Nothing
break.
could be further from the truth on that one. And there's not, she did not want those police
3
officers to press charges.
hours.
Now let's go
later.
to the third one.
The third
Oh,
statement.
and let's talk about the makeup just for a
Shit.
moment while we're going to the third one.
Shit.
This makeup thing, fresh face, natural. these were Adam Waldman planting these. When he talked to the ECB people, remember the testimony.
He
We kept
planted
asking,
the
"Did you talk to
witness
Mr. Waldman?
testimony?"
Mr. Waldman? Mr. Waldman was trying to plant in all of these people's
Objection,
minds
Your
that
Honor.
somehow she wasn't.
No.
The approach?
That is so inappropriate. Elaine, there is no evidence that Adam Waldman planted these stories with witnesses who are now testifying in court. There are lines that have been crossed, but what the fuck? I would love to know the look on the judge's face as they are talking right now. Camera, can we pan? I want to see the judge's face. Hold on. Let's go see if we can get a split screen. Let's see if, no, this is behind. Oh, this is well behind. Hold on. Let's see if we get a split screen here.
So
Darn it.
I didn't
Sorry.
say that any of the witnesses admitted that Adam Waldman planted
Yes,
that.
you
I'm
did.
saying he planted it. That's me arguing he planted. And that's because
The
it's
judge
all the
admonished
same
her.
thing. She wasn't wearing any makeup.
The judge
She
admonished
was
her.
Natural. She wasn't wearing a stitch of
I
makeup.
didn't say.
Every one of them says it. It's the exact same thing. Well, why would you say that? She's an actor. She's not going to go outside her house, without putting makeup on. And if she has bruises, why on earth, when she's been covering them up for 4 years, why on earth would she not put makeup on so that she would cover those up? Why on earth would she not want to cover up those bruises? It makes no sense. But you know what? You guys saw her here. You guys saw it.
Is that an aura ring?
You saw Amber on the stand. There were days
like an
where
aura
she
ring.
didn't wear eye makeup. A lot of people think that she's not wearing makeup when she doesn't have mascara and eyeliner on. She has different looks, and some of them are with eye makeup and some of them are
We were
without.
trying to show you, ladies and
People
gentlemen.
misunderstand, especially people that aren't that good at makeup, and a lot of men, frankly, go, oh, then she probably doesn't have makeup.
Look at
And that's where
her
that
looking at the
mistake
jury.
happens.
Ladies and
But you
gentlemen,
heard her testimony.
gentlemen of the
heard
jury,
her
you don't
makeup
know.
artist
You don't know.
testimony saying she doesn't go
You don't
out
know.
of her room without concealer and foundation.
That is not
She
what
knows
her
how
makeup
quickly
artist
it
said.
goes in.
She said she
And
goes
you saw
natural and
Defendant's
wears
Exhibit
a light
155, and you'll
tinted
have the actual
moisturizer.
thing in there.
Elaine.
That's the type of palette
Oh,
she used.
bring up
And
the
she was
Milani
very
palette
adept at
again.
telling you what colors she puts on for the different days of bruises.
After
This is
foundation.
a woman who for 4 years did everything she could to cover up anybody knowing anything about this abuse. Do you honestly think she's just going to walk around for the week with her bruises exposed? Of course she's not. Now,
All right, I'm done.
let's go to the third one.
I'm done.
And this is the abuse hoax. He says, we've reached the beginning of the end of Ms. Heard's abuse hoax against Johnny Depp. Now, obviously the defamatory meaning of that is that Amber's creating an abuse hoax, but there is no abuse hoax. I don't need to tell you all of the evidence because Ben did a beautiful job of just taking you through all of those different things, but I will point out.
It was a
couple
better job
things
than
for
this.
you. And that is, remember Bonnie Jacobs, the therapist. Dr. Hughes and Dr. Spiegel testified about Bonnie
You're
Jacobs.
really going to Dr.
Yes.
Spiegel?
And remember that I was holding that, you don't get to see them, but they testified that they went through them. Dr. Hughes testified that she also spoke with Bonnie Jacobs.
Dr.
She
Spiegel's
kept
our hope.
contemporaneous notes from 2011 when she first started seeing Amber. And the abuse is documented in those notes, what Dr. Hughes testified to. They start in 2012, both physical and sexual
Objection, Your
abuse.
Honor.
That Dr. Hughes
Admit-
testified to that.
Listen to her arguing. Dr. Hughes testified to that. No, she didn't. I want to see if we can see the bench on the split screen, and we're not. We're seeing the parties on the split screen. I was hoping we would see the court. Y'all, the reason these objections are happening is because she is very clearly now crossing the line with misstating evidence, in my opinion. I think that line has been crossed. We will see what the judge does with this. But after misstating the malice, which I think she misstated the law on, and oh, we binged. Look at us. Thanks, y'all. With her misstating, where are we when we're binging? With her misstating that, oh my, that's why it's binging. Thank you. With her misstating that, we are seeing them going, you saw not Rottenborn. You saw Ben Chu and Camille Vasquez talking because she was misstating malice. They can argue that she misstated malice, but then the lawyer spidey senses have woken back up, and now they're like, no, she continues to misstate. We have to object. And the fact that they're still up at the bench this long means that the judge is now having to tell Elaine Bredehoft, you are outside of the boundaries. Because otherwise it would be like, no, Mr. Chu, we're going to move on. That is how quickly that would normally go. So the fact that they're still up at the bench feels like there is some explaining going on. I just wish one of the court cameras would switch to the bench so we could see it. I mean, she is speaking at a rapid pace in a way that feels like I am being scolded or yelled at. I don't know if any of you feel like that, but I feel like we are being scolded and yelled at. Did Elaine forget that she walked around the courthouse with a bruise? It's just, it's very, very hard because this part is not Amber Heard's fault, and she has no control over how unappealing her attorney is right now.
Bonnie Jacobs' notes is reflecting both contemporaneous physical abuse.
She had to backtrack again.
Throughout that time.
She had to fix it again.
Dr. Spiegel confirmed that later and said the same. When I asked Dr. Curry if she had reviewed those.
Your mic's on, Ben Chu.
Yes,
Dr. Spiegel was a shit show. We all know.
Your Honor, objection.
That was in there.
This is bad. This is bad. This is bad. There shouldn't be this many bench conferences in closing. I think it looks bad to the jury. I don't know if the jury knows how bad it is, but it's bad. I just wish we could see the bench. It is not good. Let's see how she
confirmed that he had reviewed Bonnie Jacobs' notes as well.
Did the judge just tell her what she could say?
Curry, she said she had reviewed them, but she had no comment, but she also didn't deny that those were in there. Amber Heard testified that she went back, and because
Depp's team is now on their toes watching out for Elaine doing shit that she shouldn't be doing.
Earlier than she even realized before. She always had thought that it had started in 2013.
I think this looks very bad in front of the jury.
When she went back and saw Bonnie
I really
Jacobs'
do.
notes, she realized that
I think it looks bad
much earlier, and she was very embarrassed by that. Now, significantly,
I think those
you
conferences
remember
absolutely
that
go
she
against Heard's
testified
time.
about how
Elaine
she
shouldn't be doing
went-
that.
she
It
was
should
first
count against her
called
time.
upon to actually detail all of her events of abuse in February of this year. And she went through and took the notes, took photos, she took everything she had, calendars, everything, put it all together, and you heard about at least 64 pages of detailed accountability of that. And Mr. Depp's team has been able to not refute any of that. Remember, they tried to impeach her and say, well, you didn't say that. She said, yes, I did, on page 64. Remember that? It was a very, very difficult process for her because there was an awful lot of it, and she put it in great detail. Now, let's talk for a moment about the motive.
She keeps checking her watch.
They have said that she
That doesn't
has
feel
created
confident.
This whole hoax, and I think Ben's
This
done a
feels
nice
like they
job
are
of showing
scrambling.
That can't possibly have been. But what would Amber Heard's motive be for creating a hoax or creating any of this or making any of this up? That's a big question here. They call her a gold digger, right? But she obviously couldn't have done it for the money because, first of all, remember the testimony
They didn't
of Laura Wasser, the divorce
Call her
attorney.
gold digger.
She said that California is a no-fault state and community property. So Amber doesn't have to have an abuse.
The fact that
She
they're
could have-
arguing no
she could have
motive
divorced
is
him for
telling.
irreconcilable differences, for abandonment.
If it's
for
true,
adultery,
why
for
are you
anything.
even addressing
She
motive?
doesn't need an excuse. And she gets 50% of whatever he earns during the time of the marriage, unless they had a prenup or a postnup. The testimony from Michelle Mulrooney.
If they
was
felt
that Amber
confident in their
completely
position, they don't
cooperated
even
with the
address
prenup
motive. They
and
say there's no
postnup.
motive to
But it
telling
was
the
Johnny
truth
Depp
other
who
than
had
telling the
already heard
truth.
from Ben,
And you move on.
called her up and fired
They're
her.
trying
He
to
didn't
prove
want
it.
a postnup or a prenup. So she's entitled to 50% of everything he earns during that time. Now, we have Plaintiff's Exhibit 936 in evidence. And look at page 69. It says how much he made in 2015. It was $43 million. Remember Mr. Spindler, Depp's expert, who said that he made $22 million in 2016. So you got $65 million. Amber was entitled to 31.5 at least. That doesn't include all the back ends from, for example, Pirates 5. She was entitled to that money. So she didn't need to say anything. She could have just said, I don't like you anymore. I don't like the color of
Your
your
Honor.
hair. I'm going to divorce you.
Your
She would have
Honor,
been
we're
entitled
going
to
to
that.
object again.
He really doesn't want to. Objecting during closing is not something anyone wants to have to do. It is not regularly done. It is only when there are misstatements of the law and evidence, truly. And we're seeing that happening here, which is really wild that they're going up to the bench. And every time they come back from the bench, these aren't quick. If Ben Chu was wrong, the court would say, no, Mr. Chu, and then send them right back to the table. Every time they come back, Elaine has to backtrack and restate something. That's telling me that every time they go up to the bench, the judge is looking at Elaine and saying, no. I think they're going to run out of time for their rebuttal because there's nothing you can do on rebuttal in 5 minutes. And I'm stunned because, again, in opening, this is exactly what we saw. Rottenborn got up there and was like, the law is on our side. And Elaine got up there and went, and then it all became a mess. Let's talk about the makeup. Let's talk about this. It's all over the place. I feel like I'm being yelled at, and I just want it to stop. These objections feel like such a pleasant break. Thank you for offering all the splendid insights about this trial. Does the losing side tend to do their closing argument like this? It sounds rather divergent in an opening rather than convergent. What's telling to me, ooh, my throat's getting dry. What's telling to me is that they are hammering on the points that they need to if they lose. They are talking about damages. They are talking about motive. If you're talking about motive, it's because you're saying, see, she doesn't have a motive, therefore believe her, instead of saying there's no motive because what she's saying is true and there's no defamation. They, I feel like, are trying to patch holes at this point. And instead of saying, our client told you the truth, there is no defamation here, do not take away her voice. They are trying to plug the hole of every argument.
If you do the math,
And that doesn't feel
Amber's entitled
strong.
to at least 31.5. What does she take?
Oh.
7 million. What does she do?
She had
with
to
the
fix it
7
again.
million? She gives it to charity, or she intends to give
What?
it to charity. Now, they make much ado about the pledge versus donation.
Because it's a big fucking deal.
Designees for ACLU and for Children's Hospital said donation and pledge are interchangeable. You know, these are pledges. The ACLU corporate designee said you typically do pledges because of the tax benefits. And that's what she said. She pledged it over a period
And
of time
never
because of the
paid
tax
it.
implications to it and because she was getting paid over the time. Now she started to make these donations, and you'll see that the first one was on behalf of Mr. Depp's business manager, Mr. White, actually sent the letters.
Don't
with
insult the jury,
$100,000 for
Elaine.
each of those. That was the initial one. He was trying to take credit for those. And in fact, both the ACLU and Children's Hospital got confused and gave the credit to Mr. Depp, not to Amber, for those. Then she made payments to both. And Elon Musk also made payments to both for $500,000 each, which she didn't count to her pledge, but they helped those organizations. At the end of the day, she's made $1 million in payments to them. But then she got sued here and hasn't been able to.
Motion
because she
granted.
spent $6 million
Withdrawn.
in attorney's fees. That is unrefuted. She still intends to pay those pledges, honor those pledges. And she said that throughout. And I elicited from both the ACLU and from Children's Hospital, they haven't expired. She can pay them whenever she wants
Huge.
to, and she fully intends to. But she has
She
to get out
fully
from
intends
under
to.
this first.
There were 13
Now,
months.
who would blame a woman for giving $1 million in charitable donations?
There were
Who would
13
do that?
months.
That sounds like psychological abuse to me. Now, Mr. Mandel testified that Johnny Depp is not a charitable person and he hasn't written any big checks for him. Mr. Depp got on the stand and says he does it anonymously.
Unanimously?
But Mr. Mandel would have been the one writing the checks, and he says that didn't happen. Now let's go to damages, because I promised you I was going to go pretty fast here.
You're not keeping that promise to us, Elaine, just like you didn't prove fecal
There's
phobia.
a few different types of damages.
Or
but One of the
Picasso.
things that the court has talked to you about, she told you
Why
that
talk about
because we have
damages?
defamation, it's invidious, and therefore it's very difficult to prove these.
The
And
judge
so These
The
damages
judge didn't say
to
that.
business reputation, inconvenience, embarrassment are presumed. You don't have to prove
Yes,
those damages.
that's true.
And one great example of that
Defamation per
is the
se.
testimony from Mr. Hamada at Warner Brothers.
Huh.
He didn't want to have to get in the middle of all of this with Aquaman 2. They haven't even released it. So he didn't read anything in preparation for his deposition. He didn't talk to anybody before his deposition. He said that he tried to do technicals and say, no, we never terminated her contract. But, oh yeah, we did tell her we were probably not going to renew her option. And then we
That's
did
not what he
change the
said.
script, but Amber got the script, and yes, they did change it. Then he said, no, we never negotiate
Scripts never
salaries,
change.
but oh yeah, we did renegotiate Jason Momoa's and Gal Gadot's. So he just
He's
doesn't
Jason
want to admit to any
Momoa.
of these things. But what came out in Hamada's deposition, and I hope you were listening carefully to this, was the email from James Wan, the director, and Jason Momoa, her co-star, who said they guarantee if they are in the film, she is going to be in the film. Why would they do that unless they thought Warner Brothers was being unfair to her? And why did she get almost knocked out of it? Because of the
Why
defamatory
didn't she get
statements.
almost knocked out of it?
They took on a life of their own. Ron Schnell, the young Sheldon, I call him the Doogie Howser, our expert on
I
IT,
called him Doogie Howser
took you
too.
through and tracked how they tracked the defamatory statements.
Say
the
Amber
language
Turd.
from the defamatory
Say Amber
statements,
Turd in closing,
how that
Elaine.
went through the
Say it.
social media and the negative social media. And it kept going and kept going. And he tracked all the way until a few months ago, over
lip gloss 'cause I'm so upset.
2.36 million negative tweets, negative Instagrams, negative
He also thought that
social
hashtag
media
justice for
comments
Johnny Depp was
about
negative.
Amber that relate specifically to the information that was in those three
That's not what
defamatory
he said.
statements. It took on a life of its own. They started to get Amber fired from Aquaman 2. They have continued to this day. They have followed her everywhere. Everybody has stopped wanting her. L'Oreal won't use her, even though they kept her on from that time.
Y'all,
She
chat,
lost
you
three
told me they
different
put it up
opportunities that were being
today.
discussed with her.
Chat, you
The
told
most
me they put up the
significant part of
L'Oreal
that, though, is that
today.
Aquaman was the biggest blockbuster ever for DC Films. It was the biggest. It was over $1 billion. This was
Big,
her
huge.
opportunity for her star. Even the experts from Mr. Depp admitted this was her blockbuster. This was her
They
mega.
didn't say that.
But what happened instead, as she's going through, as it's coming out, and in that 16 months, they were going, well, nothing happened. Yeah, lots happened. She had 3 different films she was discussing. She got
Discussing.
the L'Oreal contract. She got The Stand. All of those things were happening because of Aquaman. And then everything shut down. She wasn't allowed to do publicity.
Everything shut down in
for The Stand.
2020?
She wasn't
Weird.
allowed to, she hasn't been allowed to do anything for L'Oreal. She got shut down from her charitable organizations. She ended up not getting the Amazon movie. And then they gave her a hard time about Aquaman 2. And instead of the career trajectory of the other
She knows.
comparators,
They were
who
very
all went
clear
way
yesterday.
up, and by the way, all the experts admit that career trajectory went well for
They
all the
don't
rest of them.
all
and She's
admit.
the only one that didn't have it. And the reason
The
is
stenographer
because of
earned
the
her check and a
defamatory
mega pint of
statements.
whiskey today.
So you have some very good information
that's
to
her
help you on ascertaining those damages. Now,
Camille's
Jessica
ready to go. Look at her.
Kowalski,
She's mic'd up.
and I don't know if you remember her, but she was her agent. She said, everybody just stop talking. The producers
If they
don't
run out
want
of
her,
time, the court will
directors
say
don't want her,
counsel,
nobody wants her. We just can't
approach,
get the
or counsel,
traction.
you're
We
at
should have
time.
been able to get the traction, and they say it's because of those statements. So
Camille's so ready.
Catherine Arnold gave you some good estimates on this, and she gave you a very good basis for it. And she didn't
feeling
use
very
Jason
overwhelmed.
Momoa's or Gal Gadot's or the others. She used Amber's, but used those comparators to show that they got big movies, that
not-
they got commercial opportunities, that they got these TV opportunities. But she used the base that Amber had. So she used
just-
the
I
4 million
can't.
from
I
the
wanna
Aquaman,
object.
that would be 3. She used the stands, how much
My
they got
parlay
paid
was
per movie.
denied.
And what she estimated on those, and she went through those details, is that if you took that for the last 2 years and projected into the next 3 to 4, that it's between 47 and 50
They're trying to prove
million
Amber
dollars
Heard's
that she
damages
could have had,
rushed
instead
at
of
the
her
end
star
here.
being completely extinguished. And that's what's happened to her. The emotional distress damages are even more extreme here.
I think Needlehoff
And
is
that
also
is,
exhausted.
Don Hughes testified extensively about the PTSD and what she goes through. And every time she's called a liar, every time these hoax things come up, everything, it causes her to relive all of it. She talks about the panic attacks, the nervousness, the intrusive thoughts, the nightmares, all of the sweats, the anxiety that goes through all of
didn't
this.
see that. This is Needlehoff.
It's significant, but probably the most compelling testimony that you could ever hear was from Amber.
No, this is just like
yesterday, and
this
when
is
she
just
took
like
the
her
stand
opening
before.
was. It's just
It has
a
destroyed her
whole
life. This has consumed her.
lot.
She's getting death threats. Her daughter,
I don't know what
they're
she's doing.
threatening to put her daughter in a microwave, for God's sakes. She can't get away from this. It's everywhere. This media, the social media that has just taken off, has just consumed her life. As she said, I'm a human being. No human being should be put through this. Now, Johnny Depp sued for $100 million or for $50 million.
You sued for
And we
$100
sent a
million.
message back saying, fine, then we're going to sue for $100 million.
Oh,
because
good.
look at what you've done to her. We're not asking you to give $100 million. We're asking you to just look at the damages in this case and just be fair and reasonable in whatever you determine by following the evidence and the instructions. But we do ask that you fully and fairly.
Well, now we know how they picked it.
Amber,
Just like I said,
everything
fuck
that
you, we're
she's
doubling
been
it.
through, both in terms of reputation and emotional distress. The very last point is punitive damages, and you surely have those in this case. We've asked for $350,000 for the punitive damages, and we would ask that you award that. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, what I'm going to do, we still have rebuttal closing arguments, but I can guarantee you that the rebuttal closing arguments will be done combined within 45 minutes. But what I want to do is go ahead and let you have your lunch. And then after lunch, we'll come back in the courtroom, have the rebuttal
Okay.
closing arguments, and then we'll submit the case to you, okay? All right, so go ahead and have your lunch. Do not discuss the case with each other and do not do any outside research, okay?
Back at what time? So we're back in about an hour. Wow.
So let's come back at 2:10. And just for the record, plaintiffs
Time.
have 39 minutes left for rebuttal. Defendants have 6 minutes. Okay?
No,
I didn't take any time off from the sidebars. Zero off
That's
from the sidebars.
generous.
It's all from testimony.
that's
okay?
generous.
All right, thank you.
That's generous.
All right.
I'm going to put a time check in. Depp has 39 minutes. Heard has 6 minutes. Wow, wow, wow. I'm going to answer some questions and then we will take a short lunch break here before we switch over to the afternoon stream. Holy shit. That was a lot from Elaine. They have 6 minutes in rebuttal. I don't think Elaine can say hi in 6 minutes. Oh, wow. 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 I'm going to answer some questions. I can't believe it. Also, to the 225,000 of you here, I'm Emily D. Baker, pop culture legal commentator. Thank you for subscribing to my channel. It's been absolutely unprecedented. I guess we are on the road to 600K. So thank you all for doing the YouTube-y, likey, subscribey things. Let's answer some questions, some super chats, and try to reclaim our brains, because my brain has been rattled around in my skull by Elaine trying to rapid fire 6 weeks of testimony in an illogical fashion into the jury. There is a huge difference in the way these two legal teams have run their case. And wow, thank you. And you see it. You see the difference. And there's no doubt that the jury feels that difference. So I am just flabbergasted by that. Just truly, truly flabbergasted by that. Wow. I'm just sending a message real quick. I am rarely speechless, but that was so undeniably painful that I just don't have words. Wearing my Law and Order Special Victims Unit shirt for this, I think it's appropriate. I think the jury feels like they have suffered some type of unbelievable and undeniable pummeling by Elaine Bredehoft. And the thing is, she didn't have a point. It's like her redirect of Amber Heard. She just kind of gave up. But I have suspected as we've talked on this channel and as I've talked around the internet, people have asked, why did they pick $100 million? And I always said, I think it was, you sued for 50 million, 50 million, 50 million. There's your 100 million, Johnny Depp. Fuck you. And she said it in closing. Why did we sue for $100 million? To send a message. We're not asking for $100 million. We're asking for $350,000 in punitive damages is essentially what they asked for. She just kind of gave up. Michelle said, I tried other channels for different perspectives, but yours is the only biased one and so clear that you are just a dope person. Thank you. We need you talking to the law tubers at court for jury insight, please. Thank you for all the tea. You're welcome. I try not to be biased, but I try to show it or tell it as I see it. And when I'm getting annoyed, I tell you that I'm getting annoyed, one side or the other. My Apple Watch showed my heart rate so elevated while Elaine was talking. The fact that it's Ben Shu's stuffed alpaca with that picture is giving me life. Thank you for bringing a little bit of levity to me. How in the heck have you found time to get your nails done? I went last night. You're always here for us, but they look awesome nonetheless. I went last night. I absolutely love. I'm sure she meant unbiased. I'm sure. I never want to assume, though. I want to make sure all voices are heard on this channel. And if somebody has a question, I'm happy to answer questions. I'm always here to engage in a conversation. Do you know how I could send the reporter a bottle of wine? Probably not. I think any gifts coming to the court might feel odd to the court staff. I think just sending up that the reporter was amazing is kind of where it's at, and just, being like, damn, that stenographer was getting it. But I think the court staff might feel weird. At the DA's office, we weren't allowed to accept gifts. And when people would send stuff to court and stuff, it was always like, I can't, it's awkward. So those are the purple nails. I'll share them on social. You'll see them on Insta. Why did they have Elaine do closing? I don't know. Didn't Amber's team see she didn't land well with the viewers? I don't know. Rottenborn's closing, though I don't always love his style, was at least linear and you could follow it most of the time. Elaine felt exactly like Dr. Hughes. And then she said this, and then she said that, and then this happened, but then there was this, and let's talk about the makeup. And it was like, where are we? You've lost me. And that's not what you got from Depp's closing. I felt real emotion from Ben Shu, that he's fighting for his client's dignity. And if the things that Amber Heard said in court are true, then Elaine Bredehoft should feel like she is fighting for the dignity of someone who has been a victim of horrific abuse. And that is not what I got from that closing. I got that someone is on the back foot trying to throw spaghetti at the wall to hope that they can salvage this case. And I don't know if it's going to work. The jury deserves a 3-month vacation. Yes, they do. Yes, they do. Also, I think sending things to court, I don't want other courts to be nervous about what's happened here. I did an interview last night with Inside Edition, and I was talking about this. I don't know if it'll make it to air, but I was talking about when the Britney Spears audio leaked and the court just shut it all down, all of the audio program. I don't want stuff influencing this court to be like, oh, other courts aren't going to want to take a case like this on camera. And that I don't want. Elaine was grasping at straws and then she spilled all of them on the floor and maybe tried to pick them up in front of the jury. Elaine and 1 million minions running through her brain. And the thing is, I often have 1 million minions running through my brain, but for closing argument, you just have to get in there and do it. But I saw a super chat come through about a filibuster. It's just, she did. She sounded like that in opening statement too. It was awkward and uncomfortable. Thank you so much, KM. And the law nerds are not, you don't have to be a lawyer to be a law nerd. You just have to enjoy what we do here on this channel. So thank you so much. I think I saw all the messages in chat saying that's not I get it. Apple thinks I'm saying ducking. I'm never saying ducking, Apple. I never say ducking. It's never what I mean. Question, please tell us that you did not hear it. What happened with L'Oreal? I saw in the chat everybody saying that a L'Oreal campaign dropped today. And then she was saying that L'Oreal has dropped her. So that's what I'm seeing in the chat, that they said that new L'Oreal stuff dropped today. But I don't know if that dropped today. So I don't know if that happened today. That's what I saw in the chat. The chat is so wise. I rely on the chat. Sweet baby Ray, I know this is unethical, but are they tanking on purpose? No. I can't explain what's happening any other way than incompetence. They're not tanking on purpose. It would be completely unethical. It's something I think are zealous at. They're trying to be zealous advocates for their client, or they should be trying to be zealous advocates for their client. But lawyers don't tank cases on purpose, not just because we like to win, and because it can be reputationally damaging, but an appellate court's not going to save this. There's nothing here on appeal that I've seen that is going to be, there's been rulings both ways that have been hard. Depp's medical expert was kept out. Some of the testimony that Heard wanted in has been kept out. And we saw that yesterday, but no, that lawyers do not try to tank things on purpose. They want to win their cases for their clients, and they don't want their clients to turn around and try to sue them. Why on earth would she not cover up those bruises? What about the time she got the TRO? Elaine, that was the time. Is there a penalty when an attorney misrepresents evidence repeatedly or makes a serious error? There can be. The court will address it outside the presence of the jury, and those objections where the court was admonishing or at least redirecting Elaine is part of that, but that can be addressed at a later time. I don't think it's going to impact this case substantially, but I think it makes Elaine look bad. If she's misrepresenting things to the jury, is it because Amber Heard's entire team just lies so fluidly that they can't parse the truth? And that is where having a, 33-minute advantage in rebuttal is going to come in, because there is going to be nothing but time for Camille Vasquez to come in and say, ladies and gentlemen, you want to know what's preposterous and disgusting? These attorneys standing up here and lying to you. And she's going to have all the time in the world. Chapter 8 said, interesting that he made a huge deal about Johnny Depp apologizing to Amber Heard and scoffed at the idea when he'd apologized to appease her. But now Amber Heard apologizing to JD is proof that she was appeasing him, because that's what DV victims do. Yeah, they've changed position a lot. They've changed positions a lot. Is the rebuttal restricted within the 2 hours allotted for each side? Yes, it is. Just found your channel. Welcome. How can they keep pushing the SA claim with no proof? They are relying on Amber Heard's testimony. Testimonial evidence is evidence. Cases can be made just on witness testimony. Generally, in criminal cases, you need more than just witness testimony, but this is a civil case. And they say Amber Heard's testimony is evidence. Whether the jury believes that evidence is a whole separate issue. Thank you, Troll Drool. Rottenborn told the jury they could be made an accomplice to Depp's abuse if they declare Amber guilty. Maybe it's just my ADHD, but if I was on that jury, I'd feel like I was being gaslit. I think he should have ended on that. He should have just stopped, but he was saying essentially that's what he wants you to do. And they didn't say it just about Amber Heard. They said all. If you do this, it signals to all victims. They took it so big. Don't do this, ladies and gentlemen. Think about what you will do to society. If they believe their case, what the fuck does society matter? What this case is about is this woman sitting in this courtroom who has been subject to horrific abuse, not the actress, this woman. This human, this mother, this not a level 3 sommelier, maybe a level 2 sommelier, but this woman has been subject to horrific domestic and sexual violence. So whatever happens outside the four walls of this courtroom, tell her that you believe her, because that's what this case is about. They didn't do that. They also tried to make this case so big the way that their client did on the stand. Johnny Depp's team tried to make this case smaller. This is Johnny Depp asking you to free him from the prison that these lies have held him in for the last 6 years. What is the jury going to do? I thought yesterday that there was no flying fuck of a chance that this jury could come back today. And after these closings, I see it. After these closings, I can see this jury going back, pulling up that sheet that I shared on Twitter, pulling up the verdict form and just being like, yes, 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 yes. I am salty as fuck about the wine trading. I can't get over the wine trading. I am so damn salty about it, chat. You know why? Because it's aggrandizing to try to make herself seem more or better than, and it's disingenuous on the stand. And you don't get to lie when your attorney's just asking you about who you are as a person. It's gross. And the level 2, level 3 sommelier is like a difference between, like, I don't know, a high school graduation and a master's degree. It's not the same. It's not the same. Yes, you can graduate from high school and get a master's degree, but one does not equal the other. It's the same as like, what the fuck ever, pledge versus donate. It's potatoes. No, Elaine, it's not that. The difference between a pledge and a donation is staggering. And the fact that they were trying to argue that they are the same made me want to just scream. It just made me so angry. Let's see. Runkle said jurors more attentive overall to JD's side than Amber Heard. This, I think, will come down to profound unlikability and sense of justice versus some legalistic arguments, probably. On time management issue is likely to be a whole thing, capital letter on 6 minutes left. What about sidebars? The judge wasn't counting the sidebars. It's bad when you're begging for a couple of extra minutes. He said which jurors go home today will be potentially huge. And I can't wait to hear his thoughts on that too. And that's Runkle of the Bailey. So thank you for clearing this up because I'm speechless. You're welcome. Can you tell that closing arguments were my favorite? I can see it. I can argue this on both sides. I don't think I'm that awesome. I have an internet connection, a camera, and a lot of talky things. Seriously, thank you for the last 6 weeks. You're welcome. You're welcome. You're welcome. Been here since Tati. Always loved your coverage. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I love getting to do this. Legally, how can he claim smashing and breaking your own cabinets as abuse? So it's closing argument. So he, without crossing into misstating testimony, he is using the definitions of IPV to say this kind of intimidation is abusive. And in an IPV relationship, that can be abusive. But if the jury doesn't believe this is that kind of relationship, then the jury is not going to believe that slamming your own cabinets is abusive. But in the context of an IPV relationship, that can be intimidating, it can be abusive, and it can be signaling. So the definition of abuse within IPV covers a lot of things, not just physical abuse. That's why they were really narrowing down that side of the case. But then you've got that headline, and the headline is Johnny Depp's team's biggest takeaway. Allison said, oh my God, Emily, she is smiling and laughing, passing notes when the other team does closing. And now the pitiful looks, I can't take it. The jury's going to notice that. Is Needlehoff's confusion on dates useful on rebuttal as the side? I don't know. I think it might be. Love the stream. Thank you. Question, can Amber Heard sue Elaine for negligence if she loses? A lot of the things Elaine is doing are stylistic. They are not negligent. They are stylistic. They are not great, but they do not rise to the level of malpractice. Nothing I've seen has. And if it did, I would be bouncing up and down in my seat yelling. It's stylistic. It's not smooth. I think she crossed some lines in closing. I don't think it's enough to be a huge problem. Do I think if Amber Heard loses, she will turn around and try to snap at her lawyers? Yes. Does that make me think of a parable with a scorpion and a frog? Yes. I think a lot of what they have done is client driven, and there will be notes to all of that. So hopefully they've protected themselves. Phil sent me to learn about Spears. Glad so many are here hearing facts out fuckery in a safe space to understand a difficult trial. You're welcome. Thank you. And yes, Phil DeFranco has been a great supporter of the channel. I know Runkle got in. I was just looking at his tweets, but I am going to try to get through some of our super chats and not just tweets because I also want to direct you to Runkle's Twitter. So I don't want to take that away, but I will go back into that. We did that in just a minute. And I want to make sure that I take a quick break too. If she is given anything between the divorce and the suits of the 7 million pledge and donate, being the same would carry more weight. With nothing given, it doesn't work. Fetch is never going to happen. They keep trying to make fetch happen. Fetch is never going to happen. This is a great question. Are the closing arguments over? Okay, so that's a more difficult question because technically, yes, but also no. They finished their closing and next they have their rebuttal. So the rebuttal, they have that short, brief amount of remaining time. So yes and no. Closing's done, rebuttal's not. And after rebuttal, there's 45 minutes total left. And then the jury gets it. And then I will answer a shit ton of questions and we will do verdict watch. We will talk about all of the things. So didn't she admit at least twice the testimony was about JD? Yep. And the fact that they said it and then tried to backtrack it and then said it again was really weird to me. Real weird. You are welcome, Missy Jade. It's not just me. This is also this community that makes this a safe space. Speaking of a safe space, I don't know if that courtroom was a safe space. We had Amber Alerts going off in the courtroom or tornado. We had Elaine Bredehoft going off in the courtroom and stating shit that's not in evidence. And we have Runkle of the Bailey here to tell us about it all. Thank you for joining us, Runkle. I know that you don't get lunch on these days. Thank you.
I've sort of got some emergency sushi just to shove in my face here.
You know, when I was in trial practice, I would have emergency Coke and Cheetos, and it probably explains a lot about my health. But I love that you have emergency sushi and that you were able to get that. Cheetos never a good idea when you're in a hurry. Tell us what you saw in court today.
So, I mean, Rottenborn came in, and I know this is really unpopular. I'm already getting flamed for it on Twitter.
Rottenborn's closing.
I actually thought it was what he needed to do. It was
powerful.
Yep. I don't know if it's going to win him things because this is a jury and they don't always necessarily go with the law, but he made a pretty good argument on law.
He did.
And that's really what he needs to argue. And you could see him sort of basically hedging away from some of the stronger positions they might have taken. And he was really going on the if even once. And also, if you don't know, not even once, then, you have to find, and I'm like.
Good argument. The law has been on their side, and they started with the law because that's what's on their side. Depp started with the facts because that's what's on their side. But then Elaine shit in Rottenborn's bed when she got up there to close.
She did. She had points, like moments that were good, and then she had a lot of moments that were really bad. And towards the end, when it was getting to like objection, sidebar, the jury just wanted out. They were like, let us go. They were so unhappy with that.
I felt like I was yelled at by her. Did it feel that way in court?
I mean, one thing that's kind of interesting is that from my perspective, we're getting a very different view than what you're getting and what the jury is getting of Elaine and Rottenborn's closing, because we're getting the back of their head. And so it's quieter. It's going to be less emotionally powerful. I don't get to see their face. I'm seeing the back of, and, at home, you're going to get a better view of what that, but I get to see the jury, which is sort of the advantage there. And, the jury, they were incredibly attentive during jury instructions. And I think that's actually kind of a bad thing for Depp, because it indicates a very conscientious jury who are going to be trying to follow those instructions to the letter. And, when we've got Rottenborn coming in and arguing law, well, Depp is probably happier with a jury that doesn't care about the law right now.
They wanted to go to the verdict forms. They're like, this is all you need to fill out. Just go to the verdict form. That's where they were trying to direct the jury to, because they're like, don't worry, the rest of it, go to the verdict form. I thought it was tough. I don't know if it'll work.
And one thing I did notice is that when she was taking them to the verdict form, there was a lot of people paying sort of extra attention at that point. And that's a good sign. I mean, if you want the jury to be following along with what you are about to tell them about the form. So that was a good sign. And I mean, to sort of he had the downside of following up after Camille, because Camille Vasquez is a force of nature, and oh man, and like her timing was great. She was hitting points one after another, connecting them in a very organized and logical and coherent fashion, where she's playing one thing off into the next thing. It was really well done. Chu was following up, and some of his points were a repetition of what Camille said, only kind of less forceful. Right. And sometimes he got kind of into a meandering thing. And so I saw the jury start to kind of wander. Not hugely, but they did wander a little bit. There was more wandering as things went on. So, it's hard to say. Of the sort of arguments today, Elaine's arguments got the least attention paid to them. So
We're terrible. I mean, it just, even if she had points, it was terrible. What did you think about the alerts going off in court?
I thought the judge was actually quite reasonable about that, because courthouse security today they have completely exhausted every little bit of patience. They have made it very clear that they basically said, in the past, we've given warnings for things. Today, you're going to get a tap on the shoulder and you're out. Yeah, they have been super clear about that. And from what we saw, there was somebody who got yeeted before they even started.
Okay.
Somebody walked out of the courthouse and, or out of the courtroom, and I was pretty sure I saw a deputy with a cut bracelet. So, or a cut wristband. So that's like before anything even begins. That's a hell of a thing, right?
Yeah.
So they have no sense of humor right now. But
they don't.
She, when these alarms started going off, I initially thought, is this a fire alarm? And, that was, but she was like, it's an Amber Alert. We're just going to let it go. People are
closing.
Yeah. I mean, and the thing is closing is a terrible place to get that kind of interruption. And it was such a bad interruption because it's so loud and it keeps happening. Like one starts and stops and he's like, okay, let me start. And then somebody else's goes off.
Cell phone carriers get them out at different rates. So different phones will go off on those alerts. And even if your phone is silent, they go off. Did your phone go off?
I keep my phone off in there.
Oh, turned off, not just silent.
I have it on silent. I have all of my alarms turned off, and then I have the phone turned off because I do not want to risk getting thrown out.
Yeah, my phone went off once in court. My ringtone was Khalees's "My Milkshakes Bring All the Boys to the Yards." It was mortifying, and the judge read me about it the rest of the time I worked at that courthouse, almost every time.
And if you did that today, you would be out of that courtroom.
Well, absolutely. That wouldn't happen today. It was one of those days where I was digging through my bag. But the jury instructions went by pretty quickly. Nothing big. No instruction on discovery is what I noticed. That was the big thing for me.
Yeah, and I actually thought the jury instructions were really well done. They were very clear and very quick, which
yes, they were
excellent. Because sometimes jury instructions just go forever, and I was kind of expecting that they would go forever today, and that we'd see a lot of people tuned out.
They didn't. They did go pretty quickly.
Yeah,
and they were pretty. I like their form because I got to look at their verdict form, and they go to each element. Not all jurisdictions do that. It's really nice to see that on defamation they find each element, and then they have to find the malice separate, because the malice does have that slightly different legal standard, which is a quirk on this case. The defamation is one standard, but the malice has a heightened standard. It needs more evidence to prove malice. But did you die when Elaine was misstating malice?
Yes.
I died. I died.
There were a lot of moments where I was like,
so what you probably see is that Ben, Chu, and Camille were leaning over trying to talk to each other as that was misstated. She did it twice.
And I mean, the really fun thing on this is the time management issue, because they've got 39 minutes on the Depp team left. And, there was a point where I was like, Chu, wrap it up. You want to save this time for later. And, you're kind of in a loop now.
Yeah.
But Elaine, I was just like, what are you doing?
For the love of God, Elaine. For the love of God, Elaine is where we were. So,
I was sitting there going, like, I actually wrote just as a note, like, TikTok, Elaine, come on. I actually was starting to think that the judge was just going to call time on her. And that would have been so bad because defense is supposed to have the last word on this one.
they don't have much.
And
Begging for time at the end. She's like, what about the sidebars, Your Honor? And it's like, she could have taken time at the sidebars because those sidebars were due to Elaine misstating evidence very clearly.
Yeah.
She could have clocked her out, and she did not time her out. And she has 6 minutes. It's just enough time that it's not going to be an issue on appeal, but not enough time to do anything with.
when you're begging for a couple of extra minutes, because that's really what that was, is please, can I have some extra time? She's like, I already gave it to you.
Yeah. I've got to
There's
say,
nothing left.
the one thing I was
Yeah.
surprised about with Ben Chu is that he was leaning in to the First Amendment argument. I'm like, if you believe your client is a victim of this level of horrific abuse, you don't need to the First Amendment. The only time I've been in trial where defense attorneys have started arguing the Constitution is when their client is on videotape doing the thing, and then they have an audio recorded confession, and then they also have a signed confession, and then there's nothing else they can do. And they get up there and they're like, everyone has the right to a trial, guilty until proven innocent. This is the standard of law because there's nothing else to argue but the Constitution. And once he started getting into the Constitution, I'm like, oh, you think that you're fucked on this? And then they started arguing why Depp shouldn't get damages. And I'm like, if you think you're winning, you don't even waste your breath on damages.
Yeah. I thought there was a lot where I was just like, what are we doing here? Like
at Rottenborn, not I don't say Ben, sorry, y'all. I meant Rottenborn.
Yeah, it's Chu had the line of this is a Me Too without a Me Too. And juror H was nodding along with that. She was in agreement with that. But given how finely technical, there's a couple of possibilities. Possibility one is that they just walk into, the jury room and go, we all hate her, right? And then at that point, they just pick numbers.
They go, this is defamation. Here's the verdict form. Fill it out. And he really leaned in. You said, ask for $1. And he said, we're not here for money. We're here to clear our name. He didn't even argue it. He didn't. Well,
he just said, you guys get to pick the number. Yep. And I actually thought that was really interesting because I was sitting there going, ask for the $1, ask for the $1. And he didn't. And I actually think that my thought about ask for the $1 was wrong in hindsight, because eventually Elaine came back to it and she made an argument, and I took a note of it. She was expecting him to have asked for the $1. She was, basically she made a big argument about how they're wasting, their time and so forth. And I'm like, him not picking a number gutted that argument. Yes. And I thought that was really that was a point where I was going, I was wrong on that. He had the better approach.
They're able to say Johnny Depp wants nothing but his name back, but you get to pick. You get to pick what's justice for Johnny Depp, and they can come back and rebuttal and say, remember, you get to decide what's justice for Johnny Depp. They haven't said that yet. I think they're saving it for the rebuttal. They have said, tell the world, but I do think Warren's beginning of his close was very, very strong.
It was later on that he starts to get into the weeds and started to sort of repeat himself. And
I wonder if he took time to shut down Elaine a little bit.
Might have been. The other thing that just kind of amused me, and this is purely a lawyer moment, purely a lawyer thought. There's a moment where Rottenborn starts saying, he initially says JD. And I'm like,
I heard that.
And the reason why that happened is not anything other than his notes will be in point form. And so his notes aren't going to say Johnny Depp every time. He was just putting JD, and he just got into the moment and read his note. And then he sort of corrects himself and goes, Mr. Depp. Yep, that is purely what happened right there. And, it doesn't mean anything. The jury's not going to notice it. But just, as a lawyer, I'm like, been there, done that.
We're getting a question about what was the $350 million. It's not $350 million. They were asking for $350,000, which is the limit on punitive damages. Those are the punishment damages. It's like you suck damages. It's like, hey, jury, punish them. It's capped in Virginia at $350,000. So they were asking for $350,000. They're like, punish him. That's what punitive damages are. So
and There was another moment where there was a discussion about how she couldn't have possibly done the thing because she was on a transatlantic flight. And Juror G sort of did a like,
That's not what the
now
really was.
I am pretty sure that Juror G is somehow involved in tech. He gets real interested every time there's a tech guy.
Area, not surprising in this area of the U.S. outside of D.C. that you would have people who are involved in tech. Not surprising at all.
Absolutely. And when there was, I actually think this something similar of Juror A. I'm not as sure about A, but when they had that sort of, boy genius there talking about Unix, Juror G was super into hearing his qualifications, and then got less interested once he sort of got into the stats and how there really wasn't any sort of computer science-y stuff in it. It was just, my thought on that is that he's probably been on a plane and he's probably used the in-flight Wi-Fi.
Yep.
It's just like, I think he knows what in-flight Wi-Fi is. I bet he pays for it on every flight. And
you can't send an email on a plane. Really? There are people in this stream that have messaged that they are watching this stream from planes.
Well, and the other thing that's just kind of wild is I was walking through the courthouse cafeteria and somebody who I haven't seen in the jury room was listening to your stream. So, hi, other cafeteria person.
Hello, anyone watching at the courthouse. Thank you. Yes, apparently I am now the face of pop culture legal commentary, and I have never been so thrilled. I am thrilled by it. So we're here for it. But it's your observations are so tremendously helpful. I know you need some food. I want to be mindful of your time. You only have about 20 minutes left to get back into court. Do you want to give some final observations before you have to get back into court?
I think the jury doesn't like there were moments when Rottenborn is making arguments and people were making an expression like they just didn't like what they were being fed. But that doesn't mean that they weren't listening to it. I think that they're like, I don't like this argument, but I also can't reject it out of hand. So I'm not going to tune it out, but I don't like it. I think that they find Amber very dislikable. I think that I think that they've reached the conclusion that she's lied on at least some things. And so what I suspect there's going to be a big argument about is, do we think that there was at least some abuse? And then there's going to be the issue of, was this tweet republication?
Yes.
My read on, if I was putting money on this, if I'm at the track putting, dollars on this, I'm going to say he's going to lose on 2 out of 3 of the claims. And I think he's going to win on the 3rd. That's my read, and that'll be the tweet.
I agree. You and I have agreed on this for weeks now, that the tweet is the strongest. And they didn't notice that Rottenborn didn't touch on it much. He touched on it, but he was like, you can't find this. But he tried to stay away from it. I think they know that's their loser. The chat very much wants me to ask, did you hear Ben Chu get choked up as he was wrapping up his closing?
Yeah. And I mean, I think that they both believe in their client, and, like lawyers, we represent, you represent clients that you don't necessarily believe in because everybody deserves representation. Right. And you can, criminal defense, you can be like,
Bailey is a criminal defense attorney. And so, yes. I don't, people go, hey, how can you, and I'm like, I don't necessarily like the people who walk in my door, but they deserve a full representation and so forth. And the same happens in corporate commercial, in property law. You can have somebody who is completely dislikable, but they're still in the right on some fence dispute or something like that. The read I get from both Camille Vasquez and Ben Chu, and I suspect the rest of his team, it's just kind of, those are the ones we see the most, is I think that they believe very strongly that their client is righteous in this. They do.
And my read on Elaine is less so. And my read on Rottenborn is none so. I don't think Rottenborn cares much for... they do sort of this kissy face at the beginning when she walked in, and I don't think he terribly liked that moment. I think that, he's leaning very heavily into the, you can argue that there was abuse here, and like slamming the doors is abuse. So I think
if Rottenborn is very frustrated because he came into this case with a path to victory.
Yeah.
Legally. And I think
it's been,
that's not what I want to do. And he wanted to win. And I feels like his client has undermined his ability to win because they came in with the stronger legal case.
Yep. And I mean, that's the thing, is when I say I think that they have a path to victory here, it's because the test is so high. I think that, my personal feelings is that it is unfair if Depp doesn't walk away with a judgment in his favor. But the law isn't always fair. The law is the law. And, we don't necessarily like it. There's situations where, you might have a mother of 6 kids who's old and, infirm, and her landlord wants to throw her out on the street, and the landlord might actually be right in law. And,
I say
that sucks
all the time, Ian. I say morality and legality are not always the same. And we talk about it because there is often a split between, in my gut, this feels awful, but in the law, this is proper. And that's where I always encourage my audience. If that split feels disgusting to you, you get to vote for the people who write the laws. So if you're looking at a split going, that feels legality and morality feel divergent here, we've got choice. And that's one of the things that we talk about here a lot. And that's how I parse it, because they're different and they are different. And that's a hard thing sometimes for entering law students. They're like, but that doesn't feel right. It's like, right, but also irrelevant. Like how it feels is irrelevant at the end of the day, legal, not legal.
And I mean, unless you get to the point where the jury just hates her so much that they take that form and say, we just really dislike her. And that is a possibility. I think she's come off as really dislikable. So, I don't think the jury cares for her much at all. And, it'll really come down to just how much they're going to say, how much weight they're going to put on the legal argument. But I think my bet on this is that they're going to find a way to get to that ruling on that third issue. So I'll let you go here just so I can stuff some sushi into my face. But thank you for having me on here again. And it's
observations. I really appreciate not just the compassion that you address the law in this case with, but also really breaking it down, even when sometimes it's an unpopular opinion. Look, Rottenborn had some good moments in closing. I think he's upset that everybody else is just fucking up his win, and that's what's happening here. So thank you for being here.
Thank you again, and I'll probably see you again soon.
Yep, absolutely. Bye. All right, y'all, we are going to start wrapping up. If I didn't get to a super chat, I'm sorry. There was one that I saw that I really wanted to get to that was from way earlier in the day. And the question was, do you think the First Amendment will sit well with a majority POC jury that may have dealt with racism under the guise of the First Amendment? I want to be mindful to say, I don't know that experience. It's not been my experience, but it's something I think the attorneys should have been mindful of when looking at the makeup of their jury in arguing that. I can't speak to how they might feel just because it's not my experience, but I think it's something the lawyers should have thought of in making that argument. And I appreciate the point being brought up. Can Vasquez come in during their turn after all of this and pull a my cousin Vinny? Everything they just said is BS and sit back down. I mean, she could, but she has so much time left. I would like to see her delight in it a little bit. Thank you guys for all of this. Much love from Fairfax, 4 blocks from the court. Found me on TikTok. I do not do the TikTok-y things much, but thank you. I'm glad we could pull this up again. Pterodactyl, happy birthday. Y'all, we've already populated the other stream. I will be back on that stream in literally just a few minutes. So I'm going to take a moment to do the human-y things while you do the YouTube-y things. Please and thank you for doing the YouTube-y things. We're now just on the road to 600K. I don't know. We're just doing it. So we're just doing that. I see my child walking. I'm wrapping. Can you give me 30 seconds and I'll be right there? Okay, perfect. All right. Thank you all for being here. I hope to see all of you back. I'm going to hold each and every one of the 211,000 of you to it. We will be right back on the other stream. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Go take a minute. Everybody take a breath. We're going to be back with Camille Vasquez with 39 glorious minutes to do her rebuttal. And I can't wait. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being law nerds. Take care of yourselves. And I will see you in just a moment. Connect with me everywhere. I'm at the Emily D. Baker. If you guys want to join the text, just text Emily.com. If you want to join the channel, lawnerdsunite.com. Happy to have you. Support what we do here on the YouTube.